Hello, everybody. Don't worry about the mask. It's purely cosmetic. No. Uh, so yeah, we're starting a little earlier today. Despite me saying yesterday that we were gonna start later. So to give a little context of what's up. I already wrote in my Discord why, but I currently have a bit of an annoying cough. It's not COVID. I've established that so far, but I don't want to risk like spreading it to other people anyway. So I decided to stay home. And since I don't live alone, and we don't live, and me and my partner don't live in a case where we can like kind of just stay in our own rooms. I'm in a living room. Uh, we have opted to wear masks, both of us, just to make sure that the if the cough is something more than a cough, it doesn't spread further. But hopefully, I should feel better. I have some menthol next to me to in case the cough gets bad, and I have everything I need in this room. But yeah, hello, Lesbi Andrea, and hello, Mrs. Lynch. Welcome everybody to day 12 of OniFox's Advent Game Challenge. So this day we're gonna go for weapon/tool. This is the day that I've been, Why does the blind dragon wear a mask? You know what? You are so right. Let's you know what? We cannot be spreading this further. Let's put a mask for TTS Fox here, and let's put a mask for the dragon. You are so right. How inconsiderate of me. There we go. Now we're all wearing masks. Okay, but yeah. So this is the I kind of been wishing that I actually put earlier, because designing attacks without knowing what the weapon is not easy. Now I think I've made something that could theoretically work with anything, but we're about to see. So I'm gonna load up the wheel once again. I have not seen any of the prompts beforehand. Shout out to Ruby for handling all this for me. We're just gonna I'm gonna be doing a lot of heavy briefing because since I am wearing a mask. So, but if it gets too much, I will probably just take it off and put it back on again when I've got a little briefing room. But we're gonna load up the wheel for weapon. I'm not gonna look at it. Copy wheel. Where's the display? There. Okay. 18. Okay, Ruby added a few extra things here. All right. Speaking of which, the first prompt here from Ruby is a stop sign. Okay. All right. TK wants a USB cable used like a whip. I feel like I've heard. I feel like I know where that's from. Hello, Cario. Trifle wants the weapon to be oven mitts. Serbit wants a straight up Glock. Adeline wants it to just be a tool like a wrench or a hammer. Curio wants it to be a shield. We attack with a shield. That's interesting. Like a little slashing shield thing. That'd be cool. Moto wants our weapon slash tool to be a Toyota Sprinter Terreno AE86. What? Lesbian Andrea wants to say Uzi. TK. Wait, why do you advertise a mask on? I just mentioned it. I have a cough, and since I'm wearing a mask right now because I don't live alone, I decided to just slap one onto my avatar. Then we slapped it onto TTS Fox and the Dragon. Another one from TK is an elastic band. Okay. Ruby, spelled with a W again, wants a rubber chicken. Plural, potentially. Adam Slaima is the only one who has asked for a promiscuous sword. I'm gonna look up what that means real quick. What? So a sexual sword? Alright. But luckily, Lascoit wants it to have a magical orb. Okay, that could work. That could work. I can see a way of that working. Ruby wants a flaming, poisonous, raging sword of doom. Alright. Laceby and the Cat wants a giant arsenal of firearms. So many firearms. Duncan Kong wants big claws. Lesby Andre wants the weapon slash tool to be their wit. Okay. Bombastic wants it to be a spell book that can be used as a melee weapon. And the final one, a wheel that randomly decides how to deal damage. Ruby, for fuck's sake, why did you come up with the word? How does that work? All right, but much like I'm still not going for those dices. I keep muscle memory be damned. Much like last time, we will be getting a notepad up. We're gonna roll four winners, and then roll a dice to see which one we get, because I feel like that makes it more fair. So, first option in 3, 2, 1. No, no. Ho, ho, ho. Come on. Are you serious? A wheel that randomly decides how to deal damage. Fucking hell. Alright. Next one. See what our second option is. A promiscuous sword. Okay. That's number 2. Third one. Let's see what we get. The fucking Toyota Sprinter. I don't even know what this thing is. And last one. A Glock. It's the straight up Glock. Okay. So these are our options. I'm not going to change the order of them. Let's get a dice roll ready. Roll d4. And the first one doesn't count. Alright. So, it's... please be the slutty sword. A wheel that randomly decides how to deal damage. A promiscuous sword. A Toyota Sprinter. Or a Glock. Does that tutorial not break rules? Because of copyright? You are correct, actually. You are correct. Yeah, I should avoid that. We'll roll a new one. Sometimes those slip in. It happens. Okay, the new one is a shield. I think it's no. The joke options stay. Okay, so now instead of the Toyota, it's a shield, and so a wheel that randomly decides how to deal damage. Which how the fuck do I do that, Ruby? A promiscuous sword, a Glock, and a shield. The most normal thing here somehow is the Glock. All right, we're gonna roll the d4, and we're rolling once, and that is the winner. 3, 2, 1, go. Fuck! We're getting this stupid wheel shit! Hold on. I gotta give Ruby fucking context on this. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. How the hell do I do that? How? This is... Okay, fine. Okay, sure. Alright. No problem. Sure. We're gonna have the dumbest fucking prompt for a weapon ever. Sure. That's a good point, but that's good. You have a good point, but it's supposed to randomly decide how to deal damage. Okay. All right. Okay. Hello, heard from lesbian radio are dying. Yeah, in 2 ways. Fucking hell, Ruby. Of all the goddamn prompts, it had to be this one. I'm gonna dox our DMs. Fucking hell. Fuck my life. Alright. Close that. Wheel already can just be the amount of damage, right? It could be, but no, but it says how to deal damage. Like, the wording is very specific. Fuck you, Ruby! Fuck you! I see you there in the YouTube chat. Jesus Christ. It doesn't say how much damage is dealt. There's a difference in the wording. So I think the best option would probably be to just go for like, let's write down, let's just go how can mean critting or missing. That is also true, but considering we already have a way to kind of like miss, you have a lucky wheel or wheel. You have a lucky wheel on screen that rolls and affect your existing attacks. You could make it like the magic spell list in Dragon Quest Hero does in Smash. You can choose one of a few options, but the options you get are taken randomly from the list, so some RNG, some control. Nah, if I'm gonna be forced to do a wheel spin, I'm just gonna go for making it. Okay, well, the first thing I gotta do is I gotta make the asset for the wheel spin. It can last for a short time, then roll again. I'm okay with that. I feel like doing the Dragon Quest Hero and Smash option would just be harder. But maybe I could do something with that. I guess we could do something where it Oh, I've given up on getting it visually consistent at this point. We have a fucking raccoon in the game. No, but alright. So here's what I'm thinking. Let's do it like this. Upon entering combat, which is when an enemy spots you, the wheel spins, and throughout that combat, that is what you have. Or we could also do like it rolls for damage stuff. The only problem I see is that I think best option would be to have it roll whenever you have Dicey Dungeons to thank for this prompt. Fucking hell. I think best approach would be to have the wheel spin upon entering combat. It'll spin, and your attack won't do anything unless. Okay, here's what we do. Because since it says how to deal damage, yeah, I'm thinking like it'll last the combat. Like when you exit out of combat, it cool down as long as the object is anything from boring to buck wild to just stupid. Yeah. So like I'm thinking like it'll last the combat. When you exit out of combat, your weapon becomes back to normal. So like you have. So like your weapon could be like. Welcome back. We gotta get back to kicking ass in tabletop games here. All right, good luck, and y'all have fun with the tabletop. Wish I was there. Okay, so first of all, let's just to get a visual idea, because I know some people weren't here late at night. Here's what we have so far. By the way, now we can just move around by holding the button down instead of having to click. Like to click to where to go, you hold down instead, and then you double click to roll like that, or you can press the button. Now we're in combat, so the slime comes towards us. By the way, we made the slime yesterday. It can hurt you, and there is animation for like strong attacks, but the slime doesn't do those. Like strong knockback, I mean. But here's our sword. Oops, it didn't load the shader. Let me let it prepare itself. So that's our sword. Upon slashing, it becomes shorter and does less damage. So obviously, the slime is weak, so that's why it died. And then it fills back up to maximum. When you roll, you have this attack, but that attack drains your entire bar over here, and so you can't like constantly use it. No, Ruby, that's fine. It's fine. That's a friend of mine. That's a friend of mine. Yeah, that's a friend of mine. Don't worry about it. No, you're good. You're good. You didn't know. You didn't know. Quite a way to say that. No, they were in the chat earlier. But yeah, so that's what we have currently for the attack. So I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll have the wheel, like the wheel could either decide the weapon you have, which could. Okay, here's my two ideas. One, it decides the weapon you have, and that weapon can either be like it can go from a simple dagger to a fucking scythe. But it could also be something really worthless, like I don't know. Let's say a rubber duck, as an example. So you're stuck with that weapon during the battle. Or alternative two, rolling the wheel decides what type of attack, attack it is. Let's say if it's like a normal attack, it's just the sword we just saw, but it could be like fire slashes, ice slashes, electric slashes, or it could be shooting projectiles. So like you slash and a projectile fires out. Which option do we feel more for? Do we feel for the I realize I should probably write this down so that people who are muted can hear this. So, option one. This is terrible. I'm doing this on Notepad instead. Okay. Zoom in. Option one. Wheel rolls type of weapon you use for attack. Option 2, wheel rolls the rolls if the attack is elemental and or projectile. Which one do we feel more for? I'm writing that down so that the people who might be watching this with the sound muted can also vote. In the meantime, I'm gonna get myself a drink. No, you're good. May happen again, yes. They said they were kicking ass, but they're losing big time. Personally, I feel like I prefer this idea better, but I like this idea too. Like I like both of them. The only downside with this one is more coding. This one is probably the least amount of coding, but would be very boring as a result. So, what are we feeling for? If I don't get an answer, I'll probably just you know what? Actually, it's Ruby's prompt. I'm gonna let the first one looks like Final Fantasy 15's demo. Love that system. Element sounds fun if you're up for it. I'm gonna throw this over to currently 50-50 vote. We'll let Ruby be the tiebreaker unless Ruby says to go for whatever. There's option 3, had a weapon that spins at them and do random damage. Unfortunately, that's just not the prompt we got. Okay, Ruby has decided we're going with option 2. All right, the winner is this. So we are gonna have some elemental power. That'll be neat. Oh my god, their game has gone into my stream. What are you two playing? How many options do you think you'd make? A couple doesn't like hero spell. This would probably a bit much for it. Yeah, I'm thinking best option would probably be so I'm thinking like we'll have one for basic projectile, one for basic knife, and then for both of them, like for each side, we'll have fire, ice, lightning, and hold on, I'm trying to think because I've either just those 3, or we're trying to get 2 more. You lost, yeah, makes sense. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That might be the better option. Okay, so yeah, so we'll go with that. Default damage, default projectile, fire damage, fire projectile, ice projectile, fire ice damage. Okay, we have a thing set. Now I need to do it. Let me drink. I can actually take the mask off now because I'm the only one in the room. Only to bully me because I lost. Hey, I would do that too. Help! I can't do much over here. You're on your own. Let's get an in-flight. Let's get an in-flight movie set up. Good women bullies. I'm gonna take a manful. My that cough is still there. Trying to think what to go for. First of all, I'm searching. You know what? Stika, or whatever they're called, has one video here that has piqued my interest. So we're gonna go with that one. It's an hour. It's an hour and a half long. So it's a perfect length for our first feature video. How different countries change games. 80 games, 80 countries.
Have you ever wondered how games change around the world? There are so many countries out there, but we only really ever hear about the US and Japan. So today, we're going to take a trip around the world in 80 games.
I'm going to take a... Unfortunately, they only had the disgusting ones, but I need for the
So let's get started.
for the throat.
Argentina has recently been making improvements in its gaming scene with a slew of smaller indie games.
See you later, Oni. We'll Discord call. We'll Discord call you around midnight. Sounds good. See you tonight. Oh yeah. For those wondering, tonight is the Game Awards, and we'll be streaming our reaction. It'll be up in the corner up here for me, but Andrea will like have a proper stream for it, and I will react to it as I work.
This is a first-person dungeon crawling RPG that is clearly inspired
Now,
by Eye of the Beholder. Except in this game, you start out with only one character.
Wheel of Fortune Tarot card.
As they'll change depending on your needs or what the story dictates. You have 3 classes to
Oh, yeah, no, I don't think I'm gonna go with that one. I think we're just gonna go with a basic wheel, but I'll make it out of wood, so that it's a little bit aesthetically pleasing.
Accept quests and side quests and go to the various dungeons defeating monsters and clearing puzzles with the combat being in real time. I also have to admit that I really like the art style here. The game
So I'm thinking when a battle starts, it'll pause the game, roll this wheel, and then
My name is Modern Vintage Gamer,
and then it'll be
Australia. I'm picking the Exploding Fist on the
what's it called?
64. It was a very early fighting game that really introduced me into the genre. This was way before games such as Street Fighter.
I have an idea.
Of course.
Let's just put it that way. Let's add a little bit of a shape to this, since we can.
Really introduced so many unique and interesting things to the fighting game genre, even though these days we just take for granted. For example, Way of the Exploding Fist featured multiple stages with multiple hand-drawn backgrounds, and all of them looked absolutely gorgeous, I might add.
I think for the actual wheel, we're only gonna have one of these.
And try to defeat that without getting, just completely impaled by the bull's horns.
Because we're gonna do it this way, where there's a border and then there's the wheel itself. It'll spin, and we'll have a little thing here that like checks what the winner is. Which needs to be its own asset.
So getting to 10th Dan in this game was certainly no joke. But not only this, there was a very unique and interesting point scoring system where you could either connect a blow to your opponent with a clean blow, and that would offer you, or that would reward you with a full point, which was 2 parts of a yin yan, or a complete yin yan. And if you connected a little bit off, you would get half a point. And the way that the winner was determined was the first opponent that got to 2 complete yin yans would then beat the round and then move on to the next round. And of course, if you were defeated by your opponent, then you would have to continue. But the game also featured 2-player mode, so you could fight.
There we go. That looks good to me. We're only gonna see it from one side.
But the cool part about the scoring system, the yin-yang scoring system, was that Greg Barnett even developed a very early hitbox detection system to determine if a point was
So,
free or if it was a half
let's get
point.
a
This is something that we saw in
let's get a
1985.
good wood
Many,
texture
many
here.
years ago, many
I have a
years
lot of
way
diesel
before
in a
games
moment.
such as Street
No, I
Fighter, as
don't.
mentioned. There's all these bone-crunching sounds when you either land a blow and you know take down your opponent, or if an opponent
Old
lands
wood
a blow on
texture.
you. So overall, even though there are many awesome games that can come out from the country of Australia, Way of the Exploding Fist for me is my biggest
That one's
standout.
good.
It's definitely my pick of
I'm gonna
March.
Austria is the country that gave us Ori and the Blind Forest series of indie games. But 25 years before that, Austria was the home to many Amiga games, whose genres range from strategy
do that.
RPG to adventure.
32 by 32.
Is Whale's Voyage for the Amiga, MS-DOS, and Amiga CD32.
Or 64 by 64, yes, works fine as well.
This game is a unique mix of space exploration where you have to travel around the various planets, buy items at a low price,
do this.
and sell them at the highest bidder.
Give it,
With a first-person sci-fi RPG. And
32
as
colors to
far as I
work
know,
with.
This is the only game that mixes
And then
these
scale it to
genres in
32.
such a unique and interesting way. The uniqueness begins right at the character creation.
Scale to
where
64.
Instead of selecting a class for each of your crew members, you need to instead select their biological parents and what sort of education they received, which can range from preppy schools to being raised as an orphan in the slums. Add some RNG into it and this will dictate what sort of character you get, which can
Right,
range from soldier and bounty hunter to a medic, psychic, and many more. From there on, you have to take on quests, make money, buy and sell merchandise, engage in ground combat, or be raided by space pirates while travel. Also, the fact that this game was made in Austria means a lot of the characters kinda sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Hello merchants, let me see what you can offer.
Which definitely lends to this game's uniqueness. And if you have the CD version or the Amiga CD32 version, you also have a glorious intro theme song that sounds like it came straight out of a European 90s nightclub.
There we go.
So
Let's get this a little bit more a little more color to it.
With one of the most unique gaming histories in the world, a lot of which is tied to Sega. So for example, I could mention the Sega Genesis / Mega Drive port of Duke
P-wheel
or the Master System port of Street Fighter.
wood.
Any game made or modified by Tectoy, who was Sega's Brazilian distribution partner at the time. On the other hand, Brazil has a vibrant homebrew scene for the Mega Drive, creating ports of popular games to Sega's 16-bit system to this day. And you also have traditional indie games like Chroma Squad or Brutal Doom, as well as very interesting online projects like Poketibia, which modifies the popular MMO Tibia, mixing it with Pokemon. But for my pick for Brazil, I have to go with Oniken by Joy Masher. An excellent 2D side-scrolling platformer modeled after the NES games of old. The game by itself is excellent, but I picked it because of what it represents for Brazil, and that is how the country was starting to become a noticeable player within the gaming industry. Because not only did Oniken receive good reviews from mainstream gaming media, but it also paved the way for Joy Masher's follow-up games, which in my opinion are even better than Oniken. Games like Odalus, the contra-hardcore inspired Blazing Chrome, and the recently released Vengeful Guardian Moonrider. Any game by this studio is a love letter to classic games of old, but I pick Oniken because it was their first release and it paved the way for greater things to come.
I'm Hungry Gria, and for Canada, I've chosen to talk about Eternal Darkness for the GameCube. The events of the game revolve around a young woman
Like
named
that.
Alexandra.
There we go.
The story opens with her arriving
And
at her grandfather's mansion
these
to investigate his death, since
are
the
gonna need to
circumstances around his
use
passing are peculiar to say the least. After beginning to explore the house for clues and diving into his writings,
A,
the player gets catapulted between her experiences there and those of many other ordinary people across time that are connected to the goings-on. At first glance,
I'm gonna
the
need
gameplay
this to
action might
use,
come off as a bit generic. Each person you play as can wield weapons and magic, and will have to
simple
scour the environment
icon. So we're
looking
gonna
for
have to
ways
do
solve
some drawing
puzzles
here.
to keep moving through the story's many twists and turns. With that said, though, there are a couple of aspects that really elevate the experience to something beyond a typical third-person perspective action puzzle game. The biggest one is the sanity meter. As characters are confronted by monsters and forced to fight for their lives, this meter ticks ever downward. And once it crosses certain thresholds, the lines of what's real and what's not become blurred, leading to a very unique flavor of horror that keeps the suspense high. Your character may start seeing things that aren't even there, or hearing whispers or other noises that heighten the fear factor. The game doesn't hold back from taking things beyond the fourth wall from time to time as well, making for some serious moments of panic and worry before I realized the game was pulling a fast one on me. I love how this dark style created a real sense of curiosity. Even though my gut instincts were screaming at me to run in the other direction most of the time, I just had to see what new awful thing was behind a locked door I'd finally found a key for, who was on the phone when it rang, or what was down in the basement.
There we go.
These careful moments of discovery were contrasted against some
Perfect.
high-risk action segments where I got to beat up monsters and do
clean
my
this
best to
up.
avoid getting sliced up myself. The mixture of gameplay modes was a perfect balance of these two extremes, with the faster-paced parts being a welcome reprieve from the fever-pitch suspense levels during the exploratory ones. As someone who doesn't necessarily love gore and guts in my horror game experiences, Eternal Darkness was an ideal way to get the hairs on the back of my neck standing up without also needing to hide under the covers all night after I was done playing it. I had to venture outside of my comfort zone for this playthrough, but it's a one-of-a-kind experience that I'm glad I had.
When people think of games made in China, they used to think of bootleg systems and games of dubious quality. Though, if I'm being honest, some of them were actually pretty good and did not get the respect they deserved. But over these last few years, China completely reinvented itself with the release of MMO-style games like Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail. So instead, I want to talk about a period of gaming history in China that always gets overlooked, and that's the late 90s to early 2000s, back when we were getting a lot of great Chinese games in the West that often went overlooked, and we didn't even know that they were made in China in the first place. We have, for example, any game made by Trevor Chan, whose Hong Kong-based studio Enlight Software made excellent strategy games for PC like Capitalism and Capitalism 2, a series of games where you begin with a smaller business and need to expand to every conceivable industry like supermarkets, transportation, or research and development, as well as the
Is he actually is he seriously promoting a game about capitalism? What the fuck?
which received critical praise back in the day and were cult hits in their own right, due to the impressive diplomacy, espionage, and country management options that you would expect out of a civilization game, except that it was all in real time. But if strategy isn't your thing, or
Right.
if you prefer a game from mainland China, then how about a Metal Slug clone for the
Go.
Nintendo DS by the name of Commando Steel Disaster? Yes, once again proving that SNK had a stranglehold in the Asian arcade market, we see a game that is a clear love letter to the popular run-and-gun game. Unfortunately, as mentioned before, Chinese game releases during this time tended to fly under the radar, and so this game is somewhat rare for the system. But whether you're a PC strategy fan or an SNK fan, I'm breaking the rules for China and picking two games instead of one. One for Hong Kong and one for mainland China. Croatia is a country responsible for several modern major releases like Starpoint Gemini and the Talos Principle, both of which would be more than deserving to represent their home country. But as all Croatians know, if you're going to pick just one game to represent Croatia, that choice is obvious.
Sam I am.
This is Serious Sam, Croatia's flagship series, a first-person shooter which became infamous for the high number of enemies on screen and the variety of enemy type combinations you would have to fend off at any given moment, all while giving you the style of gameplay and humor that was clearly inspired by games like Duke Nukem 3D.
Listen to what our humorous beta testers have to say about the game.
I lost 4 in 1/2 pound, and now I can see my business again.
Wow!
Serious Sam HD is way better than a loveless marriage.
Hang in there, Mom.
And make no mistake, crowd control is the name of the game here, because you'll be fighting so many enemies and enemy types on screen all at once. Yes, Serious Sam
There we go.
is the Croatian Duke Nukem, and this series' success can be felt with how many entries it got, including 4 main games, HD remasters, a VR remake, and even 2D side-scrollers. Serious Sam is the series that put Croatia on the gaming map, and it's still worth checking out to this day.
Hi, I'm the Space Quest historian, and my pick for the game to represent Denmark
Here we
may
go.
come as a slight surprise to you, given that it's not Hitman Codename 47, although that is indeed a Danish game and arguably our most well-known export on the video game front. But no, my pick is actually this guy, Hugo, or Hugo as he's known around.
Hugo!
Imagine, if you will, it's 1991, and you're sitting with your family
There we
in
go.
the living room watching television. Then people actually watch television. There's a late-night talk show on one of the channels, but you're not there to watch the guests prattle on with the hosts. No, you're waiting for that special...
So here's the idea, and
Finally, it does.
so either
It's announced that the phone line-
I can be really fucking rude
Not to talk with the
and just have these colored based on what the
using their touch tone
what the damage is, or what the weapon is,
The game is fairly
or I can be a little bit nice and
basically a runner.
I can
Bull-headed little turd just takes off on his own.
what's it called?
Oncoming obstacles by pressing
And I can actually make it have a little icon in the corner.
People were using their touch-toned landline phones to control the guy.
Either way, I have to first make the
Level just goes on for frickin'
the
ever.
magic one.
If they were lucky enough to find their way out of the maze, they'd go on to the bridge stage. Now, instead of dodging shit by going left and right, this stage introduces a jumping mechanic where you have to leap over these holes in the bridge. Although shorter than the preceding mine level, this bridge level did represent a sharp difficulty spike where Hugo falling to a splattery death Wile E. Coyote style was a fairly common occurrence. But if by some wildly improbable fortuitous miracle they happen to cross the bridge, players would then be treated to level 3, which is just a single screen where they pick a door at random. One of the doors has this bearded twat behind it, he pulls a lever, and it's instant game over. Sucks to be you. The other 2 contain either gold or an improbably large gemstone, which, in the broadcast television version, would translate into some sort of monetary prize for the caller who made it this far. Now, Hugo was a primetime hit for Danish TV in the early 90s. He debuted in September of 1991 and remained a mainstay on the air until the show he was on finally called it quits in 1996. While it's fair to say that Hugo had a huge hand in legitimizing the world of computer games in the national mainstream, he wasn't the first call-in computer game to air on TV. His predecessor, a bluish polar bear of sorts by the name of Oswald, debuted on the same late-night talk show in 1989, 2 years before Hugo reared this misshapen head, and was a fairly big success too. The guys who made Oswald were members of the Danish demo scene. They were basically just a bunch of fresh-faced teenagers who were contracted by this guy, Even Sölvason, who had made a deal with the production company that was making the talk show to make a game for them. But he didn't have a clue on how to actually make games. Now, the touch-tone phone controller that these kids came up with was a pretty novel idea at the time, and it's frankly amazing that it worked as well as it did. The game ran on an Amiga 2000 in the studio, and it was hooked up to a modem that could translate the caller's phone input into directional signals for the game to understand. The modem had to be switched on at just the right time, just before the actual game would start, because it had this terrible tendency to overheat and basically kill the game stone dead if it was left on for too long. But
There we go.
a bit of a contentious figure, however.
I like that icon. That's a decent one.
Paranoid narcissist and not a terribly good businessman to boot. When Oswald became a hit on Danish TV, the demo scene guys who actually made the game tried to renegotiate their contract, only to find out there was no proper contract to renegotiate. Despite that, a few of them stuck around to help Ivan make the proposed follow-up to Oswald that would eventually turn into Hugo. But to no one's surprise, they were swindled out of any compensation for that once again. Finally fed up with Ivan's bullshit, the team left to strike out on their own, which, after a few false starts, actually turned out rather well for them. They eventually went on to form a little company called IO Interactive and released, well, you guessed it, Hitman, codename 47.
Wait, the fucking developers for Hugo created Hitman?
He was the victim in all of this because the idea of paying someone for their work is really just a massive nuisance when you just want to take
Fuck yeah, that's awesome.
prestige for yourself. He did get a very lucrative deal out of Hugo, though, and he managed to license it into worldwide distribution. And that's how Hugo ended up on various global TV shows, and why I'm talking about it right now. I'm the Space Quest historian. My big thanks to my friend and towel-wearing game archivist extraordinaire Alan Christofferson for his help with facts and research for this bit. And until next time, I'll see you around the Chrono Stream. Bye.
There we go. Now we're going to Estonia.
Estonia is the country that recently began turning heads with the release of Disco Elysium, a modern
Let's not do the, let's just make them like this, because I know how I'm gonna do the...
and how stats can affect the progression of a game's plot. But there was a game that preceded Disco Elysium by almost 30 years. One that is near and dear to MS-DOS gamers everywhere, and most never even knew where it came from.
Oh, this game! Oh, I love this game!
This is
Skyroads! It's so fun!
sort of racing game,
What a
platform,
classic.
and challenge room hybrid in which you pick from 30 tracks available and need to jump across platforms, avoid pitfalls.
I'm gonna make it like that, so it's consistent with the knife, and also so that I can,
Easy though, because not only are you not given much time to react, but the shifting perspective makes it hard to accurately assess where you need to jump to. But it's
Make
those
this
same
look,
3D visuals that help Skyroads stand
fine.
out. After all, this game came out the same year as Star Fox for the Super Nintendo, and it helps cement the notion that 3D polygons were here to stay.
Finland.
Hello, I'm Matthias. I play games, I even like some of them. And I'm here to represent Finland. Finland's game history goes a long way, from technical feats on the Commodore to mobile games of mass success. But today I'm going to focus on one of my favorite Finnish games and how a Finnish developer, Remedy, refined the third-person shooter genre with Max Payne in 2001. The game tells the tragic tale of an NYPD officer, Max Payne, whose wife and newborn child are murdered in his home. This bums Max out a little bit, so he decides to go and try to hash things out. Max Payne has a message to deliver with bullet points to share. The gunplay is so satisfying and the controls are excellent, even if Max's footwork can feel a bit stiff. Aiming and shooting feel instantaneous and clue you right into the action. Guns feel just right, especially the shotguns, and you always feel the right kind of overpowered. You can't waltz in brainlessly, but enemies drop like flies when you get in the groove, and encounters usually last like 5 seconds. Or if you're in a bigger hurry. Max Payne is most remembered for its use of bullet time, which slows down time but lets the player act slightly faster than his surroundings. This is useful for checking corners and dealing with bigger enemy groups. You find yourself using this all the time, and at the time of the Matrix movies, this sure got people's attention. Max Payne wasn't the first to implement bullet time, but was the first to execute it so well. The game is also full of nice little touches, like all the things in the environment to interact with, and how something interesting may happen if you don't reveal yourself to enemies right away.
Red, blue, or green? It's always red or blue in the movies. So green? No, not the green.
There are some gripes, however, and the biggest one is how Max's somewhat rough movement doesn't mix well with these parts that require tight jumps or balancing on narrow geometry, and of course falling means certain death. Just when you get used to sending perpetrators back to their god, the game throws twists at you with these dream sequences where Max Payne has to relive his painful memories and try to ignore the voices telling him he's a Punisher knockoff. The game tells a tragic tale and has its serious moments, but it doesn't take itself too seriously with its quippy noir dialogue and how people in the voiced comic panels look like they had so much fun posing for the pictures. Yeah, these comic panels are made from actual photos, and the guy playing Max Payne is the game's writer, Sami Järvi, who you may know as Sam Lake. They also used his face for Max Payne's in-game model. Just look at that iconic smirk. There's always that right kind of playfulness, as you'd expect from a game called Max Payne.
Alright, so that's our fire icon.
Despite the occasional jank, Max Payne is sure to give you a good time if you ever wanted to play an action movie like John Wick or The Matrix. Max Payne is a finished gem you should definitely check out.
Let's add that to the sword as well.
Revenge is just that sweet.
France. Now this is a tough one. France holds more weight in the gaming industry than most people seem to realize. On one hand, I could mention the cinematic platformer masterpieces by Eric Chahi and Delphine software like Flashback and Another World. Or maybe I should pick Infogrames' seminal Alone in the Dark series, which were responsible for creating the survival horror genre as we know it today. And of course, who can forget the Rayman series, which is still going strong to this day. But no, rather than a game, I want to pick a movement known as the French touch. Back in the mid to late 80s and early 90s, French video games had made a name for themselves. And
there we go, I like that.
Different. They often had weird and unique visual aesthetics that felt more at home on the PC-98 than a Sega or Nintendo. And they were known for their unique approach to storytelling, often broaching mature story beats and scenes that felt ahead of their time, if often a little clumsy. The games were often weird, experimental, oddly designed, and with an art style that was both beautiful and bizarre at the same time. From the Bat games to Captain Blood and the previously mentioned Another World, a French game was not something you could easily define. It was one of those cases where you know it when you see one. And so my pick for France goes to a game that forever changed my taste and view in video games. Dune, a mix of point-and-click adventure and grand strategy games, the likes of which we've never seen before or since. But really, pick any game from the French Touch movement and you'll quickly learn to appreciate this lost art in video games.
Hey, I'm John representing Germany, and when considering well-known games developed here in Germany, the first one you might think of is something like, say, Turrican, which showcased the true potential of the Amiga platform, but there's other stuff such as The Settlers, a series which has persisted since the early 90s and remains popular to this day. But the more I thought about it, the more I kept coming back to one game, the classic PC melting experience, Crysis. Perhaps more than any other game in German history, Crysis became a phenomenon around the world. It was known for pushing cutting-edge technology, sure, but the underlying game is equally innovative at a time when shooters were increasingly going for that linear, scripted gameplay. Crysis is all about presenting players with options. Each map is large and packed with objectives to explore and unravel. You're granted full freedom in how you approach these objectives as well. This freedom is augmented directly by the nanosuit. You can, for instance, take a stealthy approach, quietly eliminating foes as you progress through the level. Or you could go in loud, using your armor mode while destroying everything in your path. This autonomy and need to think on your feet makes for a rewarding experience that offers a perfect blend of open-endedness with skillful design. It was also an exceptionally interactive game. Crysis allows players to pick up just about anything, including enemies, chickens, and other objects scattered about, and all of it's governed by an advanced physics simulation. Toss an explosive device into a shack, for instance, and marvel as it breaks apart before your eyes. This level of simulation, of action and reaction remains...
I think that's a good enough
most games opting for eye candy
ice
simulation. Yet despite
Nice
this,
design.
Crysis also manages to push visual boundaries. It was released in 2007 as a PC exclusive and designed to push then modern hardware to its absolute limits. Ray marching
Let's go with that.
parallax occlusion mapping, introduction of screen space ambient occlusion, something we'd never seen before, water caustics, per pixel motion blur, not to mention superb character rendering. It's all here, complete with ultra dense forests that even react to weapons fire. While it does aim for realism, I maintain that Crysis equally presents a gorgeously realized artistic vision in a way that Crytek's prior game, Far Cry, simply did not. It's a stylistic and technical achievement. The people and technology behind the game wouldn't even stop after this one, and I maintain that Crysis would go on to influence the future of graphics technology in general. It is a supremely important game and one of the most recognizable PC games in gaming history. Crysis is a true German classic.
Hungary is a country that you often do not associate with video games, but dig a little deeper and you might be surprised at what you'll find. This is a country responsible for Contra Legacy of War on the PlayStation and Sega Saturn, Echo the Dolphin 1 and 2 on the Mega Drive, and even Crysis Warhead, the expansion pack to Germany's Crysis. And one common name you'll find with most of these games is the studio Appaloosa Interactive, formerly known as Novo Trade International. This is the same studio who made the terrible Amiga port of Castlevania. But as the studio grew and expanded to the United States, it gained more prominence, often working with Sega and Konami as an outside studio. Of course, with the expansion to the United States, it can be hard to track which team made which games. And so my pick for Hungary is Three Dirty Dwarfs for the Sega Saturn. A 2D beat-em-up made by the Hungarian team, which made great use of the Saturn's hardware, in which you play as three dwarfs from a parallel universe who are somehow connected to some children's D&D game. And as you travel to our world, you unwittingly bring an army of orcs with you. So now, armed with sporting goods equipment, it's your job to defeat the orcs and save the children. The game makes a bit of a bad first impression at first, and that's because it does not play.
No, let's not go with that approach. So we had the first time.
Each dwarf can only be hit once before they go down, and you need to hit them again to revive them to bring them back to your party. You can also change between dwarfs on the fly, each with slightly different gameplay styles over the other. But perhaps the best part about Three Dirty Dwarfs are the boss fights. Like this one where you fight against the gym. Not the people inside the gym, but the actual gym building, which jumps around with giant feet. Or this boss fight, where you need to control the jumping character and the bed on the bottom at the same time. This game is definitely great and worth checking out. This is Coffee Talk, and it's my pick for Indonesia. Coffee Talk is a visual novel set in an alternate reality Seattle inhabited by fantasy creatures including orcs, elves, vampires, demons, and of course, the greatest fantasy creature of them all, people from Seattle. You play as a barista in an all-night coffee shop, and your job is simply to prepare drinks for your customers as you listen to their stories. The game is clearly inspired by the popular indie game Valhalla, which had a similar premise, though I feel Coffee Talk does something really well, and that's giving you a sense of belonging. A sense that in a world set in 2020, with newspapers announcing an upcoming disease that is sweeping nations, all while societal and economical tensions are at an all-time high, it gives you a place where you can be with friends and listen to their stories which reflect our own real world, with many of the intertwining plot lines subtly and not so subtly reflecting the real-life struggles that so many of us face. Sadly, this would also be the last game by its creator Mohamed Fahmy, as he passed only 2 years after releasing this game. Coffee Talk would also get a sequel simply called Coffee Talk Episode 2, which I've yet to play. But if it has the same heart, beautiful art style, soundtrack, and sense of belonging as the first game, then it's a game that will make its home country of Indonesia proud. possibly the best part about making this video is discovering games and learning information about countries you never even considered before. This is the case with Babylonian Twins, a game made in Iraq for the Amiga in 1993 and 1994 by 3 college students, which unfortunately was never completed because the trio could not find a publisher for obvious reasons. In this game, you play as twin princes who were thrown in jail by a sorcerer trying to usurp the kingdom. So now, you need to escape the prison and reclaim your throne. You do this by jumping and collecting items, but you also have a Sonic the Hedgehog-inspired spin dash maneuver, which can be used to increase your speed and open walls to further explore the levels. It's kind of funny too, because the way the spin dash maneuver is used, it inadvertently starts going into Metroid Shine Spark territory. But as the title suggests, in this game you play as twins. So on the first level, you start out alone and you have to rescue your brother. When you rescue him, you can change between both characters at any time, and you can jump on top of each other to reach higher platforms.
I used to do this.
Some minor puzzle platforming elements to the game. The game would eventually be remade and completed for iOS devices, but sadly,
I just realized I
this version
did this wrong.
quite a bit of its charm.
Here it needs to be the other way around, but luckily I think I can just rotate this.
So hopefully we'll one day get to see that version instead.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
My name is Goti_, and for Italy I picked Diabolic. It's a computer game for DOS and Amiga systems, but it is also a popular Italian comic from the 60s, which is still ongoing. It's about a criminal who just goes on big heists with robbery and crime. The two are not shy to the occasional innocent, so you understand how this became a sensation around here. The other big reason why I picked this game is the way it was sold by Simulmondo, the developer. This was in fact the first in an ill-fated series of licensed games that they
Let's do the last one, which is Lightning.
So, next to your crossword puzzles and magazines, in the comic section, you would find these games bundled with the actual release of the comic. And that's where the catch is. You would be getting one part of the game, while the developers were slaving away at the next issue, the next installment, which would have to come out the next month. Diabolic came out in 12 episodes, but thankfully those were, for the most part, self-contained. You could consider them separate video games even, especially with the way they kept evolving the engine and the mechanics. The game, or games, they have several great moments. However, given the budget and rushed nature of the game, the quality is questionable. The first episodes will have you rage at the screen due to the platforming. It was designed and programmed in the most brutal way, so it takes a lot of patience to figure out where you're supposed to stand and what you're even supposed to press. Otherwise, the quality of the presentation is very good. Many different artworks are present, although some of them are digitized scans and some others are original pixel art ones, which creates a clash of style. The same clash, this time good, occurs in the gameplay. In between episodes, the game will switch from an action platformer to a heist simulator, to a stealth one, and all the way up to an investigative thriller in the final episode. Simulmondo was the only big name in Italy as far as video games went in the early 90s, and all that you need to know now is that it was ran by an ambitious visionary named Francesco Carla, who looked like this. The newsstands sale model, despite being adopted by other companies, turned out to be a failure. And ultimately, what doomed the company was Carla's obsession with persevering on that same model, while the world around it was just evolving. Overworked and unpaid developers also did not help.
Hey, I'm Jimmy Hoppa representing Japan, and as for an ambassador game to represent the country's contributions to video games, well, that's a tough one, given its deep roots in gaming history and the insane amount of influential games produced in the land of the rising sun. I could go with Namco's revolutionary Pac-Man, which set arcades ablaze all over the world in the early 80s, becoming an icon not just in gaming, but of an entire decade. One might consider bestowing the honor to NX's Dragon Quest.
There we go, that's good enough.
The Famicom title that provided the spark to the RPG boom period in Japan, that paved the way for so many of the genre's most beloved games and franchises.
We'll put these down here so that they're to the right.
Owner.
Owner.
Sega's Virtual Fighter are found in almost
Let's go ahead and export them.
And are both massively important titles.
T-Wheel Sword N.
Konami's Metal Gear Solid and Squaresoft's Final Fantasy VII changed the direction of gaming forever with their
T-Wheel
cinematic
Sword
approaches
F.
to storytelling, and either would be great candidates. However, my choice is something else.
That's such a small icon, but I don't feel like remaking it.
No, not that piece of sewage. Yeah, it's pretty boring, I know, but it's hard to deny the impact the original 1985 Super Mario Bros. By Nintendo had on video games and the world. The mainstream appeal and just overall high quality of this game changed and shaped the industry going forward. And its impact is
Magic
still felt to this
N.
very day. Nintendo had been around for a long time before Super Mario, almost a century.
Magic F.
They found success with cards, toys, and even other video game products, such as the massive arcade hit Donkey Kong in 1981, and even the original Mario Bros. From 83. However,
So here's my idea on how this is gonna work. Fire damage deals damage over time on the enemy.
For the past few years, Mario has basically
Let's see here.
Japanese ambassador to the world.
If it's ice damage, the enemy will get slowed down for a short period of time.
Even the classic 8-bit
And
recognized by younger gamers.
if it's lightning enemy, or lightning, yes, because if it's lightning, then it will it'll deal more damage.
Which is a testament to the game's
Because lightning hurts, and also I don't feel like making an animation for stunned.
Without it, our hobby would most likely look a lot different today, and not in a positive way. So, God bless Shigeru Miyamoto.
Alright,
Malaysia has a bit of a surprising entry with Ghoul Patrol for the Super Nintendo. This is the sequel to the popular Zombies Ate My Neighbors. And though Ghoul Patrol was not originally envisioned as a sequel, that's what ended up becoming. But at the time, LucasArts was preoccupied with other projects, and so development was outsourced to a Malaysian game studio, Motion Pixel, whom, as far as I can tell, only ever worked on this game. And while it's true that LucasArts still had a hand in co-developing this game, from a graphical standpoint, they did a phenomenal job. The pixel art style, and animations are some of the best I've ever seen on the 16-bit generation, and the game retains the sandbox-like feel gameplay of its predecessor. The story is that you and your friend went to a ghost exhibit and unwittingly released a powerful entity from its seal. Now, you have to go around the various levels, picking up weapons and saving innocent bystanders. So you'll begin in mundane locations like houses and streets before moving on to more imaginative levels, like pirate ships and haunted castles. And the quality of the pixel art here really cannot be overstated, especially during boss fights. It's a shame we never got to see more projects from Motion Pixel, which leads me to assume that maybe this game did not sell as well as expected. Or maybe LucasArts decided to keep things in-house for the foreseeable future. But regardless, I say, go play this game.
alright. I like this. It looks good.
From one co-developed game to another, this is Rage of the Dragons, a fighting game for the Neo Geo, which originally began development as a Double Dragon spin-off. But the various parties were unable to secure the rights to it, so the Double Dragon content was mostly scrapped. But yeah, this is a Mexican-Japanese co-production for the Neo Geo. How cool is that? Despite not being an official Double Dragon game, you can still feel its influence as you play it, with Bimmy and Jimmy as the two main characters and even a boss fight against a Bobo. Or, you know, someone similar to, but legally distinct from a Bobo. And similarly to what you see into the fighting games of this era, you can select a second character to serve as your partner, whom you can trade places with at any time. But yeah, even though the game came fairly late into the 2D fighting game scene, this is still a great game with awesome character designs, cool combos, and special moves. And
I don't like how detailed this is. We're gonna make it smaller.
Check it out if you can.
What's a notable game made in the Netherlands? Well, that's easy. It's Killzone, everyone knows that. And that's why today I'm going to talk about Jazz Jack Rabbit. This Groovy Green Rabbit first came onto the scene for MS-DOS in 1994. Designed to be like mascot platformers on consoles, the story is simple. The evil Devon Shell has kidnapped your girlfriend Eva Erlong, and you have to rescue her. To do that, you run around levels at high speed, grabbing collectibles for points along the way and shooting enemies. There's a few power-ups like a force field, rapid fire, and even a hoverboard. It was enough of a success to get a sequel in 1998, Jazz Jack Rabbit 2, and Christmas editions in 94 and 95. So why am I talking about Jazz Jack Rabbit? You see, Cliffy B gets all the credit for creating the lethal Lagomorph, but that's not the whole story. One of the key players involved in creating the game was Arjan Brusset, a Dutch guy who developed the code for Jazz Jack Rabbit while living in the Netherlands. He got a start as a demo coder for Ultra Force and wound up working for Epic as lead developer on Jazz Jack Rabbit. Later, he'd go on to found Guerrilla Games, where he created Killzone. But wait, there's more. For Jazz Jack Rabbit 2, he worked with Michiel van der Leeuw, another Dutch guy who worked on the engines and tools. Michiel also worked on the Killzone franchise, and has also worked on the Horizon franchise and Death Stranding. Without Jazz Jack Rabbit, Killzone would have existed to put Netherlands on the game development map. Jazz Jack Rabbit also happens to be a pretty amazing game. It's fast-paced, has terrific music, plays super smooth even though it's a DOS game, and even has Mode 7 effects without any of the hardware support that SNES has.
Now we need to export this wheel because of Ruby's fault. Ronaldinho Soccer.
This is Ronaldinho Soccer for the Nintendo 64, and it is not my pick for Peru, but it is a bootleg that was created in Peru and achieved legendary meme status. But no, my actual pick for Peru is another game by the same studio. That is
Object Wheel
F99, the kidnapping of Lady Akiko for the Amiga. This is a game that
Texture
began as an unofficial Twinbee for the Amiga, but it seems the developers gave
Material
and instead decided to turn the game
There we go.
into its own by giving it a completely new backstory, different power-ups, and even some new game mechanics not found in the original, like juggling items onto large baskets and the need to collect crystals to see the good ending. I have a firm belief that bootlegs and unlicensed games often get an unnecessary bad rap, and Gunby F99 is a surprisingly good shmup for the Amiga, and if you want to learn more about it, you can check out my bootleg games video. But for now, let's all just agree that these games are deserving of more respect. This is Anito Defend a Land Enraged, and it's my pick for the Philippines. Anito is an RPG launched for PCs in 2003.
Looks
and
better.
Is set in the 16th century.
Better look the same.
The Spanish
Alright.
occupation of the island. Your father is a prominent tribe leader who strived for peace, but suddenly he mysteriously disappeared. This in turn has created tensions between the native population, the Spanish occupying forces, and the Chinese merchants to escalate. And you have to find and rescue your father before things reach a boiling point and escalate to an all-out war. The combat is in real time, and quests and dialogue trees will sometimes have multiple resolutions depending on the choices you make or skills you picked up along the way. You even have some basic cooking mechanics where you can use raw fish or meat in ovens to cook dishes to recover health faster. This is a sort of game that could only have been done in the Philippines.
That's a little too hard to see. We're gonna go brighter.
You do not often see in video games, and does it from the perspective of the native population in a nuanced way that does not feel heavy-handed. But if you are going to play this, be prepared, as this game is fairly dialogue-heavy, even by RPG standards, and it can be quite a while before you see any real combat. This game is a unique look into a different culture that was making its first steps at telling their story through video games, and I feel it's worth looking into it for that reason alone.
There we go. We get a little better color for that.
A bigger modern success story
and saves me some time.
Than Poland, a country that, despite having the occasionally well-received game like Paint
model, and it's gonna be the blueprint after that.
With gaming. But all that changed in the mid to late 2000s with games like Bulletstorm, the Shadow Warrior Remake Trilogy, Ghost Runner, Dead Island, Cyberpunk 2020, and of course, the one trilogy that arguably began this movement, The Witcher. It really is difficult to overstate how exponential The Witcher's growth in popularity was in a short amount of time. From the first game, which garnered positive reviews and a cult following on PC despite some jank and a lower budget, to the mainstream success of its sequel on PC
we got all the
and
pieces.
Xbox 360, which in turn led to the massive success that was The Witcher 3.
See a material instance. That's what we need. Mat, wheel, wood.
Is the first Witcher game. The title that paved the way.
And we're gonna use the environmental parent.
Project, but is also the game that better exemplifies both Poland's and the studio's humble beginnings. It's true that we now think of CD Projekt as this massive AAA studio, but the first Witcher
Why is there fucking green there? What?
Held back by a shoestring budget.
Alright, sure. Whatever. Wheel, button,
and the game was
sword.
Eurojank. But despite that, it persevered, and in many ways the first Witcher game feels like the truest one to source material. But The Witcher would be a sign of greater things to come. It exemplifies how much the
L.
and development scene would grow.
Let's grab all of those. We're gonna change their names to say Magic.
Had much of an impact in the gaming industry, though a few games do stand out. We have, for example, the ENVfoot series, an early example of football management sims that began life on the ZX Spectrum and still lasts to this day, as well as a few ZX Spectrum games like Alien Evolution. And one
and now open all of them.
Development studios is in Portugal, which in turn created hundreds of Flash and mobile games over the years. But as
which one is this? This is L. Okay.
what the greatest Portuguese game ever made was,
Sword L.
and the answer is unanimous. Paradise
There we go.
Cafe. This is
Next up, this is Sword I.
Humor and not so safe for work interactions that became a phenomenon.
Sword F.
Your goal in the game is simple: get a weapon, start committing robberies,
This
get
is
money, get out for some fun, and
the regular
avoid
sword.
being arrested or robbed yourself. It's an extremely basic game that
The
most
L.
and people often state that it
Magic
was
L, sorry.
for GTA. The funny thing is that we actually have no idea who actually made this game or who even published it. It was a game that became popular through word of mouth and piracy. And in 2019, word had even gotten out that a group of game design college students were working on a remake of the game. Though this project would soon become controversial. I mean, what might have been funny for edgy teens in 1985 isn't really acceptable 35 years
Actor.
later. And truth be told,
BP.
this is a game that
Attack
just
wheel.
deserves to stay in the past, as it was never really a good game to begin with. It's just one that lived off of its edgy humor.
I'm gonna get this a shock. I'm gonna open a calendar. Day 12 up here.
And my pick is Gibbous Adventure, which
What's that? Is that an angel? Oh, it is. It's an angel. Neat. Ow.
is an old-school frame-by-frame animated point-and-click adventure made by an indie studio from Transylvania, of all places, and manages to straddle the line between being
Alright,
a tribute to the adventure games of old,
I'm gonna do that.
but also bringing in its own character and vision to the table.
Oh wait, right, I
The
need to
backgrounds
give
are
them their
gorgeously illustrated to the images,
textures.
featuring all manner of weird and forced perspectives with a very stylized look, much in tune with the game's inspirations. And they are all pretty much loaded with all manner of references. Let's quickly look at this one. You have, starting from
I feel like my color didn't
Adventure Time,
apply. Okay, it does apply.
Double Day of the Tentacle, and Edgar Allan Poe. These being situated at the beginning of the game should give you an idea of the type of experience you're embarking upon. The puzzles are very straightforward, and despite the title of the game, there is no
It's just
logic.
very, very faint.
Progressing through Gibbous
But it's
is
fine.
literally a super pleasant and fluid
We need to make
which I believe allows for you to take
these
in
textures
story that much
clamp.
better. This is one area where it diverges from its inspirations. It could have been
Not
much
migrate,
more difficult,
property
and I
matrix.
also imagine there are some scrapped versions of puzzles that were more head-scratchy. But I am glad they chose the more straightforward approach, because I honestly don't have the type of time I had when I was playing adventure games in my youth. 20 years ago, I could spend 3 days being stuck on one Grim Fandango puzzle, and I did. Nowadays, not so
There we
much.
go.
And even so, the game still took me around 20 hours to complete because I really loved all the descriptions and references. Each hotspot in the game has at least 3 voiced lines.
Wheel,
so it's a
arrow,
time investment for the target demographic anyway. Especially
wheel,
if you
border,
slowly and
and D is going to be attached to that.
the counter to the whole idea of
Wheel,
games, at least in my
slice.
opinion. One place that take inspiration
One.
from the past and turn it into
Gonna
their own
have
thing is their take on the
8 of them.
classic by now instant floor fighting mechanic from the Monkey Island series. They modernize the idea and turn it into a rapid.
I don't like them being in the wrong order. Hold
Give
on.
us a Cthulhu adventure game is
Okay,
the
fine, be like
video
that,
game,
bitch.
to my knowledge at least, that has a
Whatever.
rap battle as a gameplay mechanic in it, and it is fire. There would be more to say about the game, which I do on my channel, but as it is with most adventure games, it's gonna be much better when you experience it for yourself.
Victor, and I'm your video game comrade from Russia. I bet you think that Russia has to be represented with Tetris. And you're totally... Yes, Tetris is the most famous game made in Russia, but I thought that it would be boring to tell about the game you already know all over again. There are a lot
What if I make it so that
stories on YouTube, so I decided to pick another game
all
that you
these options are random?
but probably have no clue that its origin is Russia.
I think that'd be fun.
Basically, it's not even one game, it's an entire gaming genre. And if you even didn't play it yourself, you definitely know a person who did. In 1992, Russian games publisher
That means we're gonna have to make an array.
named Color Lines. It was a simple yet very addictive puzzle game with the goal of lining up
Begin
lines
play.
of the same color in a row to clean them from the screen. Every time you move the sphere around the
Set
screen,
material.
in a 5 spheres line, 3 new ones of
And then
if you align 5
set
spheres,
tag.
there are no new ones on this move. You couldn't control where the new spheres will appear, but could see which colors they would be. Yes, just like in Tetris. In 1994, another Russian independent game developer
component tags.
released an MS-DOS game
Um,
named Sharik.
get
The name simply means balls. This
tags.
game was totally inspired
No.
by Color Lines, yet had slightly different
Make
gameplay.
array,
Mentioning
I guess.
only 3 spheres instead of 5 on the screen already filled with spheres. In 1995,
Alright.
the Japanese developer Intelligent Games
We're gonna need
with the original
a way to
a 2-player block swap
get.
game paneled upon for
I think we need to make it enum
not sure about
or
copyright,
data table.
but the Western name Tetris Attack
So
shows that
let's
they bought the
see
rights
where we
for
can
it
find
with Tetris.
those.
Meanwhile, gamers sold the rights for their Color
Blue
Lines to
flash
Nintendo in
data
1996, and Japanese
table.
gamers
No.
an official Color Lines game for Windows.
Is it a data flow actor that I want?
Except for the name
Let's
and
try that.
visuals, it was the same Color Lines game.
EF.
All that happened later is history, and no one of the
Of course, you have to save in the middle of that. It is not a data flow actor.
2001, PopCap Games released Bejeweled. The game
Oh, what are they called?
declared Gone with the Wind
Not user
of the casual
interface, not tool preset,
Take a look and tell me it's not a
and
sham.
not input.
In 2012, King released another bestseller game.
Oh, so this is where you add the input mapping context.
Again, no, it's not a clone of the Russian game from the
Oh well.
In the
Don't have time to work with that for this game.
that looked and played almost the same were
See here, what do we got?
or Parco Nora. Both of these are basically
Miscellaneous.
and no
Here we are.
gamers on Namco have nothing to do with these ones. Jewel Quest, Hexic, and other homescapes followed.
I think it's a data
yes,
table.
Match 3 games were technically developed in the 90s in Russia by 2 developers. Gamers Company with their Color Lines and Evgeny Alemzhin's Shariki. So Russia is a motherland of not only one, but
It's not a data table.
puzzle games.
Something else. Data layer? I'm just gonna keep it like that.
This is Unearthed Trail of
Okay,
my pick for Saudi Arabia. This is a game strongly inspired by Naughty Dog's Uncharted series, in which
No.
you play as Faris Jawad and his sister as you travel along the Middle East in search of artifacts and knowledge of the famed Muslim explorer Ibn Battuta. And to say that this game was poorly received upon launch would be an understatement, with most of the criticism hinging on how similar the game is to Tomb Raider and Uncharted. Something which, I mean, even the game isn't attempting to hide this.
For starters, you were the one who always enjoyed raiding tombs and uncharting mysteries in video games.
The thing is, the game itself is actually not that bad. At its best, it does a decent enough job of feeling like you're raiding ancient tombs and solving puzzles. Though it also has cover-based shooting mechanics, which was the style at the time. The problem is that the game tried to do too many things at once and on a shoestring budget. For example, you now have hand-to-hand combat mechanics,
just
something which does not work and the game clearly did not.
Enum.
And you also have some RC car
Get
segments
Enum.
which feel
No.
a little out of place thematically.
Variables.
Perhaps if the developers had spent less time throwing everything but the kitchen sink at the game and focused a bit more on improving animations, maybe the reception wouldn't have been so overly negative. Though I do feel people gave this game a harsher treatment than it truly deserved. In the end, this was a small project that bit off more than it could chew, but was very clearly a labor of love. And you know what? I respect
get material.
My
element index. Make array.
Yes, quite literally a Serbian movie. The jokes just write themselves. And
No.
this is a game
Get
launched in 1986 for the ZX Spectrum and Amstrad CPC. It's the 1930s in New York, and you play as
Make array.
to retrieve an audio tape from the mafia. So you
Select is what they're called.
picking up items and weapons, talking to NPCs, and defending yourself from the mob. One thing I find interesting about this game is that it lets
Not
you
select.
type anything you want when talking to
Get.
NPCs, which can be hard to trigger the correct keywords to get the response you need, but also
There we
creates
go.
some funny moments as well. I quite like the adventure aspects of this game, as you often need to bribe people or use the correct keywords and items to get what you want, but the combat on the other hand can be a little slow and stiff, especially when there's multiple enemies on screen.
Get material.
As likely to pick themselves out as
Okay.
they are of damaging you. For a 1986 game, this was definitely
I have an
an
idea.
ambitious title, and I think it's worth checking out for this reason alone.
Instead of using component tags, we'll just use this setup.
This is
Well, we have
King
8
James
different
Inquisition, and
versions.
This is my pick for Slovakia. This is a hack-and-slash RPG styled after Diablo, in which you play as a special breed of inquisitors who can use magic and enter the dream world, a parallel universe inhabited by magical beings and wandering spirits. But your character is special, because not only can she use magic, but she also has the ability to seal astral rifts, which are basically scars within the dream world. From there on, you have to travel
Random.
locations you'll unlock
Integer in range.
quests and side quests
0 to 7.
level up your character. The level of which
Oh, excuse me.
is a pretty open system, which lets you dabble into any type of physical or magical skill.
Do I need to? Oh yeah, I do, because I need to get a new one every time.
Easy to become stuck with a character that is too weak at everything, not helped by this game's punishing difficulty. This is a fun game, and I quite like the world design, but it was also very clearly held back by a lower budget, with the game often going into these narration cutscenes, likely because it could only afford one voice actor. Still, if you're into Diablo clones, this is an interesting one to check out. South Africa doesn't seem to have many classic games in its repertoire, but in recent years, it has seen a surge in indie games, and the best one of all is, in my opinion, Broforce. A side-scrolling run-and-gun game that is a celebration of classic action movies and TV shows like Rambo, Commando,
Let me just
and
see if this works. I'm gonna drag the actor in here and just look at it.
various bros, which have the most perfect names ever.
It works. It's new setup every time. I like this. I like this a lot more. So it actually becomes a random what you can get.
Skills at at their disposal.
We should have one that is just fail. Oh, okay, yeah, let's do that. Now that we're doing this method, let's do one that is just fail.
Got a group of tough enemies below? Start destroying the ceiling and let it all cave on them. This is a super fun game by yourself, but I can only imagine the chaos it would be in 4-player co-op. So this is a game absolutely worth checking out.
I'm gonna do that so I have a reference to
South Korea is most
what the
most underrated gaming countries out there.
border
This
is.
is a nation that came out swinging with games that were high quality but often unlicensed due to issues beyond their control, like the Mega Man inspired Metal Force, or the first proper port of Street Fighter 2 for computers, or an impressive port of Super Mario Bros. For the Sega SG-1000. Over time, they would evolve and develop official games and titles like Mutant DNA for computers, Manic Game Girl for the original PlayStation, the Magna Carta JRPG series, popular MMOs like the Lineage games, strategy games like the brilliantly underrated Kohan series, and of course, the Kingdom Under Fire series. But you know what? My favorite part of South Korean gaming history has always been its bootleg gaming scene, which created high-quality games that simply are not known or do not get the respect they deserve. And this is why I'm picking SWAT Police for South Korea, a 2001 gallery shooter for arcades that is insanely fun to play. The game has tons of weapons, ludicrous destructible environments, and it's just a really fun game to play as you try to dodge armies of bad guys and robots who all want to take you down. SWAT Police is, in my opinion, as fun to play today as it was the day it came out. And at one point there were even plans to bring the arcade machine to the West, which sadly never materialized. But at least we can now easily play this one on MAME, and I highly recommend it. Moving from one underrated country to another, Spain is filled with bangers that you might not even realize were made there in the first place. We begin, of course, with the Commandos series, a real-time tactics series in which you control a squad of commandos on a slew of missions that
There we go.
became a heavy
We'll fail. If it lands on this, you get a weak weapon. Oh no, you don't get a weapon at all. You just attack with your hand. Let's go with that. I like that idea. Hold on, we're gonna make this have a.
For the Nintendo Switch. But no, in order to properly represent Spain,
To clearly indicate that it's bad.
Spectrum, when Spain was responsible for
I don't want it that dark though. Let's make it just slightly darker.
And those games were Game Over, which wowed fans with its large sprites and fun run-and-gun gameplay, and its pseudo-sequel.
Where's my
which
folder?
was part shmup
There it
and
is.
part action-adventure. But Spain's crowning achievement, and my pick for it, is La Badia del Crimen, or The Abbey of Crime, an adventure game based on the award-winning novel by Umberto Eco, The Name of the Rose. It tells the story of a friar and his young apprentice who need to solve a series of murders that took place inside an Italian abbey, and you have to do so while enduring the harsh rules of
See here, I want to
and
edit
its residents
compression.
hiding its own dark secrets. All the while,
I want it
they
to
are
be,
more concerned that their religious services follow every proper protocol rather than helping you figure out who is behind this series of murders. The game
Yeah, that
will
one.
be brought over to almost every gaming computer of the time, though not every port is official. But if you want the definitive experience of La Badia del Crimen, then I recommend the modern remake on Steam, which expands dialogue sections, makes the game less cryptic, and is available for free. La Badia del Crimen was launched during a time when games were more action-focused, and it went
Okay.
against the grain.
Let's add another pin. This one is
Story on a topic
the
that
fail
is
one.
honestly not very common for gaming even today, and definitely not with this level of maturity. La Badia del Crimen has always garnered a cult following in Spain, and it shows
Oh wait, I can't roll that one. Hold on.
can drastically influence a game's design and setting.
I think I should change the L to just be a hand, maybe. Sweden?
Game developers in Europe, and most people probably never even realize this. This is the country responsible for the Battlefield series, Crusader Kings, The Chronicles of Riddick, Amnesia: Dark Descent, and of course, Minecraft. So I'm not gonna talk about any of those games. Instead, I'll talk about one of the greatest Sega Genesis / Mega Drive games that should have been launched in 1994, and instead we had to wait until 2019, Ultra Core. This is a run-and-gun game developed by DICE, the same studio responsible for the Battlefield series. And in 1994, they made one of the best run-and-gun games for any 16-bit system. But unfortunately, their partner at the time canceled
Black
the
Hand.
project, and they were left with a complete game just sitting on their hands.
There. I was gonna use that as a reference so I get this look decent.
Ultra Core found new life, and all I can say is that for 25 years we were robbed of one of the best games of that generation. Ultra Core is a true hidden gem for the system, with great appealing graphics, a superb soundtrack, addicting gameplay, fun weapons, and even some pretty decent cutscenes. Euro game design during this period usually gets a bit of a bad rap, but Ultra Core shows just how well those design elements can coalesce into something greater than the sum of its parts that feels distinctively different from your Contras or Metal Slugs. And so I say, check out this game. It's so worth it. Taiwan is another unsung hero within the gaming world that seems to be a victim of circumstance. This is a country that has proven time and time again that it can produce incredible gaming experiences, but for years sat outside the official distribution networks of established names like Sega or Nintendo, and so it had to resort to bootlegs and unofficial ports, which in turn created some of the best fighting games on the Game Boy Color, official or not, and even an excellent Mega Man X clone. Then of course, we have the Poly Game Master, an arcade machine made to compete with the Neo Geo that received dozens of incredible exclusives. But my pick goes to The Legend of Sword and Fairy, a turn-based JRPG style series that took the Chinese market by storm, with a strong focus on Chinese mythology and wuxia style combat. For this video, I'm picking the first game, which was launched for MS-DOS, Windows, and the Sega Saturn. And let me be clear here, this series was to the Chinese markets what Final Fantasy was to the West or Dragon Quest to Japan. This series is still going strong today with 7 main entries, over a dozen spin-offs, novels, and even multiple TV shows. And it all began here, with the first Sword and Fairy game, detailing the story of a young boy raised by his aunt whose parents are heroes traveling around China on a quest to defeat evildoers. During this time, you hear rumors of a nearby island inhabited by fairies, which is where you come across your future wife, a magic user whom you seem to think is a fairy, but she's actually just a normal human. And together you go on a series of adventures like your parents.
There we go, like that texture better.
With great pixel art, music, and it's easy to see why.
Oh wait, that's not the texture. There we go.
And the best part is that there is a translation patch available. So as far as I'm concerned, the time to play this is now.
There we go. Let's go ahead and give it that little like fail color. No, actually, I don't like it. I don't like it being that color. Let's make it purple.
This is a first-person shooter strongly inspired by Quake, which launched only a year after its software's seminal shooter. And
You can like tell that it's there. There we go. So purple means that it will just.
Which at first means you'll find
Oh, hold on.
inside military bases. But once you cross the rift,
There we go. So purple will essentially mean that it that you are attacking with no weapon. So instead of the slashing stuff, it's just gonna be punches.
Where you fight against goblins while armed with your trusty human weapons. Chasm the Rift was one of the last hurrahs of the
Or swipes, because I don't really need to make a new animation for it. I'll see. Maybe I will. What are we doing? We need to make the wheel actually spin.
Hey there, guys. DJ Slope from Slopes.
DJ's fucking Slopes?
Fantastic fantastic opportunity of representing the UK's gaming scene. Where do I even start? So many classic games have come from my end of the world. In fact, it's the reason
spin wheel.
For instance, did you know that GoldenEye for the N64 was literally built in a barn on a farmhouse in Leicestershire? Cannon Fodder and Sensible Soccer were made in Chelmsford.
Well, I could add like a thing where.
That came from Dundee in the east coast of Scotland. And as I got
Should we make it so that the wheel stops by itself, or you have to stop it?
The Dizzy franchise originated in a bedroom somewhere in Trowbridge. Little Big Planet began in Guildford. Micro Machines started in.
I realize I might just have lurkers. I'll see what I feel like if it works better. For now, we're gonna make it just stop by itself. Or no, let's just do having it stop by itself, or by itself, because that's easier to code.
Jet Set Willy, a game that upon release wasn't even completable, yet was highly praised and has since become a thing of legends. Yep, I'd love to talk about something nice and obscure to the rest of the world like that, but come on. If we're going to be talking about the UK's greatest achievement, how can I not?
We're going to go for having it just be
Scotland in 1997, where a small group of lads released the first ever Grand Theft Auto. Starting its development around the tail end of a cancelled Kirby game in 1995, Race and Chase, as it was originally known, eventually became one of the
add rotation relevant to the wheel border.
And the birth of Liberty City started its life right here. Heck, even the promo for the game was filmed
is that what we want to?
Hanging out a car window, speeding along, and getting other team members to keep an eye out for the bobbies, the coppers.
Want to see just how it looks?
The pigs, the old Bill, the police. So next time you're in a fictional Miami, running over prostitutes so you don't have to pay them, just remember that this whole thing started its life in the same place that orange marmalade was invented. Actually, the marmalade invention argument is up for debate. Still, it's probably best to lead with that instead of the prostitute thing, am I right?
Let's have it like that, so it will. So you actually get to see the things before it starts spinning.
I'm Bob, and my pick to represent the U.S. is Mortal Kombat. It's not just the absolute over-the-top violence and craziness.
I want to change one thing here.
We were just coming off a time where our president's wife
multiply. That way.
Might even resemble something that looks like marijuana, you're probably going to burst into flames and die immediately. This was also a period of time where if you listen to heavy metal, that definitely meant that you
Nice. Let's do this, because you're not going to notice it while it's spinning.
So when that was going on the scene, we were also having one senator from the state that I lived in at the time telling people that video games were causing the problems of every single
delay of we're going to do this once. Do once.
It was the most giant
you can reset that. A delay of
who's ever said crap like that. And also it's absolutely
start spinning at free, right?
All kidding aside, I gotta be honest. I hate real violence. I hate like torture scenes in movies, but cartoonish violence is hilarious to me. Wile E. Coyote getting hit with an anvil is funny. An actual human getting hit with an anvil would make me want to throw up, and I would never be able to unsee that. And Mortal Kombat, at least the original one for me, embodies all of the cartoon violence any kid of that era would have ever wanted. The very first time I saw Sub-Zero grab somebody's head and rip head and spinal cord out at the same time,
2.5.
Stop laughing. And to this day, if I haven't played the game in a while, I do fatality, which is
set relevant. I can't spell.
Because it's just so funny. And of course, they borrowed heavily from
relative.
definitely totally
Relative
firstly,
rotation.
but it's not that. It's not that the Mortal Kombat was the most original game or even the best fighting game ever. It's just that for that
Get
game,
random,
it really represents
random,
the feel of being a kid.
flow and range,
that unbelievable repression coming around.
and 360.
At least for me. I mean, don't forget, the U.S. is geographically gigantic. It's like the size of all of Europe, and there's 350.
Just to make sure it actually works, I'm gonna do a little test here.
So my experience
I'm gonna make this one use that texture, so I can tell which one it is.
It reflects the people around me, and by no means is this a representation of all of America from that time, but I absolutely could speak to my own experiences, and it definitely reflects those. And having that game come out, and having it essentially be the final nail in the
Okay,
coffin for
you cannot
Vampire
spin that fast because you're still gonna be able to. You need to still be able to see
such an iconic
the
I truly think the game holds up.
the
Yeah,
thing
there are some
move.
tweaks
So let's
that
make
can
it
a little more fair,
80.
which the Mortal Kombat Plus team absolutely nailed. For anybody that likes emulation and wouldn't mind hacking into the ROMs, but it's a fun game. It's an awesome fighting game. Might not be as good as Street Fighter, but the impact that it had and how it completely changed video games and the rating system, I think is why it's a great representation of that era.
This is Fight and Rage, a beat 'em
Okay,
up
it
long
definitely
game
seems to be working.
PCs and modern consoles. And
You cannot
man,
tell
is this game
that it sets the rotation.
Wolf beat 'em ups like Final Fight and Streets of Rage, and it absolutely gets everything right, making it my pick for Uruguay. The physics and combo system are top notch.
I just want to see it stop that thing on the other side. Is the thing.
Also excellent, and the music even more so. And man,
Because right now it's only stopping on one side, and I don't like that. I think it's too.
and zoom-ins, and any newcomer can pull 50-hit combos
Okay.
with ease. And I also really like how many enemies you'll have to face off against at the same time. Crowd control is definitely
Okay,
a major part
it's random enough.
You have a slew of weapons to pick up and a wide assortment
So
of
let's
moves you can pull off
connect
at any
it
time.
back up here.
I often end up using a ton of fancy moves.
Just
and
because I
have
want to
no
be able to
idea
see.
how I actually pull them off. The game also has a story, but you can just skip over it. I mean, it's a nice thing to have, but it's not really necessary. So yeah, if you're into 2D
I shouldn't
beat-em-ups, then
disconnect.
Fight
I
and
shouldn't
Rage
remove it.
is
I should keep it there.
absolutely a game you should look out for.
Okay. Upon finished, we need to
This is Valhalla,
draw a
Direction, an indie darling released in 2016 and my pick for Venezuela. This is the game that inspired Indonesia's coffee talk.
line trace.
It's easy to see why someone would become inspired to make a game after playing this. You are a bartender
By
in
channel.
a futuristic cyberpunk world, and it's your job to serve people's drinks and listen to their stories as you learn more about this world.
Get actor location.
Soundtrack are very
Get
clearly inspired off of the
location
nature.
relative.
The subtitle, which is very obviously parodying another Kojima property.
Um,
Metal Gear
now here's the thing. I need to make sure that it actually
originally began as a game jam title, but the developer Sukebana
is
Games
pointing it
enjoyed
out. So
their
let's
project
do
so much that they made
minus
a
50 on that
full
one.
game. And you can actually still download the original game for free if you're so inclined.
Minus
To love the game, you have to serve
50.
customers the right drink and earn money, and you have to make a minimum amount of money every few days, with the excess going into bonus items. And just like the game it inspired, Coffee Talk, Valhalla discusses some pretty heavy themes, though always under the veil of a dystopic cyberpunk world.
Us,
And in that regard, I feel Valhalla is
50
a
I
bit
think
more
we should
subtle in
do.
its themes, even if they often discuss more adult topics, if you get my
Yeah.
drift.
Plus 50 on that. And then for this one,
From Seattle tended to be a bit more grounded, but also more heavy-handed in its approach. But regardless, Valhalla is exactly
persistent.
the game that led me to create this video. We have a
Branch.
company that is typically not known for developing video games, and an indie project that began
want you
as a
to
3D
print
jam
string.
title. And the end result is a uniquely beautiful and beautifully written experience that went on to achieve wide success, proving that great ideas and great execution can truly come from anywhere. We often just need a little help and a little push.
Okay, we need world location, not relevant.
Speaking of massive successes,
World location.
we have the country of Vietnam, where the mobile game Free Fire stems from. A game which only 2 years ago peaked with 150 million active daily users. Just to give you an idea, that is
Oh, that's a lot of hands. Oh, this wheel is gonna be like unlucky.
Combined. But despite
Did it actually
Free Fire is
do it correctly this time?
Vietnam. Instead, I want a simpler game.
Where is our... Yeah, go ahead and kill our active. Actually, no, hold on, do not kill us.
That can come from anywhere. Yes, Flappy Bird, a simple game that came out of nowhere and took the world by
Now,
storm.
where
It's
is
hard to overstate just how the world went insane
our
with this little title.
line
Generating
trace?
over $50,000 a day in free adverts alone. And all because some YouTubers decided to cover this game out of nowhere. Yes, sometimes success is as random as it is fickle. But unfortunately, Flappy Bird is also a cautionary tale of what happens when success comes at you fast.
Let's just go with actor location.
Began receiving a barrage of
Because it doesn't need to be where the arrow is.
In the end, the creator caved under the pressure and removed his game. But regardless, Flappy Bird became a case study for mobile game developers. One that, in my opinion, unwittingly changed how mobile games are created and marketed. Between Free Fire and Flappy Bird, it seems that Vietnam has a penchant for creating widely successful mobile games. And there we have it. This is the end of part 1 of this video. I feel 40 games and countries is a good stopping point. And hey, if this video does well, we'll see a part 2. In the
It's only part
meantime,
1?
I'd like to
Is there
thank
part
all
2?
content creators who represented their countries for this video.
No, there
as
isn't.
well as my newest Patreon supporters.
Okay,
Benoit
let's go with retro horror games.
You know, there's something really special about developers who try to scare you or portray horror while coding for the limited 16-bit hardware. So today, we'll be taking a look at a slew of 16-bit horror games spread across multiple systems, including the Super Nintendo, Mega Drive, Amiga, MS-DOS, arcade systems. Heck, I'll even show in the
Why
PC
can't...
Engine
Why
and
is it
Game
not
Boy Advance,
showing?
because where else would I put them?
Lowest relevant location only one that worked. Hold on, I need to look at the other actors to see how I got those to actually do what I want them to.
For the Super Nintendo, a late release for the system which features some impressive production
It's
values.
actor location,
To the animations and
and then
you would be forgiven for looking at this game at a glance and thinking that this might be an early
yeah, it's actor
32-bit
location,
game.
right?
The game is a mix of a cinematic platformer, namely Prince of Persia, and a beat-em-up. So you'll have to navigate across the various levels with your controls being slow and pondered. But
Oh wait, maybe
intentionally so.
because I'm rotating the actor now.
Avoid traps and pick up items and reach the end of the stage before the admittedly stingy timer runs out. While this
Oh, it's
is
still
clearly
50.
inspired by
Oh,
Prince
that
of
one.
Persia, the levels are nowhere near as large as
That
the
is
game,
different.
as most can be cleared within a few minutes. The challenge being that, like I said, your timer for each stage is super short. Not helped by the fact that levels have multiple paths that lead to chests with permanent health upgrades, items, or crystals which increase your fighting power. But finding these can be a problem if you're starting to run low on time. Not only that, but if you're knocked out, either by an enemy or by hitting a wall, you'll lose a crystal. So these can be pretty finicky. One cool thing about this game is that you've got a surprisingly high variety of attacks.
Let's
And fighting the various
try this
types of
instead.
bosses feels more like something out of a beat-em-up than a Prince of Persia style game. I feel that the gameplay doesn't
When in doubt, get a
live up to
cube.
the production values of the game, but it's still a fun romp and it makes for a very moody game during Halloween. Check it out if you can.
Let's do this cube's world location. Try that out.
is Aliens by Konami for the arcades, and it follows the exact same plot of the movie. If by the same plot, you mean Ripley, who is now a blonde for some reason, goes into a space colony wearing jeans and
Okay,
sneakers and
it's
wipes
there.
the floor with all the pink xenomorphs.
We're getting somewhere.
This isn't the aliens you remember. It's literally in the promotional materials. Anyway, this is a run-and gun with Ripley picking from a slew of weapons to use against the xenomorphs. You can walk up or down as if this were a beat-em-up, and you often have to use that to your advantage, like climbing stairs to avoid taking damage, and then defeating foes who are at the bottom. You'll also occasionally crawl through vents where you can't move up or
Come
down,
on,
and
why
you
didn't you
must
play that
stay
time?
on your motion detector, which, I don't know. This thing never seemed very useful to me. And in between levels, you have an on-rail segment where you fire at everything that moves while trying to
Oh,
rescue
is it because it
this game is so
no
cool.
collision?
Sure, a lot of it doesn't make much sense within the continuity of the movies, and it's also super difficult and unfair, as arcade games tend to be. And it's also got a little bit of that Konami early arcade jank. But this is still a really cool game and an absolute must-play. Come on!
Hidden in game.
This is Elvira, Mistress of the Dark for Amiga computers. And this is part point and click and part first-person RPG, all wrapped into one. The story takes place after the events of the first Elvira movie, where she now owns her uncle's castle. But an evil dark force and its monsters has captured it and imprisoned Elvira.
Getting a
So
message.
now it's your job to put an
What's
end
up?
to that. You have to navigate the castle, pick up any items that might be useful, either to solve puzzles, make you stronger, give to Elvira to make potions, or take out foes that cannot be defeated through combat. So far, so good. And to be fair, the visuals and audio are incredible for the time. I mean, this game came out in early 1990. For context, the Super Nintendo was still a year and a half away from being launched in the West. But the detail in the pixel art here is frankly astonishing. From Elvira's movement to Elvira's movement to the enemy animations and the extreme amounts of gore, I am actually shocked that this game did not cause a moral panic back in the day. Because, wow! The problem is that this game is excessively difficult, obtuse, and cryptic. You can pick up literally hundreds of items in the game, but many of them are either red herrings which serve no purpose, or have limited use for stuff like potions, which you're probably never gonna use anyway. Not only that, but this game is filled with instant death traps that will result in a game over unless you happen to have the right item with you at the right time, and you use it on time, and in the way that the game wants you to use it. The combat is also a little too basic for its own good. Basically, the enemies either strike left or right, and
I'm gonna take another
or parry,
manvol.
just as the animation is playing to not get hit, and then
They help temporarily at least, even though they are god awful.
a little too hard on this game, but I don't actually hate it. I just think that it was made for a very specific type of gamer, and the rest of its mortals will most likely need a guide on how to
Oh.
play it. There's also an MS-DOS version
Trying to
of this
figure out
game
why
which you can
this
download
isn't
on
working.
.com, but the Amiga version is clear in the way.
It worked when I had
Emulating that one instead.
this one
I should also point out that Elvira here seems
set to.
superfluous to the plot. Almost like someone built a dark fantasy RPG adventure game hybrid and then decided to throw in Elvira at the last minute. Honestly, you could replace her with any old wizard who gave you some pointers and nothing would really change. Well, almost nothing. In the end though, this is a game that you play for the visual spectacle and
Okay.
not so much for the game
Let's do this
itself.
instead.
Because this pixel art is something that is absolutely worth experiencing.
Move that. Get rid of this whole part. Or do something else. Use a plane.
Elvira would be followed up by Elvira 2, The Jaws of Cerberus, also for the Amiga and MS-DOS. And I feel that this game is both better and worse than the first one. This is basically the same game as the first one, but it's now set in modern times and it takes place within the recording studios
overlap
of the
all.
Elvira TV show. In fact, unlike the first Elvira game, Elvira 2 seems to have built its entire world around Elvira, which in turn makes it much more interesting to explore. You also now get to pick a starting class, which will change your stats. Though beware, some of them suck at physical combat. Speaking of which, combat is now much more rare. The first game kept showing random nameless soldiers at you left and right, but here, it feels like you have, I don't know, maybe 12 battles throughout the entire game. So as a result, Elvira leans much more
the wheel border should have no collision. Same for the arrow, which should only be these pieces that have them.
Which side the enemy would attack from is now gone. Instead, we now have more traditional dice rolls, and you can aim at specific body parts to increase your hit rate, as well as use magic, with most spells being created by picking up and mixing the items that you find around the game. With the exception of the setting now being more Elvira focused, the rest of these changes can be either good or bad depending on your personal preference. But the real downfall of this game is the pixel art. I mean, it's still amazing for the time, but the violence and gore was massively scaled back. Well, I mean, it's still violent, but now it's closer to cartoon violence. You still get some cool set pieces, but you can tell that someone higher up told the artists to hold back a little bit. I mean, heck, look at the Elvira animations in the first game and now compare them to the downgraded sequel. Not to mention that the first game had different poses for Elvira, whereas here, it's always the same one. This game is also available on GOG.com, but once again, only the MS-DOS version. And while the DOS version isn't as far behind as the Amiga port this time, the Amiga version is still the way to go here. If you enjoyed the first game, you'll most likely enjoy this one as well. And once again, this game is a spectacle in pixel art, and I do have to admit that I prefer the art style in this game. But I just wish that someone had let the artists go all out once again.
Hey, it works. And it's correct. Okay. Is there an equal? Yes, you can do equal. Now this is the worst way to do this, but I can't think of a better way.
This is Scooby-Doo Mystery for the Mega Drive, and this is a point-and-click adventure game where you play as Shaggy and Scooby as you stumble onto mysteries, talk to people, collect clues, and solve crimes. And this is literally the perfect Scooby-Doo game. Why do they keep making platformers out of this property when the show is such a good fit for the point-and-click genre? You have all of the main themes from the show, the writing and characters are perfectly represented in this game, as is the show's humor. Yes, you'll go to kitchens and prepare large meals, and you even have an eat button. Now that is true evolution on the adventure genre, and if you find the ghosts, you'll have to run away from them while still referencing the show. Seriously, why is this game so good? And why is it on the Sega Mega Drive of all systems? Look, I'm a Sega guy, and if you've watched my channel before, you know I'm a Sega guy. But this should have been on PCs, not on consoles. And as a result, I often find myself struggling with the controls or taking longer to perform actions that I otherwise would have taken because the controller is simply not ideal for this sort of
for this case, let's just do print strings for all of them so we can tell which one it is.
art style of point-and-click adventure games.
Hand.
The menus clearly inspired by games like Monkey Island, but so is the art style. I've seen some YouTubers who sometimes complain about the art style during close-ups, and to me, that's usually a good sign that they never played Day of the Tentacle, which this game is clearly using as its basis. Add to that, the fact that you can choose between 2 mysteries, or episodes if you prefer, and you have an adventure game that is a hidden gem for the genre. but is rarely mentioned by either Sega fans or point-and-click adventure fans. This is the right game for the wrong system, but it's absolutely worth a playthrough.
Magic. Which ones are they? Are FLI, right? No, FIL. Ill.
This is Splatterhouse for Arcades by Namco, and when people think of 16-bit horror, this is usually the series that springs to mind. You're some folks caught in a rainstorm and decide to seek shelter, which just so happens to be haunted and filled with monsters. Luckily, a mask that is similar to but legally distinct from Jason Voorhees turns you into not Jason. And now you have to go and save your girlfriend. So you'll be jumping, punching, and
Magic F. Yes, okay, it works. It works.
Really, Splatterhouse is clearly style over substance, but man,
Let's do once.
style it is.
So you need to do this multiple times.
Monsters with cleavers, splattering them onto the walls with 2x4s, and so much more. Sure, your moveset is limited, but when a game is this much fun, does that really matter? You'll see zombies, creatures from the Black Lagoon, ghosts, poltergeists, zombie hands. Honestly, nothing about this mansion makes any sense when you
We need to
stop
cast
thinking about
to
it. So it's pretty clear the developers just wanted to throw some cool stuff at this
to the
game,
player.
and they were not about to let little things like
Cast to BP
or
main car.
get in their way. One interesting thing about
Get
this game
player
is that it's
character.
filled with branching paths. Some you can pick
And
while others you're forced into if you fall into a hole. Some of these are punishments that will make the level longer.
Not a
Others
variable.
simply take you towards different paths towards the same boss at the end. And oddly enough, some of these pitfalls are actually easier than the level would have been otherwise if you had not fallen in. So it's always good to experiment. And I also like how the weapons are really fun, and you're sometimes forced to choose which one you'll want to use. Most folks who are just getting into this game usually struggle with the level 3 boss, Biggie Man. But you can simply exploit the weapon pickup system and bring 2 shotguns to a chainsaw fight. Hopefully, this tip will save you some frustration. But yeah, Splatterhouse is the poster child of retro horror games during the 16-bit era. And you should absolutely check it out.
See here. This will just show up every time now.
Splatterhouse would also come to the PC Engine, where it suffered some pretty major cutbacks in graphics, presentation, and audio. Like for example, you now don't see the couple running into the house or the mask joining up with you. But this port retains the style where it counts. Beating up enemies or demolishing them with weapons is almost as fun here as it is in the arcades. And most of the
Getting a little
excess
distracted.
ridiculousness is here, as are all the levels, weapons, bosses, and branching
I think
paths.
here.
Heck, I actually think the music is a little
I'll
better in
keep
this
these
one,
print strings
though
here
the
so I know
sound
which one to
effects
switch.
look
I
pretty
think
appropriate.
the right approach now would be to do the other attacks.
One thing I should point out though is that the US version changes the mask's design to something less likely to enrage Paramount Studios and censors some religious themes as well, like removing this altar here. Though it is funny how they still left the candles floating in midair. The Japanese version is the way to go here, as there's no text to begin with. But either one is fine, and the weapon exploit also works here as well. You're welcome.
Okay.
this is Splatterhouse 2 for the Sega Genesis or Mega Drive, and this is pretty much the same as the first game, but worse in every way. Well, I guess the music is a little better, so there's that. It's been 3 months since the first game, and you're off to rescue Jennifer yet again, who is now a blonde for some reason, and once again has a different voice actress. And man, I really like this game. I've tried so many times to get into Splatterhouse 2, which opens up with a really good introduction. And the first level is
First of all, we're gonna need.
But after that, it's all downhill. Gone are the branching paths, the violence levels were massively toned down, with most of the backgrounds now being generic walls and rivers, instead of, you know, this. And most of the regular enemies look really goofy. And the weapons aren't.
I'm gonna need a melee enemy.
All of the
I
weapons
need
in the
a
PC Engine version
variation
look
of
great
that.
to use, but here they kinda suck. Even your punches feel weaker. Though to be fair,
Gonna rename
I
these to
think
sword.
everyone might be a side
Yeah, so that
the worst part is that there was
the actual melee one is called melee.
better than the PC Engine version from a technical standpoint. And there's times where the game approaches the heights of its predecessor. But yeah, this one just always disappointed me.
For record, I say sword, but it's probably gonna be a dagger, if I'm gonna be honest. Just because I think that's cooler.
But I guess Splatterhouse 2 sold pretty well, because the Mega Drive would also get Splatterhouse 3, and I feel this is a much better game. The genre has now changed to a beat 'em up, but it manages to have a lot more style than its predecessor, and it's got some pretty interesting gameplay mechanics that you do not usually see for the genre. The level of gore
No,
is
actually,
better
we're only
than
gonna
its
need
predecessor, in my opinion,
one of them
but now it's
to make
also
it
more
into the
arcade
melee.
when compared to the first one. Though I do feel that fits the mood of this game a little better.
Gonna
And as
take
you
the
defeat
enemies.
you'll see limbs, mouths, and heads of your foes, and they will literally start falling apart
whole
as you
private
beat them
thing
up.
here.
And you know what? That is really cool and completely in line with this series. And you've got a decent assortment of moves to use against your foes, including your basic combos, weapons, grapples, and these crystals that let you become an even more buffed version of not Jason Voorhees. One interesting thing about this game is that you've got a map that lets you see where the boss is, and as you cross
play
the
from start?
level,
No,
you'll
it's just
often
play.
be interrupted by various cutscenes.
Guess that makes
of
sense. It's
Jennifer
only gonna
or
be
your son
appearing
as they're in
once.
danger. And if that timer reaches 0 before you complete the
Weapon
level,
hit.
then they're gone. And the cool thing is that these create branching paths in the storyline, depending on who you manage to save or if and how you lose them. The problem is that the developers know
Alright.
when to try and
What we
twist
need to do
this
now
game to save everyone,
is
so it often feels
we
like this
need
game is trying
to make
do
some sort of
all the
array
extra time.
for all of the
Around fairly easily,
stuff
and
that
when
is
you
used
do, it
when
takes
spawning
forever.
a weapon.
And it's even worse if you lose a
So
life,
obviously,
because then it
this
takes
is a light
even
trace.
longer. Enemies have this annoying
Obviously, like I can't get rid of any of this math, but I can
timer is anything but generous. It's just kind of
I can get rid of I can make this take its value from somewhere, because I don't think I have one of those yet. I think I only have this. I don't have a set. Yeah, we only have get. That's good. That's good. Alright, so what we're gonna do is first of all, I'm gonna have to go use the bathroom, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna have an actor that checks the class for both this and the other one, and the damage and the knockback scale, which is based on attack scale, it seems. Yeah, based on attack scale. So Or no, we're gonna actually need a need to set this knockback one to be a real thing. Okay. In that case, I think I have everything planned out. So we're gonna need one here, one for this, and then one for this. Oh, and one for the other one as well. Okay, but I'll be right back. Gotta go use the bathroom.
Who was the only survivor from a losing battle. As you stop by a nearby village to recover, you learn that it's beset by evil forces, and you set out for the cavern where they live in to rescue a kidnapped girl. The game is an action platformer, and visually it kind of reminds me of the Castlevania series, but it plays nothing like it. For one thing, I feel the enemies often take too many hits to go down. Not only that, but they're also faster than you, and your moveset is limited. Because of this, I feel Musia is excessively difficult, but not in a good way. You do get some power-ups that increase your range, and collect items that summon a random deity to help you out, which give you powers like a shield, clear the screen of enemies, or heal your admittedly large health bar. Problem is, many enemies tend to respawn, and your controls are on the stiff side, so the platforming can be pretty difficult. And as you defeat bosses, you'll pick up scrolls that create different effects, but you'll also have to pick up items that charge that scroll. And let me tell you, those are few and far between. Sadly though, I feel that this game does not quite live up to its potential, and that's a shame too, because Musia has some really interesting ideas, and the backgrounds look pretty great, even if they start repeating a few levels in. But sadly, this game is just not for me. This is Gabriel Knight, Sins of the Fathers for MS-DOS computers, and this is, in my opinion, one of the best point-and-click adventure games ever made. You play as Gabriel Knight, a failed writer and bookstore owner who seems to be modeled after a young Conan O'Brien, and he is researching on voodoo for his next book, just as a string of voodoo murders are taking place in New Orleans. However, as you learn more about voodoo, you stumble onto more than you should. What I like about Gabriel Knight is that this was a surprisingly mature game for 1993. Not only do you have a mature approach to dialogue, characters, and love scenes, but the game also delves really deep into historical voodoo, New Orleans' colonial past, and how its current traditions diverge from Haiti, all of which is told with impressive historical detail while still keeping the game interesting. Not only that, but all the characters are likable if flawed, which helps keep the tone light, but as the plot progresses, it starts becoming more and more oppressive, as Gabriel begins to doubt who he can trust, not helped by the gruesome scenes of the victims and Gabriel's very own recurring nightmares. There's also a really strong element of psychological horror in this game.
I'll go back.
You're always left wondering whether or not
Travel's currently in the same room, so I'm wearing the mask again.
using voodoo as a distraction.
But right, we need to. We're gonna need two of those now that I think about it. So let's do this. Not a variable. Knockback.
Comic book style backgrounds and cutscenes.
Knockback.
And it also helps that
Heavy.
a lot of adventure games from back in the day, you'll rarely get a game over screen, and the puzzles are all logical and not
a variable. Thank you, TK.
Because man, that clock puzzle. Gabriel Knight fully is a moody experience that is captivating,
Hurtbox heavy.
and educational, all while keeping the horror elements intact.
I need to compile it to make it know that it's that actor. No, okay, that's gonna be a problem.
I can't really comment on because well, I I was part of the studio that worked on this game. Yeah, that's me right there. So it's kinda difficult for me to be impartial about it. So I'll simply say that it exists. But really, Gabriel Knight is, like I said, one of the best games in this genre. And it does so while relying on a serious plot and mature themes and not so much on humor. So I say, check it out if you can.
Mm-hmm. I bet. Just a minute. It lives, I see. Do you want to speak with Lolita? I'm sorry, but Gabriel is allowed. Oh, I mean, he's out. Yeah, if he ever comes back, I'll tell him. You know, you could do better. I know I don't know you, but you could do better. Sure.
So that's not gonna work. That's the problem.
This is the Nightmare Before Christmas for the Game Boy Advance. And wow, did this game ever caught me by surprise. I came into this one expecting
We could do all this math in the actual actor that spawns. That might be what we need to do.
You play as Jack Skellington, and the story takes place before the events of the movie, and it details how Jack first met Oogie Boogie and some of the other characters. Well, it turns out Halloween Town has been taken over by bugs, and it's your job to clear them. You do this by exploring the town.
In that case, let's get one of these, and then let's do go to variable again. Even though it's gonna break. Earthbox normal.
Like in Castlevania, and you must instead explore the world for any upgrades that might make you stronger. This includes a frog's breath gun that freezes foes, which you can then use as a platform to jump on.
For now, let's go ahead and keep it the way it is.
But can also be used to flip switches, or your dog Zero, which can teleport you to other locations, provided you play a Mode 7 minigame. This is honestly a
we have 27 unsaved items. Let me save those real quick.
How well they capture the feel of the movie. From Jack's overly dramatic movements to the mayor's faces and behavior changing whenever he's scared or stressed. And of course, the music, which was either taken from the movie or strongly inspired by it. Honestly, my biggest issue with this game is that the Game Boy Advance does not do a good job at doing justice to these songs. But the melodies are still good. So I say, check this one out.
We're gonna do a little bit of a change. I'm gonna have to do this onto all of these. Oh, and the parry, actually.
For the PC Engine. And despite its name, this is
we need to get rid of the event to begin play here.
Which is considered a classic in the arcades and the PC Engine in Japan. But it's mostly unheard of in the West.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna find the the bottomless pit. Is this its own thing?
The sequel, however, seems to have been mostly ignored by everyone, which is a shame because I freaking love this game. This falls
that one I don't need to worry about.
Medieval Japan style of horror, and much like Splatterhouse, which, by the way, was
just
created by Namco, Samurai Ghost is style over substance.
Let's do that. That way it will negate everything I said in the other one. Earthbox space.
This dude's soul. And to do that, you'll travel across Japan. Though the graphics and backgrounds makes
cast to
Japan's interpretation of hell as you cross rivers of blood and immense graveyards. The graphics are very impressive for the system, featuring detailed sprites and pretty decent animations. But really, it's the art style and the incredibly moody and immersive music and visuals that sell this title. In fact, Samurai Ghost is most likely the Japanesest horror game of its time.
Because every enemy is gonna be based on the slime actor, because I'm stupid. So cast to BP main car, then cast fail, cast to BP Slime. There we go. That should do it.
First, though in time you realize that your movements are slow and your attacks are meant to be measured and
Get player character. I think we do the same thing.
You also occasionally pick up a few power-ups, but these are few and far between. And this game is super difficult. But in time,
Wait, no, that's not gonna
once you
work.
pick up on its quirks,
Get.
it becomes really addicting. I sometimes feel like I'm the only person in the world who loves samurai games. And like I said, this game is clearly style over substance. But man, it's a really good style.
There, get owner. If this fails, I'm just gonna do a very quick print string here.
This is Ushio Totore for the Super Nintendo, based on a manga and anime series.
Okay, so
which
now
I've never seen
none of the
before.
attacks are actually gonna.
As far
Okay,
as
they
I
still
can
work.
tell, you and your non-human friend are spirit hunters, and each level you have some pretty lengthy cutscenes on.
It
who
is
the villain
failing to
really
cast.
is before
Okay.
You have to go and hunt it down. Although, really,
Get-
I'm using the word level very
Oh wait,
loosely here. The first
if these are
level
going
is
through, that
43
means
screens long before
that
you
this
fight a
should
boss,
work.
and the
Okay.
second stage is even shorter. than that. Really, this game is more like one big boss
Get
rush mode, and
player character. Let's
it's
try
fine,
that.
I guess. I feel your moveset is not ideal for some of these battles, but because you're just straight up jumping to each boss fight, you can kind of figure out their patterns with enough practice and take them down fairly easily. Not only that, but because there are so few destructible low-tier enemies, whenever some do appear, they'll very often drop health items. And even if you lose a life, you'll continue right where you left off with full health, while the boss retains all the damage you've inflicted. So you can usually brute force some of them if you simply can't wrap
Instigator?
your head around their patterns. Like I said,
work?
you have two characters you can play as, but their differences are pretty minimal.
No.
But yeah, this game isn't bad or
One of these
anything,
has to
but
work.
It didn't really do it for me. I think that it's one of those titles that was made for fans of the anime and manga only. So if you're one of those, you might enjoy this one.
Get player pawn, maybe? No. It's failing to cast to it.
This is Demon's World, also known as Horror Story for arcades. And the story is that ghosts and demons have broken loose, and you're this cool dude with sunglasses who has to stop them. All of the levels have forced scrolling, which means you have to keep moving, and you can either gun down enemies or jump on them Super Mario style. You'll also be picking up weapon power-ups, which have different firing ranges, firing power, or angles. Though my favorite is by far the spread gun. I really like how enemies
How to cast
don't
NPC,
generate
here we go.
ghosts or imps, but you'll also have recognizable horror icons like Frankenstein's monsters and Jason knockoffs. I also kinda dig how each level has a world theme. For example,
I don't want to do a level editor. I want to do a level blueprint. It shouldn't be the level blueprint.
which then leads to a Native American level, before then crossing the ocean and reaching ancient Japan. The game itself is okay. Nothing spectacular or groundbreaking, but it's good enough on its own, I suppose.
All actor. Get all actors from class. What is this? That's a get.
Horror Story would also be brought to the PC Engine CD in Japan, and it's pretty much the
Highly
same
doubt
game,
this is gonna work.
albeit less graphically impressive. I mean,
There's no way in
some
hell
of the
this will
backgrounds
work.
Almost look closer to what you'd expect out of the
No,
NES.
of course not.
I mean,
Why would it
heck,
work?
You can even see the boss's border covering the background. One interesting thing about this
But it
version
has
is
to
that
have
it
something.
begins with a level set in ancient China instead of the
How do we
Old
do
West
this?
before then crossing over to Japan. I wonder why they changed that. Also, I'm pretty sure they nerfed the spread gun because it went from being my favorite weapon to the worst one. And I also feel like there's really nothing here that justifies the
Get
game
actor
coming on a
from-
CD. All of this looks to be perfectly doable on a Hue card. But honestly, I did not enjoy this version nearly as
Slime.
much as the arcade original. So I say, stick with the coin-op version instead.
Lenient is valid for this. For this part. If not valid, then go. Yeah, of course
This is
not.
Clock Tower for the Super Nintendo, a point-and-click horror game that released fairly late into the system's life and only in Japan. You play as Jennifer. Wait, another Jennifer? What's with Japanese horror games and women named Jennifer? Anyway, you're an orphan who gets adopted by a wealthy recluse, and when you and a few other orphan kids enter the Clock Tower mansion, something goes wrong, as you hear a scream and everyone goes missing. Before long, you find yourself being chased by the series' staple antagonist, the Scissor Man. Like I mentioned before, this is a point-and-click adventure game, which is usually not an ideal genre for consoles. But in this game, it honestly works really well. Your cursor is fast and controls are streamlined to the point where you can just hover over anything and the game will automatically assume the correct action.
I guess I could make it so that these actors are controlled by
I know this is intentional,
player
but
one.
geez,
So we don't have a player one.
You do have a sprint button, but doing so will drain your stamina, and the lower it is, the easier it is to get a game
Clock tower.
over
Oh yeah,
screen.
clock tower.
Heck, get it low enough, and you'll get a game over screen from a parrot of all things. Thankfully, the art style is truly great, as are the animations, and I feel
There.
the developers did a good job at going for more realistic art style.
Gas
instead
to
of typical
BP
anime visuals.
slime.
I mean, nothing against anime. Y'all already know that I'm a major weeb, but the realistic art style
Get
will
player
generate that
character
extra bit of realism and helplessness in the game. Speaking of which, Jennifer is completely helpless. There are no weapons in this game and no means of self-defense.
Okay.
And if you're ever in trouble, your only options are to either run or hide. But if you're hiding, you have to stop moving or creating any sort of noise, or else you'll be discovered.
And it didn't even work.
It's
Great.
really a question of picking up convenient items and knowing when to use them. And depending on your actions in their order, you can get over 9 possible endings. There really isn't any other game quite like this one on any
Son of a
other
bitch,
system
it's
or
not working.
console, which is part of the reason why this game has such a loyal fan base. In fact, if you mention 16-bit horror to anyone,
But
people will
do I just need to make a
usually
player
recommend
character?
series or this game. And
No,
with good
this is
reason,
not working.
because it's honestly an amazing experience.
Oh, what the hell?
Check it out if you can. This is Wax Works for MS-DOS computers, a first-person RPG horror game by the same studio behind the Elvira games. The game would also come out for the Amiga, but unlike the Elvira games, I feel the MS-DOS and Amiga versions are so quality that it basically comes down to personal preference. Anyway, you're visiting your uncle's wax museum when you learn that an ancient witch cast a curse on your family. So you're given a crystal ball that lets you contact your uncle from beyond the grave. And you'll be visiting multiple wax exhibits that bring you to different places in time. and you cannot leave those exhibits until you complete their quests. What's interesting here is that each exhibit plays slightly different from one another, and because of that, the game ends up having an anthology feel to it. So for example, the Ancient Egypt exhibit is the most standard first-person RPG of the group. Here, you explore the dungeon, collect weapons, armor, items, defeat enemies, cast spells, and so on. But then you have the Jack the Ripper exhibit, where you're in turn of the century England and there's no combat. So the game is now more about exploring this world and solving the mystery of Jack the Ripper while avoiding the police and passerbys who think that you're the culprit behind the murders. While the zombie exhibit is one more focused on combat with a hint of survival horror, as you only get one weapon and you'll be hard-pressed to find any items to help you. And lastly, you also have a Cthulhu-themed waxwork. The combat in this game is the most standard of them all when compared to the Elvira series, making it the first one that is actually easy to pick up and play. And like
oh fuck, I'm not watching a 2-hour video to find out one thing.
Body parts of your foes for different effects. So if a zombie loses its arms, for example, it'll be unable to attack you. Also, the pixel art in this one is the best so far, as the artists were clearly let off their leash, and they were told they could do whatever they wanted. And boy, did they ever follow up on that. I feel the game itself is
Screw it.
alright, but man, once again, this is a pixel art spectacle, and something which must
I have a
be
new idea.
absolutely seen. If you don't care about Elvira or the Elvira games, this is most likely the easiest game from Horrorsoft to get into, and you probably won't need a guide nearly as much with this one.
We'll only have these happen for the...
Check it out if you can.
So melee enemy just doesn't do it. Let's see, this is melee ally. Click the video and see the comments, see the first complete a quick code. Well, we're gonna take a while to scroll down to the comments. Nope, apparently not. Okay.
This is La Place Noma for the Super Nintendo. It's 1924 in Massachusetts, and some children have gone missing in a nearby haunted mansion. So now, you get to create your character and go find them. And you can select from a slew of character classes. After that, you visit the various spots in the city to buy gear, but also recruit new members to your party. From there on, you'll be entering the mansion and fighting monsters and spirits in a Final Fantasy-like turn-based battle system and solving puzzles. What I find it interesting here is that the game is constantly asking you to make tough decisions, starting with your party and their classes. So for example, the detective is the best way for physical combat, which is good when fighting against giant rats, ghouls, or skeletons. But it'll cause 0 damage to ethereal foes like ghosts and spirits. For that, you need a medium and a dabbler, both of which can use magic to heal, damage, or buff. But their mana is limited, so it's often best to enchant a detective to cause ethereal damage to these foes. But the thing is that even if you defeat them, you'll gain experience, but you won't get any money. For that, you need a journalist.
Let's do this
Means of making
current damage.
against either physical or non-physical foes, but can instead photograph them, which you can then sell
And
as
make
pictures
this
to get money.
current
But
knockback.
you can't just take pictures of any old rat and expect people to pay money for that. It's gotta be stuff like ghosts or living skeletons. But the thing is that even if you do find a good enemy to photograph, if the photo is too blurry, you won't get much money for it. And you have to do all of that while managing your character's mental health, similar to what you see in a Lovecraftian novel.
There we go.
Basically, if they witness too many horrors or are too scared or receive too much mind
They're the
damage,
same thing
which
for
can come from combat
the other
or simple
hitbox.
things like playing
Here,
the
Sword
piano
Ally.
at night in the middle of the haunted mansion, they can go insane. And if characters go insane, they cannot use their special abilities and will start attacking everyone at random. There are just so many gameplay mechanics here at play, and the fact that you have to juggle all of these while still trying to progress through the mansion makes La Place Noma one of the most unique RPGs to have ever come out. 16-bit or otherwise. My only criticism with this game is that the graphics are a bit on the low end for the console, and the music can get pretty annoying after a gameplay session. But other than that, I absolutely recommend
Multiply
you check this one
by
out.
2 as a current knockback. Oh wait, we need a variant for that as well. Knock back normal.
And there we go, a selection of 16-bit horror games to enjoy this Halloween. Are there any games I missed? Let me know in the comments. In the meantime, I'd like to thank all my Patreon supporters, including my newest backer, C.A. Brown. Thank you for helping make the channel better. Anyway, I hope you have a great day. Bye! You know, bootlegs and unlicensed...
It's probably ready to be for the awards of the game tonight, featuring Jeff Killington himself. Yeah, I'll be watching that alongside my sister. We'll be streaming it up in the top corner because I still gotta be working on the game. But yeah, I'll be watching it.
This is Zook Hero Z for the Game Boy Color by the king of Game Boy bootlegs, Vast Fame. And as you can see, this is a Mega Man bootleg. In this game, you play as Zook, a police officer whom, while trying to stop not Dr. Wily here, was struck down, and was then Robocopped into becoming Zook, Hero Z. And man, this game is super impressive. It looks the part, it sounds the part, and it mostly plays the part. I say mostly because there are a few differences from
And we want Hurt Box normal here.
and dash maneuvers from Mega Man X, but also the slide maneuver from the mainline Mega Man series. But more importantly, Zook's physics are a lot floatier than Mega Man's. I mean, don't get me wrong, the game still plays great, but the jumping feels very different from Mega Man. But Zook's design is so similar to Capcom's Blue Bomber that my monkey brain always defaults to that series instead.
Yeah.
As Zook, you have 6
Get current damage
weapons when you defeat them. The weapons
and
are pretty nice,
get
and are
current
against
knockback.
with
There we go.
some bosses being weaker against certain attacks. Not only that, but you also collect armor upgrades similar to
Let's see if
Mega Man
it
X.
still
And
works.
if you collect the arm upgrade, you get to charge your special weapons to release more powerful versions of that attack. Although really,
I made a mistake.
in my opinion, is the most powerful
Hurt Box normal. You are a different actor.
That thing is powerful
Supposed to be
and can take out just about everything in your path.
by default. You are just sword ally normal.
Attacking Dr. Miley Cyrus's fortress and taking him out. Another interesting thing about this game is that it's using the Game Boy Mega Man 5 sound engine, but the songs are all original. And in fact, they're actually really good, though some sound effects will cut off parts of the music. It's pretty clear that Vast Fame were huge Mega Man fans, as this often feels like a love letter to the Blue Bomber. And in fact, Zook is a highly respected game within bootleg gaming circles. It really does show that Vast Fame could have been an official studio.
I want print strings here
Most bootleg and unlicensed
because I want to make sure that this actually
that were
works.
not officially supported by Sega
This
or
way we can
Nintendo.
figure out why
So they had
it's
to
not
do it.
working.
And the game was so successful that it got multiple sequels and spin-offs, culminating with Zookman ZX4 for the Game Boy Advance. Which, yeah, we don't talk about that one.
Brother, what's that?
Okay.
What's that, brother?
I should point out that there's also an English
Yeah,
version
custom
of the
event.
game, but sadly, it's a bad dump. as the game will crash after a certain point.
Initialize
Playing the Japanese release.
attack.
Although, you should probably stick to using emulators, because Zoop games tend to fetch insane prices. Yikes. But really, Zoop Hero Z is a great game in its own right. It's not quite as good as Mega Man, but it's still a genuinely good game that surpasses a lot of official releases. Check it out if you can.
Nope. Wrong. Sword Ally.
This is Buzz and Wolldog for the NES, a South Korean unlicensed game by the same makers of Metal Force. And this game is basically an exploratory platformer that took a lot of inspiration from Mario 3.
Oh no, this one I don't need to worry about.
A lot of the graphics and level design were lifted straight from Mario, though the sound engine
Because
from Konami's
I don't think I multiply anything there. I think it's just always the same.
to explore the levels and find all the keys. So you'll have to jump, run, and enter doors to find them. And as you destroy blocks, you'll find power-ups. The first of which is with double jump, and the second allows you to fall down slower, similar to the cape in Mario World. And if you get hit, rather than losing all power-ups, you're instead downgraded a level. So if you have both power-ups, you'll simply lose the floating ability, but still retain the double jump. And that's a good thing too, because some of these levels are impossible without the double jump. I mean, granted, most times you can usually get by if you jump onto an enemy and then use that momentum to gain speed and
Oh great. Okay. I need to remove this. I've got to do that.
Thankfully, the game is actually pretty generous with power-ups and extra lives. So even if you do make a mistake, it's generally pretty easy to either retry or look for a different power-up. And at the end of
There
each
we go.
world, you fight against the boss,
Okay.
which are usually pretty easy as well. Just pick up on their patterns.
Let's,
and that's basically it.
Go ahead and
In South Korea, where the game was
create
originally called Coco's
thing we need
Adventure,
now.
you could choose between a boy or a girl. But the version I'm playing is based on a Western release that would end up being cancelled, where they changed the girl character to whatever this is. Overall though, this game is actually pretty good. The graphics are definitely above average for the system, and the music isn't bad, though it does repeat a little too soon for my taste. But it's still a surprisingly good game. Check it out if you can.
Okay. Now I gotta figure out how this works. Need a variable.
This is Evil Stone for arcades, and it's an action platformer that uses the Taito L system hardware without Taito's permission. A portal to hell has been opened, unleashing all sorts of demons, and you're a monk who needs to take them down and save the earth. So you'll be jumping between platforms, fighting enemies,
Chosen
bosses,
weapon.
and collecting power-ups. The jumping might seem a little odd at first, but it's actually quite easy once you get used to
Now,
it.
do I make it
Basically,
an
the game will always land
structure?
you on a nearby platform, provided you don't jump onto an empty spot. But some platforms can crumble, or enemies can be waiting there to trap you. And the idea is that you do not take damage in this game. Yes, it does not matter if enemies or bosses hit you. What does matter is that you're not pushed off a block. Basically, if an enemy hits you, you're knocked back. And if there's no platform there, you lose a life.
Store multiple. Oh, wait. UE5. Or 4. UE5. UE5. Jesus. Store multiple values in a single variable.
So if you want, you can actually just sit tight and farm enemies for their power-ups until you're fully powered up, and then move on forward. I mean, at one point, we even start firing triple Kamehameha waves, so that's pretty cool. This is a pretty fun game.
Structure,
And if you
that's what I
saw it
want.
on an arcade, you'd never guess it wasn't licensed. I've honestly played a lot of official arcade games that were way worse than this. Check it out if you can.
Let's do this. I'm gonna drag it out there. Just so I can see it. Make it a structure.
This is Fire Emblem, the reincarnation of Fire and Light for the Game Boy Color, a Fire Emblem bootleg that takes enemies and designs from a bit of everything, actually. I mean, I posted a screenshot on Twitter and people were recognizing elements from Fire Emblem 5, Fire Emblem 6, and the first map is actually taken from Fire Emblem 1 for the NES, though I do not recognize a lot of the other maps, so they're either original or taken from other games in the series. But with all of that said, how is the game? Actually, it's really good. All of the core series mechanics are here.
Yes, change the variable. It's only used in one spot.
Different ground types give you defense bonuses, and staying on fortresses partially heals your character. The one interesting difference is that when you level up, the game does not automatically pick the stats for you, but rather you select which stats you want to increase. One issue this game has is that it does not tell you if different ground types or weapon types perform better or worse against someone. You just have to memorize the before and after stats to see if they're working as intended, which as far as I can tell, yes they are. And there's also no relationships or romance mechanics, although you do get money and get to visit shops between levels to buy gear and items. Sadly though,
I need to make one. That's what it is.
I did download an English patch that turns most buttons into English, but the story elements remain in their original language. If only there was a way.
So it's a thing called structure. Let's put that in our main car.
Well, maybe we can.
I think that's used anymore. I should probably remove that.
Is Languager 2 fantastic simulated battle for the Game Boy Color, and it's the exact same game. Only now it's running under a Languager coat of paint. Except this version has also been fully translated into English. I mean, well, it is slightly broken machine translated English, but English all the same. The sprites, backgrounds, and portraits might have been changed, but the core gameplay mechanics are still Fire Emblem. But you can tell that this was a rushed job, because the character portraits are not as well done here, and the battle animations suffer from the texture
structure.
The worst part though
EP,
is that the game is constantly
main
crashing.
car,
So either this was a bad dump, an emulator issue, or the
weapon
original version is just that buggy. Which is weird because the Fire Emblem one runs perfectly. So you have a version that runs perfectly but is in Chinese, and an English version that suffers from various bugs and crashes. I am honestly surprised that no one has taken the script from the English version and simply slapped it onto the stable Chinese version. As it is though, even if you don't speak the language, the basic existing
normal
patch for Fire Emblem is more than enough to play
box.
the game. And I had a great
We
time
need
playing this one. Fire Emblem was such a fun game.
How do I add more? Oh, there. Strong hurt box.
This is Tiny Toons Adventure 6 for the NES, and this is a
Then we need
Konami's Game Boy game, Tiny Toons
damage.
Badger's Big Break, which is a platform
The normal float, I think. What else do we need? Knockback normal and knockback heavy.
By hitting the pause button, and each one fires different projectile types. And I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I think this
Knockback normal.
goes better than the Konami original. Look, I
Knockback
the original Game Boy game, but
strong.
playing it now, the game feels a little slow and floaty, which in turn makes the experience a bit too easy for my taste. But the NES version feels snappier. I don't know, call me crazy, but I like the way this one handles better. One interesting gameplay change is that if you walk in the same direction for a few seconds, your character starts sprinting, which I also like because, again, it makes the pacing way snappier. But it also makes the game a bit more challenging, but not unfairly so. But that's not all, because the developers actually made it so that now you can only make some of these jumps if you start sprinting, which I am honestly impressed. You don't often see bootleg developers adding new mechanics to existing games and then tweaking the level design to ensure that you actually use those new mechanics. Good job there, Hummer Team. I am honestly impressed. I would even go as far as to say that some of these songs here are better. I think that Tiny Toon's theme is a little better on the NES than the Game Boy.
Melee ally and
But you don't expect a bootleg
Melee
game to put up
ally.
a decent fight against a Konami game in the music department. Unfortunately though, there are some things that hold this port back. The first is that a lot of content was cut, like this boss fight against Dizzy and this pipe section. And that's a shame too, because the Dizzy boss fight was arguably the best one in the entire game. And some parts of the game no longer work as intended, like how you cannot enter this pipe by jumping on enemies anymore, and instead you now need to go around the level. I'm really torn on this one, because there are a lot of things about this NES port that I like better than the original. But I don't like how
damage.
so much content was cut from a game that was already short
Set
to begin with.
current.
At least the
No,
minigames
set
were kept intact.
knock
I'm gonna say that
back.
if all of the content from the original game were here, this would have been the definitive version of Babs' big break. As it is though, it's
Set
still a
knock back
surprisingly good
heavy.
bootleg game that stands toe to toe with the Konami original, and that is an achievement unto itself.
Set
Check it out if you
hurt box normal. Wait a mask. Are you ill or something? I have a little bit of a cough, so as a joke, I put the mask on my character. Just to make sure that it'll, and also just in real life, just to make sure I don't spread it in case it is a sickness. I also wear a mask when I walk around. But right now I'm sitting in the corner by myself, with distance away from everybody.
Though it still missed some, like how this sound effect is still clearly taken from Golden Axe. Anyway, this is a beat-em-up set in ancient China, and you can choose between 3 different characters. You have your standard combo, a special attack that drains a little health, an attack that propels enemies off the screen for a little crowd control, and you can also collect tokens that let you cast different screen clearing spells. And the fighting feels really good, with satisfying hits on your enemies while they put up a decent fight without being too cheap. Although I should point out that the game always defaults to the easiest difficulty, so you might
I just want to see if this works without needing to do much more work than that.
water margin are honestly impressive. The characters are large and detailed, the game allows for a pretty decent number of on-screen enemies, and the backgrounds are
Hey!
quite nice. Even the music
It actually worked.
and you even get a bit of story between levels. But the game
Not the right
seems to assume that
thing,
you
but
are
it worked.
already familiar with the original Chinese novel, because
Thank
I
you.
have no idea what's going
Okay,
on. If
it
this
worked.
game had gotten an official launch,
I'm happy about
I
that.
guess it was a bootleg.
Also wear them to
just
protect
a
viewers
really
from
good
computer
game. I mean,
viruses.
it's
Exactly,
not official
TTS,
great,
exactly.
but it's honestly better than a lot of official games on the system. This is a game that wears its golden X and nice all around inspirations. and it's all
Melee ally.
So why say, check it out if you can.
Oh, pfft. I only changed the texture, didn't change the model. No wonder it didn't work. So now it's like that, but then now I'm just yes, it works. I'm so happy.
Fighting game based on SNK's Gauss Fighters for the Neo Geo Pocket Color, created by the king of Game Boy Color bootlegs, vast fame. And this is
It's awful. Yes, it's an awful attack.
Official or not. Partly because it's using the King of Fighters Game Boy engine, except it's been reverse engineered to run on the Game Boy Color.
I like it. It works. All right.
So good, because if you've ever played any
Let's set this back to to spin the whole wheel this time.
And hit detection are leagues ahead of its
If
and
it's the sword that gets triggered,
with the additional power of the Game Boy
we need
for larger and more
set this
making this
to
a very impressive game for the system. Much like the King of Fighters series, you can pick between one-on-one
use sword ally,
which is a feature which isn't even
sword strong,
Color original.
structure damage 1. I think I put it at middle. What is it? What was the damage at originally? It should still stay here. It was 1. Okay.
Some characters even went through complete
knockback and then 3 here.
anime and gaming industry during the late 90s, like how King is now Renoa from Final Fantasy VIII, and Athena is basically Card Captor Sakura. Oh, but wait, there's more, because the bootlegging does not stop there. Because they also added in Morrigan from Darkstalkers, who is now a sexy nurse for some reason, as well as a female version of Ryu from Street Fighter. Add to that how easy it is to pull off special moves, and the fact that this game has both counters and super moves, and what you have here is one of
Let's make the spin a little bit shorter.
It's insane to think how if we were to make a list of the best fighting games for the Game Boy and Game Boy Color, half of them would have been bootlegs, and Queen Fighters 2000 would definitely be up there. Check it out if you can.
So at the 175.
This is MiG-29 Soviet Fighter for the NES by Codemasters. Codemasters were a pretty prominent software house for 8-bit home computers back in the day, but for whatever reason, all of their NES releases were launched without Nintendo's consent, and Nintendo even took them to court because of this. And one of their unlicensed games was MiG-29 Soviet Fighter. And as you can see, this is an Afterburner style game in which you need to take down planes for points and dodge enemy fire. Although, unlike Afterburner, you cannot fire missiles. The game also has a fuel gauge, and when it
now we're gonna need to
game in which you have 30 seconds to dock
get
your resupply plane. Doing this refuels your plane, but also gives you upgrades to your weapons. And at the end of each mission, you have to fight against the boss. And if you manage to take it down, you get yet another upgrade to your weapons. And once that's done, you must now land your plane safely. At first I thought this
I guess what I should do now is make the weapon model.
Successful landing earns you yet another weapon upgrade. And from that point on, you'd
let's make the knife that I modeled here, because I kind of like that turned out.
Actually, no. Because once you reach level 2,
I'm gonna put this over on this side so I can see it.
Shmup in which you can move in any direction you want. Oh, and remember those weapon upgrades you've been collecting? You can now switch between them with a press of a button and pick the best one for each situation. And if you're hit, you then lose one of the upgrades but keep the rest. Like, damn, this is a really ambitious game for the NES, which is also helped by the graphics, which are pretty good for the system, and the music, which is honestly fantastic. Why this game does not get mentioned more often is beyond me, because MiG-29 is a true hidden gem for the NES. Check it out if you can. This is Castlevania Reincarnation for Java phones, from back when phones used to have physical keypads. And this is a Metroidvania style game inspired by the GBA games and Symphony of the Night. Heck, your main character even looks like a cross between Alucard and Soma Cruz. The story is that Dracula is resurrecting once again, although Dracula looks a lot different than I remember. And you are some random teenager who's been summoned to stop him. So I guess this is Castlevania the Isekai. And similarly to Soma Cruz, you also absorb the souls of
Castlevania the Isekai.
Here, it just means you experience
That's funny.
And just like the Metroidvania games, you can equip gear, use items, learn magic like shooting fireballs, as well as skills that let you traverse through the maps like a double jump, gliding, sliding, and you can even transform into a wolf similarly to Alucard. So once again, you're basically a combination of Soma Cruz and Alucard. I guess we're just going with the rule of cool here. And as you level up, you become stronger and gain points that you can use towards improving your current magic spells or learning new ones. And as far as I can tell, every song in this game was lifted from various Castlevania games, which are now
And
played in glorious mid-2000s MIDI tunes. Heck, sometimes they have the same song twice, but with different MIDI renditions.
It was in high school, yeah. Yeah, I recognize this specific MIDI remix.
That's actually because this game was made for a phone keypad instead of a controller like I'm playing here, so it does take some adjusting. But then again, the controls here are far better than most of the official Castlevania games Konami did release for Java phones. One interesting thing about this game is that the original Chinese title was actually Prince of Queen Millennium Reincarnation. But the game was then partially translated to Russian and sold over there as Castlevania Reincarnation. And the English patch I'm using is based on this Russian release, which is why parts of the game are still in Chinese. But even if this isn't titled after Castlevania, it does not change the fact that its soundtrack was clearly taken from that series, or that a lot of these sprites seem to have been directly ripped or traced over original Castlevania sprites. At the end of the day though, this is still a really impressive Castlevania game for Java phones, and it's honestly better than a lot of official Java Castlevania games. Check it out if you can. This is True Three Kingdoms for the Game Boy Color by Syntax, and this is basically a bootleg Dynasty Warriors for the 8-bit handheld. You pick from 4 possible characters, all of which are from the Dynasty Warriors series, and then go on a series of battles defeating everyone in a beat-em-up style. The first thing I gotta point out is that the graphics are really good for the Game Boy Color, featuring large colorful sprites and good animations. I mean, for context, look at how Batman Beyond, an official beat-em-up for the system, looks much worse than this bootleg. But the good news don't end at the graphics, as your characters also have a variety of moves available to them. You have your basic combo, you can run an attack, but you also have special moves that are pulled off by doing Street Fighter-like button inputs. And the game is even kind enough to show you which moves you can pull off after selecting your character. Sadly though, it does not tell you how to pull them off. And as far as I know, there are no scans of the manuals or guides that I can use to look them up. So I could only pull off about half of the special moves. All of this by itself already makes the game impressive. But Dynasty Warriors has yet another interesting gameplay mechanic. And that is that you get experience with each attack you connect with your enemies. And once you get enough experience, you level up, making your attacks stronger and your health more resilient. Not only that, but larger combo chains net you more experience bonuses. This is honestly a really good beat-em-up for the Game Boy Color, and in fact, I would not be surprised if this were the best beat-em-up on that system. Mostly because the Game Boy Color only got a handful of official beat-em-ups, and most of them weren't that good to begin with. And I say it's a real crime that this never got an official release. Do yourself a favor and check this one out. But we're not done yet, because Dynasty Warriors would get a sequel also by Syntax. And this is basically the same game, but with new levels and a few tweaks to the gameplay. For one thing, your character roster has now been expanded from 4 characters to 6, and they all retain their Street Fighter-like button inputs. The experience and level up system are back too, but now you get experience points for defeating enemies instead of connecting hits, though you can still earn extra experience for doing large combos, but I feel it's not quite as noticeable here. One interesting new addition to this game is that you now have an inventory screen where you can use items like throwing daggers, knives, screen clearing spells, or drink potions. And you also gain the ability to parry and counter attacks, which actually improves the combat flow considerably. And as you defeat enemies, they'll occasionally drop money, which you can then spend between missions while visiting shops. Here, you can buy permanent attack and defense upgrades, as well as extra lives and inventory items. Other than that, yeah, this is pretty much the same game as the first one, with a lot of the graphics and music being reused between games. My biggest criticism with Dynasty Warriors 2 is that the levels are now twice as long as they need to be. Yeah, I don't know why they did this, but even with the new gameplay mechanics, after a while, the level just like a slog.
Let's create some basic textures for this.
Including environmental hazards like arrows and falling boulders. But at the end of the day, Dynasty Warriors 2 has better mechanics, while the first game had better pacing. But despite that, this is still one of the best beat-em-ups for the system, official or not. I think I like the first one a little better, but check this one out.
We're currently working on. So I got the wheel currently set up, and it loads, and it also it can replace your current weapon type. So what I'm doing now is I'm making the actual weapon that you use, which is gonna just be a simple dagger. So that's what I'm doing right now, is making a dagger. And then after I've done that, we will we will code so that the dagger can get like fire, electricity, and ice particles on it. So that's gonna be the next step. Then we're gonna make the wheel actually show up and be on the screen. After that, we will do the. I guess we're not gonna be doing the level design tonight, even though I really wish we would have done that. I don't think we had the time, but yeah. So we're essentially just fixing up what we got here. I want the handle to have a.
As there are not enough spell slots for everyone to have every spell, so be sure to spread them out a bit. Personally, I think the weakest part of the game is its story, in that it's a little too basic for its own good, with your main party just being the generic good guys with some classic anime tropes thrown in. But the game makes up for it by having really fun combat. I mean, it's very clearly inspired by Final Fantasy, but it does a great job at making battles interesting while feeling epic, and the production values are really good for the system. Hell, they're better than a lot of official RPGs for the Mega Drive back in the day, featuring good music and some really impressive graphics. Don't get me wrong, this is no Phantasy Star 4 or Final Fantasy 6, but it's still a pretty good JRPG that would have been well received back in the day had it been launched officially. And in fact, if you do watch this game running, you wouldn't even guess that it's a bootleg. So I say, check it out if you can.
Alright, and
for the NES,
I want a red ruby
that was launched in the West
here.
by Tengen without Nintendo's permission. At this point, I think the history between Tengen and Nintendo is pretty well known. But long story short, Tengen was not happy with Nintendo's rules for third-party publishers, and so they devised a way to circumvent the NES lockout chip and launched a slew of unlicensed games for the system. And one of them was Namco's Rolling Thunder, a run-and-gun platformer in which you can jump between two different planes to avoid enemies. The plot is that the evil King Piccolo has kidnapped your partner,
Piccolo?
and you must now stop this evil organization and rescue her. So you can jump and fire at enemies, but your ammo is limited, so you gotta manage it however well you can. Luckily, there's a few doors you can go to replenish your ammo and even get an MG. And you can jump between planes to avoid enemies or fight different sets of enemies. And that's pretty much it, really. Yeah, the game is kinda simple, but it really is fun, and it went on to inspire Sega's Shinobi series. Between missions, you also get a few cutscenes on the status of your partner. And I gotta say, I don't think Nintendo of America would be okay with these cutscenes, because they can be kinda suggestive. Heck, in some cases, the NES port somehow manages to be even more suggestive than their arcade counterparts. But hey, maybe that's just me. Still, I gotta say, I quite like this game. It's a little too difficult and a little too short for its own good, but that's really just the Rolling Thunder series in general. So I say, check it out if you can. This is Bubble Bath Babes for the NES, and it's most likely the most well-known bootleg in this video. This is a puzzle game in which you have to connect 4 of the same bubble color, though the game has 2 modes. One where you begin with an empty board and must clear a set number of bubbles to move on, and the other where the level already begins with a board filled with bubbles, and you must clear any bubbles that have letters on it. This might all sound pretty easy, but the game has an
T-Dagger.
interesting mechanic that makes it deceptively difficult. And that is, when you place a group of bubbles, the adjacent ones will not go down the board. Not even when they're free from the remaining group.
Oops.
So as a result, it basically works the opposite of games like Tetris or Puzzle Bobble. So the board can quickly become filled with empty bubbles, and those can take quite a bit of time and effort to clear. Though you can move your pieces into those empty bubbles if you wish. And that's pretty much it, really. As you progress through the game, you'll be given increasingly spicy images, followed by the most undecipherable English I've ever seen. What the hell is she even saying here? This is a pretty simple puzzle game, but it does achieve what it set out to do. It's not great, but it's pretty decent.
Having it like that was pointless.
This is King of Ring for the Game Boy Color, a Lord of the Rings bootleg by Syntax. And this game is an action RPG with some Metroidvania elements. You start the game playing as Frodo, and you're in an overworld, and you can visit areas which can turn the game into a side-scrolling action platformer. From there on, you have to find Gandalf, as well as Aragorn and Legolas. And when you do, they join your party. And you can switch between party members by hitting the pause menu, with each character having their own strengths and weaknesses. And you then need to progress through the game by making use of their abilities. So for example, Frodo can crawl through small spaces, while Aragorn can break walls. And Legolas here can walk over waterfalls. Gandalf, on the other hand, can cast
yes,
healing,
Legolas, well known for walking over waterfalls.
Not only that, but as you explore
Also a favorite part of the movie.
Upgrades for each character, with items like power gauntlets that allow Aragorn to break larger boulders, as well as the Finn's Vest that lets you take less damage, and the sword that makes Frodo not completely useless in combat. Yeah, the combat is a bit weird in this game, mostly because it only ever feels good with Aragorn, whereas Frodo's and Legolas's attacks are too weak for my taste, making them more of a liability, whereas Gandalf is
this one shouldn't be that
you can fire from a safe distance.
far. There we go.
Then again, you can simply choose to jump over most enemies and avoid them if you want. Some of the enemy designs do feel a bit out of place here, but the backgrounds and character animations are pretty good, and the music is also really good in a few places. It's not a perfect game, but the Metroidvania and party-based mechanics
Do I want the sword to be red, maybe?
graphics and audio also help.
Let me try this real quick.
It's honestly pretty janky, but pretty fun.
Let me try
And
a red
check it out
dagger.
if you can.
Yeah, we're gonna make it red. Let's make it not that red, more like this red. I like that. Red dagger. I'm getting
Why stop at
pings
one
all over
Lord
the
of the
place.
Rings
What is this?
bootleg when we can have two, with Lord of the Rings: The Return of the King for the Game Boy Advance by vast fame. And this is an overhead shooter with just the most incredible.
Yeah, we just need black and white.
character
Fuck! I forgot. Damn it.
Tolkien's Lord of
You're
the
right.
Rings, my favorite anime. Hell, look at the enemies. Remember that time Gandalf was in the desert fighting giant snowmen and snake women dressed like Japanese schoolgirls? Even the terribly broken English is just incredible, with brilliant dialogue like one introversion hobbit's Rogens got a ring with his cousin Bilbo, or how Gandalf is called Grande Grande in this game, and they mistake the ring to Judgment Day Mountain. Oh man, this is just incredible. So,
SM
well, it's actually
dagger.
pretty good. You select from one of 4 characters and then go around the various
Dagger.
levels of shooting enemies and collecting power-ups. Though each time you get hit, your power-up level goes down. But by the time you become fully powered, you're pretty much unstoppable. And if that's not enough, you also got a screen-clearing attack that wipes out all enemies on screen. Man,
here.
what is it with Lord of the Rings bootlegs and giving Gandalf the power of nukes? You also have a melee attack which can instantly defeat enemies or even swat away enemy
That's a dagger, there it is.
And if this is starting to sound like Pocky and Rocky to you, then yes, that's because this game is using the same engine as Pocky and Rocky with Becky for the GBA. And you might think that Vast Fang simply stole the engine, but actually, no. If rumors are to be believed, they actually bought the engine from Natsume. It really goes to show you that Vast Fang wanted to go legit at some point, but simply never could. As it is though, it's a pretty fun game, even if it's not quite as good as Pocky and Rocky.
It's not quite as good as Pock and Rock. MC Dagger.
Another unlicensed game by
Rocky rules. I haven't played Pocky and Rocky. Oh, you got a remix by sequel recently? Neat.
You go around the map and collect all the bombs before returning to your starting point and then move on to the next level. But levels are guarded by other vehicles, and at first, they're just going to wander around aimlessly, but once they find you, they start chasing you, and you can either try to lose them or drop.
Why do you do this to me?
Which stuns them for a second. Not only that, but the levels have quite a few
There we
hazards
go.
thrown in, from water sources or traps to
I did it to
slippery
myself.
ground that prevents you and your
Okay.
foes from making turns, and even items that
We
can
need
be as barriers against other cars.
another
Not only that, but the game rewards you with
one in
extra
here.
points if you pick up the bombs in the
This
correct
is the
order,
set.
which, let's be honest here, stunt buggies is the type of game you play for points, so it does pay off.
Dagger visibility.
Which is why it's a good thing that you have a
And
back with
let's
you
do
at all times. And
dagger
that's pretty much
particle.
it. I will say that the graphics are pretty good for the NES, with the
And let's also do for the mage hands.
large sprites, and the music is also pretty good.
Magic
Enough for you to
particle.
listen to outside of the game. Overall, though, this is actually a pretty fun maze game.
We're gonna need.
Once again,
We're also gonna need
played it
variables
without
for the
any
Niagara
copyright,
system.
you'd never guess it was unlicensed. So I say, check it out if you can.
Niagara system object reference. Toggle.
This is Final Fantasy VII for the NES. Yes, really. And it's a turn-based RPG that
Dagger
attempts
Particle
to more or less
and
recreate the combat and storyline of the
Magic
PlayStation
Particle.
game on the 8-bit NES. And as far as I can tell, this seems to be using the engine from either Final Fantasy II or Final Fantasy III.
Attack wheel.
With that said, though,
You just received a bunch of new stuff.
less cyberpunky in this version and a lot more medieval, as it reuses
like
a
none
lot
then,
of
because
assets from the NES
you're not
Final
used.
Fantasy games. And I gotta say, it's super interesting to see how the game uses a system very similar to the materia system from Final Fantasy VII. I was honestly having a ton of fun with this game. But unfortunately, once I blew up the first
Why are you doing
door
this to
and
me?
reached the first town, the game kept crashing on me. I don't know if it's an emulator issue or something wrong with the game itself, but I simply could not progress. If only there was a way I could keep playing this. Well, maybe I can, because this is Final Fantasy VII for the NES, and this is the same game as before, except that now, a few fans took it upon themselves to clean up the game of any bugs and crashes it might have, while also changing the graphics and soundtrack to more closely resemble the PlayStation game. So what you end up with is a game that is part
need a
bootleg
set.
and
What
part
is-
ROM hack. And not gonna lie, this is
Guess I'm just gonna have to
super
remake
impressive
it.
for the NES. The amount of cutscenes and set pieces from Final Fantasy
I
VII
can't
that
spell.
have been lovingly recreated
Hello.
is honestly insane. I mean, they did cut off some of them. This is the NES after all. But I got as far as the Honeybee Inn, and most of it was there. Yes, including the part where you dress Cloud as a girl. That is insane. But that's enough about the story.
Toggle of
So, how
invisibility.
is the game? It's honestly really
Yeah, well,
combat is turn-based.
yeah, well, like when I'm alone, I don't. It's like I don't necessarily need it.
Character can equip a materia, and the more you use it, the more
Yeah, but
experience
it disappears after a while, doesn't it?
and
Or
as materia levels up, it gains new and more powerful spells.
Oh.
Which so far, this works
I can continue wearing the mask then.
Though there are a few differences here. For one thing, spells and weapons also gain experience the more you use them. And once the
Fair.
character's expertise with a spell or weapon is maxed, you can go to a store and
Yeah.
level them up. So
Always better
this
than
way you
nothing.
can have a Bolt 1 spell that is level 5, or a Bolt 2 spell that is level 1.
It's more like it keeps whenever I talk, it keeps going like it's not staying on my nose. Like this little like bendy part here is worthless.
Random battles where you fight game enemies and vice versa. The difference is that those enemies will be the appropriate level
To what?
you're in. So if you're
Either that or too big.
you could run into some end game enemies, but they'll all be
Yeah.
level 1.
What I'll probably do is because I'll probably be getting some food very shortly. Is after I've eaten, I'll swap to a different mask, the ones that I prefer. Yeah, that'll probably work better. Okay, we need the dagger on the main character's hand. God, there's a lot of cubes here. Do I even need this one anymore? No. Do I need this one anymore? No. It's only this one that I use. Okay.
Than I thought I would. Obviously, it doesn't beat the original. But I
Nope.
will say that
It
it's
there was definitely some problem.
had a more streamlined experience than a lot of official
I don't think I use this
RPGs
anymore.
back in the day.
No. So I do use this one.
So I say, check it out if you can.
Let's see here.
And there you go, a selection of good bootleg games for you to play.
That's
Are
the end of
there
that
any
video.
games I missed? Let me know in the comments. In the meantime, I'd like to thank Ankos and the Spacetime Starbeast Discord server for helping me research this video, as well as all my Patreon supporters, including my newest backers, Bruce East Cruz Jr., Normal L, B Pine Alone Dialam, Tim Broughton, Maldo19, Olenek Andrew, say that the NES has gained a new life would be an understatement. Who knew that decades after Nintendo discontinued their 8-bit console, it would receive so many new games, ports, and exclusives?
What the hell?
But I can also see how this would be confusing to someone who has not been following these releases. So today, I'm going to take a look at several modern NES games and see whether or not they're worth your time and money. So, let's get started.
It realized that that was one I had selected. Neat. I want you to be attached to hand R.
Gold Guardian Gun Girl is a twin-stick shooter mech game with randomized levels. You play as an enemy riding a mech, and you go around the various
Hide you so I can see what the hell I'm doing here.
Collecting gold, health recovery items,
Dagger
and fuel.
became.
Permanent health upgrades and
Where is it? Is it inside the hand?
mech by moving with the D-pad, but
Is it?
aiming with the A
Oh, hey, I found it.
NES controller has
Assessment went well today. Thanks for the advice and helping me understanding autism in the first place when I had questions. Yeah, no problem. I'm glad it went well.
are all randomly generated, and if you get lost, you can access a map that shows every area you've been to. With that said though, don't take too long exploring the levels because that fuel drains down fast. And once it's out, your mech will start consuming your HP instead. Overall, this is a pretty fun, if short game, with only 10 levels to explore. But once you finish it, you basically unlock New Game Plus. So there's that. In the end though, the game may be short, but it's super fun, and I had a blast with it. Check it out.
No. What the fuck are you doing? I'm pulling you to this side. No! Stop it!
Alfonso's Arctic Adventure is a platformer launched in 2018 by Spoony Bart Productions. You play as Alfonso, and your friend Bob has disappeared. So you decide to rescue him by, collecting fish.
Hold on.
Okay, anyway, this is a pretty basic platformer with puzzle elements.
Stay the fuck still.
Collect every fish in each level. Along the way, you'll find buddies you can trade places with, all of which have different abilities. So Alfonso, for example, can hit enemies with his stick. Magnus can attack and break blocks below. Fenwood has a low jump but can break any blocks he comes in contact with. And the girl...
There we go. Alright. Now you may animate again.
...can shoot daggers. Now, as I said before, this game has puzzle elements, so you often have
It's
to
very big. That is not a dagger.
of collecting every fish per level, though most of these are fairly easy. At the end of each world, you also have a boss fight. The issue is, you go down in a single hit, whereas the bosses take
Looks
multiple
good.
hits to bring down. Because of this, I thought they were a little on the cheap side. But it's nothing game-breaking or anything. Overall, this game's okay. It was
By
fun, I
default, it
guess,
should be
but nothing really outstanding.
hidden in game.
The Crow Maiden is a platformer released for the NES.
Turn it off and
you play as
make it
Tyra,
visible.
a barbarian who must save her fellow tribesmen who have been captured. This
See
means
here.
that you go around each
Which material is this? I need to make sure it works.
tribesmen in that specific stage. Along the way, you'll find weapon upgrades that
It's
increase
4.
your
Okay,
range and
so
damage.
let's make them
So
all
you begin with a
show
dagger,
4.
but can upgrade to a sword
And this should spawn the sword in our hand when it stops.
for long-range attacks, and as you defeat
It did
bosses,
not.
you'll gain upgrades. These can be permanent health boosts or new abilities like an air gliding maneuver. If this game seems familiar to you, it might be because I previously took a look at the Mega Drive version, which features better graphics,
Oh,
but for some
that's why
reason
it didn't
had
work.
its gameplay slowed down. This, on the other hand, plays way faster, and the game is all the better for it. In fact, there's also a Super Nintendo version of this game in the works, and I'm just gonna say it, the NES version is the definitive way of playing this. The faster pace really makes this game way more fun, and I actually like the NES soundtrack better than its 16-bit counterparts. Heck, even the art style is better here if you ask me. I do remember enjoying the Sega version, but also feeling that the pace was a little too slow and that the level design could have been more interesting. Near as I can tell, the level design here is the same in both versions, but the increased speed really turns this into more of a full-on action platformer, and it just feels so much better. Honestly, this game is just great. If you're gonna play any version of Ira, make sure it's this
Oops. Oops, that's not dealing damage anymore. It's because I didn't tell it to...
F-Data is a racing game for the NES whose name is clearly parodying
There we go.
F-Zero for the Super Nintendo. And it's easy to see why, because this game has impressive background rotation features for the limited
Just want to see this
NES
again, but with the knife.
problem is that the game isn't particularly interesting.
It's awesome. I love it. Okay, sorry, get distracted.
And it has this incredible
Let's get rid of that. What the fuck?
I think I just found my thumbnail. Sadly though, unless you're a YouTuber who uses attractive anime girls for clickbait purposes, I don't think there's much here for you.
At least it's honest. Okay, what the hell is Nana support?
Alpha's Awakening is an NES port of the popular Steam game, and wow, this game is so good! You play as Zoe, and it's your job to stop an evil vicar who has taken over the land of Alwa. And this is an incredible Metroidvania for the NES. For one thing, I love the art style, and the music is absolutely excellent. You have a pretty big map to explore, and you have to pick up gems that grant you new abilities to take out the various...
Since we have the fire and particles already, let's go ahead and work with that. Fire base. Fire...
throughout the world that make you stronger, and you'll also pick up items that can be useful to
Fire dagger.
like coins. Seriously, the puzzle
We're gonna have fire magic, which is gonna be on the hands.
art style and music, they all just work together to form an incredible 8-bit game. I never played the modern version, but
Okay,
if it's anywhere as good
we
as
do
the
not
NES
want
version,
this anymore.
then I am gonna give it a playthrough because I love this game to bits, and I highly recommend you check it out.
How do I set the infinite, first of all?
Battle Kid Fortress of Peril is part Mega Man, part Metroidvania, and part I Wanna Be the Guy. You play as Timmy, a cadet in training when suddenly your base is attacked by an old friend of yours. So now, you have to don a special suit and go after the perpetrator. The game's controls and visuals are reminiscent of Mega Man, although your character moves a little faster. But the difficulty is actually closer to those old NES and Flash Challenge games like I Wanna Be the Guy. But thankfully, this game isn't quite as unforgiving as those games are, as you have a health bar and
To
save
20.
which restores your HP. The base is also immense, but many areas are either locked out until you meet certain requirements, or inaccessible until you get the correct upgrades. These can go from simple things, like letting you know which coordinates your current team is in, to higher jumps. I think
Niagara
this one are a little
particle
basic,
system
but the
component.
music is pretty good, and I feel the
Oh,
rules are
it
well
remembered. It
designed
knew which one I
to have a
wanted.
nice balance between platforming, puzzle platforming, and being difficult without being too frustrating. And at times, the game makes its Mega Man inspiration very clear in its visual design. Overall, I really enjoyed this one. Check it out.
Okay, we're gonna need to do some adjustments here. This knife needs to be smaller. Like much smaller.
Will be followed up by Battle Kit 2 Mountain of Torment. This game takes place directly after the first
Let's try that
game,
size.
where you capture the traitor from the previous game, and we learn the good guys apparently have no issue with breaking the Geneva Convention and forcibly getting the answers they need by any means necessary. Yeah, I could have gone without that plot point. Anyway, graphically, the game looks the same as its predecessor, and the same goes for your controls. The main difference, though, is that you now die
I don't get
in one
why
hit,
it's like
and,
that, though.
I am not a fan of this. Basically, the game now leans even more heavily towards the I wanna be the guy formula, and it kind of breaks that careful balance of challenge versus reward for me. I know that you can technically lower the difficulty, but I chose the normal setting on both games, and let me tell you, Battle Kit 2's difficulty is anything but normal. It's especially bad during boss fights where you have to hit them dozens of times, but you cannot get hit even once, as well as
Okay.
during particularly difficult
Instead of
sections that
doing
do not feature a
the
save point.
velocity thing,
If
we're
you're
just gonna do
good
that.
at
We're gonna have
you might enjoy this.
high particle count again. We want the lifetime to them under to be a little bit higher though. Let's do let's just make it 1 or 0.5 for these.
Blade Buster is a caravan shmup for the NES. If you don't know what that is, basically it's a score attack mode where you have to get as many points as possible in the shortest amount of time. In this case, either 2 minutes or 5 minutes, depending on your preference.
There we go.
The game plays like Star Soldier for the PC version, featuring the same power-ups, a button dedicated to increasing or decreasing your movement speed, and it even has an NES rendition of the main theme.
Location.
But what really impressed me is how many sprites this game is pushing. At times, it honestly feels like this game is close to pushing 50 or more sprites. And while these do come with slowdown and sprites flickering, the mere fact that the game can push them at all, and that the offset is so minimal, is impressive. Then you add in some parallax scrolling,
It's so big.
and you have one of the best looking
Okay, we have a problem there.
shmups I've ever played. Honestly, my biggest issue with this game is the fact that it's a caravan shooter. Why couldn't they have made a full game out of this? I was having so much fun with this game, but a mere 2-minute or 5-minute run left me wanting more. This game is just great, but there needs to be more of it, because as it is, it just left me feeling unsatisfied. But if the devs ever choose to make a full game out of Blade Buster, then we may have finally found a game to dethrone Power Strike 2 as the best 8-bit shmup.
World. We're gonna do world on these. See if that does any difference.
Chun-Li Adventure: The Quest for Pinky is a game based on Pawn Star's Chun-Li. Why this exists is beyond me. As you can see, you play as Chun-Li, and the game is a parody of IRAM's Kung Fu Master. I don't know if it's using the same engine or not, but the handling does feel different, so I'm inclined to say no. With that said though, this game is nowhere near as interesting as Kung Fu. You're honestly just better off playing that instead. I find the character designs unappealing, and Chun-Li is a bit sluggish to control. Oh, and some of these bosses are super difficult. Still, you do at least get to punch Rick in the groin, so I guess there's that. But even then, this game isn't worth it, not even for the memes. I say skip this one.
Okay, it's local that I need to set it to.
next step, we have Jay and Silent Bob Mall Brawl. And after my previous experience with Chumley Adventure, my expectations were understandably low. But lo and behold, this game is actually amazing. You play as Jay and Silent Bob, and you start wreaking havoc in a dating game show, before moving on to a mall. And I gotta say, I really dig the graphics, the controls, and the hit detection. Your reach is a bit low, but once you get a combo going, you can really cause a lot of damage to your foes. It kind of reminds me of the Kunio-kun games in that regard. You also got weapons you can pick up, which add to your reach and damage output, but will break easily. Another cool thing is that if you're playing alone, you can switch between Jay or Silent Bob on the fly by hitting select, and each one has their own health bar. Even better, as time passes, whoever you're not using will start regaining health by themselves.
That's rifle.
Trademark Kevin Smith humor like the Rug Muncher shop, some Jay and Silent Bob
Trying to figure out
like
how to
and even some bonus
make this look
for some
good.
much-needed variety, and you honestly have a winner here.
I think my best idea might just be to have
$50,
this one
man.
again.
Put that game in my hand.
That's set.
If that game doesn't show, you owe me, owe me, owe. Check it out if you can.
Let's set this to be curve, maybe? Random range vector, here we go. Yeah, you can thank Ruby for that prompt.
Astro Ninja Man is the best take on the
Let's
Galaga
set it
and
at
Space
local.
Invaders formula I have ever seen. Just look at it. This is super fun, super trippy, and the music is incredible. Okay, so you need to take down all the enemies as they come, and you can either shoot at them or wait for your ninja gauge to reach its max and release a more powerful attack. Occasionally this thing appears, and you can shoot its power-ups to gain clones. These will add to your firepower, and if you get hit, you lose one of them. And that's it. That's the game, and I freaking love it. This just goes to show you that sometimes you do not need a high concept or deep storyline to put out an incredible game. There's also a rerun.
Well, I think you're kidding, with trading cards with sort of prompt. God.
Which is basically a caravan mode. Honestly though, it doesn't matter which version you get. This game is incredible, and I highly recommend this one.
Wheel of Morality. I haven't seen Animaniacs, so I don't know the reference.
Fire and rescue. You're a fireman and
Okay, I think that's a good enough fire effect.
your water gauge is limited, so you often have
It looks weird here. It actually threw me off at first, but it works.
So you need to be careful to not get by a fire.
Now we want to do the fire effect before
Honestly, there's not much to
for the
It's not
hands.
bad, but not something I'd go out of my way to play.
Oh, so that thank you. Now I see it. Wheel of Morality. Yeah.
Steins Gate.
Magic.
Based on the popular anime which I've never watched.
Yes.
And
Yeah. Thank you for showing me what you
Steins Gate
googled.
can be summed up in just 3 syllables. And that's it. That's all I know about the anime. This is a visual novel style game by M2? Really? M2 made this? Okay. So, anyway, this is a visual novel style game, which as far as I know is a retelling of the anime series. You are a mad scientist who created a cell phone that can send text messages to the past, when suddenly a time traveler crashes onto your roof who happens to be the as of yet unborn daughter of your engineer friend. So you need to go find parts for time
Because Wheel of Morality turned into a dose lesson we will learn, making a joke of cartoon always being a life lesson. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was a thing back then, you're right. That's interesting. Like that. And then The
be
mesh,
sent to point A,
Niagara,
B, before
just the
having to go to point
particle.
C, and then pick up thing D to then give it to
Yes.
someone else. I'll be honest, I lost interest
Turn
in this
socket,
one really.
hand
And
L.
it does not help that the visuals, music, and writing were all kind of basic. And
Hold on,
they
we're gonna
just
T-post
really
our
did not
character
grab
again.
me. I just hope that at least they did not remove the best line from the show.
Hey, master. I am mad scientist. It's so cool. Son of a bitch.
If you like Steins Gate, you might enjoy this one. But me, I'm out.
Alright, I don't want these to be local, I want it to be simulation.
The Legends of Aulia is a Zelda clone released in 2016. You live in a village where apparently people train their owls as pets and companions. But the Merman King does not appreciate your owl-based religion, so he kidnaps your secret owls, and now it's up to you to save them. And I gotta say, I really don't like how this game looks. I mean, the sprite works fine, but the colors chosen are just so unappealing. You play as Adlaniel, an elf with a pet owl who kind of stumbles onto her quest. You have a sword you can use as your main form of attack, as well as an owl for long-range attacks and fetching things. As you progress through the game, you'll unlock more abilities for your owl, including opening locked doors and dropping bombs. With that said though, you can only have 2 owl abilities equipped at any time, and you switch between them with the select button. And as you clear dungeons, you'll be moved to a new area and become locked out of the previous zones you've been to. So be sure you're done exploring before fighting that zone's boss. One thing that bothers me about this game is how it can be cryptic on what you need to do or where you have to go. I spent my first half hour just wandering aimlessly, not knowing what to do. Turns out you have to go to this tree and an important owl tells you what to do. Problem is, no one in town was very clear on this, so I had to check an online guide. I also had a similar problem with this puzzle where you need these flying fish to light up a specific part of the floor at the same time and then damage them both also at the same time. This game had potential, but I feel it could do with less cryptic design. Overall though, it's not bad. Check it out if it seems your thing.
They already announced a new Looney Tunes movie announced. I think I heard about a new movie announced. No, I didn't hear about a new movie. I heard about like a new show. Like they were gonna do like a
This looks like regular Galaga with better graphics. But do not be fooled, because once you get an upgrade, you'll quickly see just how insane this game is. For starters, knocking out a bug carrying a ship does not
Not being
be a
released.
good option.
Oh, okay.
Instead, you fire the capture
Yeah, no, I haven't
gun
heard about
back
that.
at 'em, and now you're
Okay,
the one capturing the bugs, and they join you instead.
Let's do NS Fire Dagger.
How much destruction I'm weaving. And other times you instead get a double shot, but without having the
This
second ship attached to you. Oh, but that's not
That's
all,
visibility, here we
because
go.
during the challenge stages, you have to jiggle your enemies to score more points. And then you have levels where you travel backwards, and the bugs never even create a formation on top of the screen. You just have to survive their onslaught instead. Man, as a huge Galaga fan, I have to say, this game is just great. Check it out.
We just finished the bingo card design store stream. Oh, awesome! I can mention that and that for the we're gonna have some bingo cards for the wait, do I have the wrong one? Oh, it needs to be a component system.
Platformer that mimics the level design of ZX.
We're gonna have some
There's a chance that you might be
hold on.
familiar with
Niagara system component.
almost exactly the same as the NES version, except
Niagara system component.
the MSX, the ZX Spectrum, Commodore 64, and other systems.
And
Now, I'm sad to say that this feature was not
there
included
we go.
in the NES version, meaning that what you
Yeah,
see
the Game Wars thing is in 2 hours, I think.
but tough as nails,
So once I've set all this stuff up, I'm going to I'm going to get some food ready.
to help you. They can be a bit cryptic, but become pretty clear if you're willing
Set
to
NS Fire Magic, and these both use the same one, so set NS Fire
and must instead avoid enemies at all.
Magic.
I've said in previous videos that I
Yeah.
really like this game, but that I also know that this particular subgenre of platformer is a little niche, so it might not be for everyone, and that goes doubly true for the NES port, which is missing the game systems from the Mega Drive version. Because of this, I think you're better off playing the Sega version.
Set visibility.
But this was fine too, I guess.
It's like pretty good. Yeah, saves me some time. Awesome. For crying out loud, well, just get rid of them. There we go. That's what I had to do.
Gym Power: The Lost Dimension is a port of the Super Nintendo and Mega Drive game to the NES, and wow, this version is impressive. Graphically, it looks incredible for the NES, with a great use of color and a nice art style. What's more interesting though is just how different this feels from the other Gym Power games. For example, you can now charge an attack and you even have hit points. So when you get hit, you don't actually lose a life, but your weapon will downgrade a level instead. Not only that, but enemies now move much slower and are way easier to defeat. If you've ever played any of the 16-bit console ports of Gem Power, then you know that enemies were super fast and would often sneak up on you. But here, they're super easy.
Alright, let's set this test. We're going to load Magic F. So let's put all these to 1. I barely drank any water today, now I have a headache. Don't be like me, chat. Yeah, no, don't be. Thank you for remembering to drink water, by the way.
Split up into multiple stages. So for example, level 1, which used to be just one long stage in the 16-bit versions, has now been split into 3 different levels,
there we go,
which feature the same boss with increasingly difficult variations. Also, some levels have been switched around, like you now have this shmup stage first, and only then
get some water.
Used to be the
Water's good.
From the 16-bit versions. All of these variations kind of make the NES port of Gem Power the most interesting version today, because it changes so much while still feeling like Gem Power. It's like playing a weird alternate version of the original game, and
I don't have the projectile set up,
every version of Gem Power,
but let's just...
And this NES port is no exception. If you're a fan of the original game, check this one out. And even if you're not, I still say check it out.
See, Magic F. Don't toggle that. Toggle Magic Particle. Set. Get. Copy.
Gotta Protector's Amazon's Running Riot is a game by Ancient? Ancient made this? The studio behind Streets of Rage 2? And wait, is that Yu Koshiro on the soundtrack I see?
Water!
Man, I can't wait to see what Yami came up with. Well, if nothing else, I'm spoiled for choices for the thumbnail with this video. Okay, so you play as this cutesy and scantily clad anime Amazon girl, and she's
what the hell is this game?
So your job is to pick up the T icons, hydrate it, while avoiding the cake icons, and that's
Magic Particle.
Wow, so you really came out of retirement for this game? Anyway, if you eat too many cakes, she falls down. And Yurt splits in half because of a falling S-bomb. Ah, Japan. Of course you would say something like this. After that, you're brought to a screen where you can see how much weight you lost or gained from her training. I'll give
Magic Fire Particle.
Good, and the sprite detail is impressive. And the music is also pretty great. But as you can tell, this is a very short game. I'll leave it up to you to decide whether or not this is for you.
If I make this into a Niagara system. Can't spell. Yes, change the variable type. Thank you.
Project Blue is a platformer released in 2019 by Toggle Switch Games.
Component.
You're some sort of lab experiment and you're trying to escape. So you go around several challenge rooms, firing at enemies, collecting coin icons for money, and picking up the occasional health for weapon power-up. The game design kind of reminds me of Battle Kid, except that this is not
Get
Metroidvania,
particle
it is inspired by
components.
Mega Man. This is all about the challenging room designs and how you approach each one. I have to say, I really love
I'm
the
confused.
in general, the sprite and background work are really well done, especially considering how small everything is. And the music is also pretty good. Sadly though, the gameplay got a
If
little
we as well haven't eaten since breakfast, we called you up an hour before, so we just hang out with you for a bit of yours. Yeah, sure. I'm trying to figure. I gotta figure out this part. How I set the particle to work, and then I'm gonna get some food. There's gotta be a way to tell it what particle system to attach.
Micromages is one of the more popular modern NES games, and with good reason too, because this game is awesome. For starters, the game can be played by up to 4 players, which in of itself is something of a rarity for the system. But I have no friends, so I played this one alone. You're a micro mage, and you can shoot in all 4 directions as well as wall jump, and you have to climb the tower before the auto-scrolling reaches you. And the further up top you are, the faster the scrolling.
It's doing stream prep.
Pick up extra
Okay,
as well as power-ups like shields that give you an extra hit point.
How do I do this?
Which let you hover in midair. And I gotta say, fighting your way to the top of the tower is super fun. And I can only imagine how fun this game must be if you're the type of human who has friends. I will say I thought the boss fights were all fairly easy, but that does not detract from how fun this game is. You should absolutely check this one out.
I will eat! Calm down! Yeah! Okay. New idea here.
This time you play as a vagabond with a magic loot, and you need to save the land which is beset
Get
by
rid of all that.
And this game actually juggles a lot of interesting mechanics. For one thing, you have a day to night cycle, and you can see it changing in real time.
Let's change these back to be. No? Where's it?
Which shops are open or closed, and which NPCs
Let's get rid of these.
Not only that, but you also can experience that you defeat. You also
there.
have this jumping maneuver, which
We're changing these back to Niagara system.
I will say though that I thought the hit detection on this was a little
Object references.
and in one case,
Niagara
you can
system.
on an NPC's hitbox. You also
Object
collect
reference.
items and abilities that let you progress further in the game.
Now we gotta go back and fix this up.
Magic that lets you light up torches or a jar of fireflies to light up dark areas. But then you also learn new songs that allow you to progress the game, and you play these songs by bringing out your loot and using the correct button inputs. But then,
there we
in
go.
order to play each note, you need enough inspiration points, which you get by defeating
Magic particle.
bushes or by buying them off a store. Man,
Fire magic.
that's enough gameplay mechanics. I will say that one issue I have with it that
Jeff posted the Jeff meme. Yeah, I saw that.
can get kind of ugly during certain parts of the day. And I do feel the sprites and sound design could use some.
Did you actually open it when I click open it? Fuck you, Discord. That's the wrong. You know what? Fuck it. There it is. That's your in-flight movie now. He posted it. Hold on, let me put that where I wanted to put it. Okay, where was I? The fire magic is set there. Let's do an is valid.
up in which you play as a ninja and need to collect bonsai seeds. The game is a beat 'em up that seems to be inspired by River City Ransom, but unfortunately, the gameplay
Spawn system. No.
For one thing, there doesn't seem to be any combos.
System.
Instead, you just dish out individual punches and kicks, not helped by the fact
Add
that
Niagara
you
Particle
often
system
stick in
component.
attacks while you're punching them. So it's
No.
usually a good idea to attack, walk away, and then attack again.
Wish I had context behind the Jeff thing.
Too many hits to bring them down. Once you do the
I
however, they'll drop
I actually don't know the context myself, so I can't really give any. Not really every year you have to talk about how games in pinnacle art form that they give. Right. No, I don't remember that.
Honestly, I couldn't get into this one at all.
Yes. Right. I had actually forgotten that was it. What am I doing?
City Trouble is an action platformer where you play as a girl looking to take down street gangs with her taser. Graphically, the game looks rather basic, though I do like the parallax scrolling in the background. The issue is that taking down enemies just isn't very fun.
I'm glad he likes it now, but I understand him getting hurt by it at first.
Your taser, however, has a limited energy supply
Okay,
and needs time to recharge, which is not helped by the fact that some enemies need multiple hits to
Trying to
bring
think
down.
what I need to do here.
Controls are a little stiff.
If I can't spawn, wait.
And if you get too close to the edge of the screen,
Spawn system attached. Attach the component. Get mesh.
I'm kind of inclined to think that they're the cooler faction. Overall,
For fuck's sake, of course it's at the goddamn bottom.
no, I don't think I will.
Attach point name, and R. Let's try that. What? Oh, for fuck's sake. Fine. Reset.
Full Quiet is a game that did not give me a great first impression, but quickly won me over. At
Okay,
first,
works.
I thought this was a hunting team's run and gun, but it's actually more of an action-adventure game in the style of Simon's Quest or Zelda 2.
It still works. Let's go. Whee!
You play as a hunter who discovers the forest is
I gotta change where the projectile starts though.
some kind of cosmic entity. Along the way, you find notes and hints left for you by another friend of yours who tells you that you need to reach 7 different cabins and set up their radios for clues.
Yeah, because it's why I need to change that.
Paths, but you have a compass which tells your cardinal directions, as well as a map that lets you know where you've been and highlights important destinations. You also have an inventory where you can bring up helpful items like ropes, cables to fix machinery, different weapons, and healing items. And the game also has a day-to-night cycle, with the game telling you that it's a good idea to stay indoors past 2 AM or you'll be hunted by something. Like, this is really impressive stuff, and I also like how you also have to worry about weapon reloads as well, and the platforming even has a few hints of a cinematic platformer. There's a lot going on with Full Quiet, but I have to say, it all comes together really well, and in turn, this might just be the most ambitious NES game I've ever played. In fact, it's
For now, let's just use this article as our test.
buttons for everything. But regardless, this is a pretty incredible game, and I say, check it out.
This one I want to have no collision.
Broly is a platformer launched in 2019. You play as this raccoon-style character, and you can jump on enemies, throw seeds at them, or create bubbles to take out foes above you. You can also roll
Timeline.
and there's even
That
some basic
timeline.
physics when you hit the ground while rolling. In
Let's
fact,
just have
this
it be
game
like
has an
this.
impressive amount of abilities for you to use. From food that slows down the pacing of your enemies, to items that change your
Float
color,
variable, which can have this be a constant. 1. Add actor
to fly towards your goal, which is pretty cool.
rotation.
Graphics and sound though are a bit on the basic side, and I have to admit, despite all the power-ups available, I found the game kind of boring honestly. For some reason, it just wasn't particularly interesting for me. I know some people really love Rolly, but I'm not one of them. This is just not for me.
Oh, the rotation didn't work.
What remains is an adventure game with some pretty interesting themes. It's 1986 and you come across a secret NES cartridge that contains secret messages from a major conglomerate. You hack into it by playing a game of Pong, which reveals how they control the media and are influencing people's opinions on issues like smoking and recycling by spreading misinformation. You then need to find specific characters to do some literal whistleblowing and fix these societal issues. Yeah, the game is a bit heavy-handed with its themes, but it
he's immune. Run!
And I think most of these are points that were hot topics in the
I forgot I needed to
agree with the message. As you talk to characters and then
not be the bit. Let's be that. Let's do event. Initialize attack. Here we go.
Flora benefit from recycling. Sadly though, the game itself is a little on the basic side. There's no action or combat, and it's really about going from point A to point B. But still, I did enjoy the dialogues here more than I did Steins Gate.
Okay, now why is it not rotating? Rotation not working.
Soul's Adventure is another Legend of Zelda style game. You play as Cherry, an elf trying to find her lost family, so you'll explore the land from both an overworld and a side-scroller perspective. You'll also come across dungeons where you pick up new weapons like a boomerang and a shuriken. Sadly though, I really do not like the controls for this one. Using the sword is super stiff, as it requires the animation to finish before you can move again. And long-range weapons take a lot of hits to bring down your foes. Enemies also get stuck in places, and sometimes in places that you need to traverse, which can force you to take damage with no other recourse. The game also seems pretty short. I mean, 20 minutes in, and I already had 2/3 of the inventory filled up. Not to mention that there really isn't much of a difference between the boomerang and the shuriken. Sadly, I can't recommend this one. Finally, we have Larry and the Long Look for a Luscious Lover. This is a port of the first Leisure Suit Larry game.
There's an unofficial port of Leisure Suit Larry. That's funny.
And interactions do a good job at replacing the text parser of the original, making the entire experience feel more streamlined. But of course, for some people, part of the charm is having to type out your own actions and see if the game recognizes them. But I did find that I did not mind the updated controls nearly as much as I thought I would. Other than that, well, it's Leisure Suit Larry. I'll admit I prefer the PC original, but this is not a bad way of playing the game at all. If anything, it makes me wish that the Master System port of King's Quest was more like this project. There's also an updated version called the Engagement Edition, which adds a playful intro animation where we see that Larry is actually a robot, and we even get a cameo by Prince Graham. But other than that, near as I can tell, it's the exact same game.
No, it didn't work because I would draw the wrong one.
And there you have it, a look at a pretty good selection of modern NES games. Are there any games I missed? Let me know in the comments. In the meantime, I'd like to thank all my Patreon supporters, including my newest backer, Chris Rosenow. Thank you for helping make the channel better. Anyway, I hope
Okay,
you have a great day. Bye! We've done 8-bit, 16-bit, and now it's time for some 32-bit goodness.
You want to see the bin cards, by the way? Yeah, sure. Let's see how. Let me see how they look.
Yes, heck, I'll even throw in some Nintendo 64 games, because where else would I put the N64? Anyway, let's get started. This is my selection of incredible 32-bit hidden gems you never played.
Oh.
ODT is part Tomb Raider, part RPG, and part survival horror, all wrapped into one. You're on an airship delivering...
The damage for magic should be higher. Oh wait, no, this is based on that.
Now, you get to
Fire damage, it does
each with their own strengths and
slightly more.
And you have to rescue your crew while searching for gas to inflate your ship's balloon.
Everything else is the same.
Plays a lot like Tomb Raider, complete with tank controls and precision platforming. But as you defeat enemies, you'll also gain experience points, which can be used towards improving your defense and hand-to-hand combat, as well as your weapon expertise or your magic.
Pretty sure what this should be is
very large levels looking for keys and
when
puzzles, but while also being on the lookout for items to upgrade your weapons or spells that you can add to your repertoire. Not only that, but the game is dark, brooding, and resources like ammo and healing items are scarce. The game is technically split into levels, but your ammo and health levels never replenish, so it's usually a good idea to conserve them as much as possible. Of course, you can also avoid
Croc-touring on the cards. No, not at this point.
Hey,
look at that.
Due to its stiff controls, the extreme difficulty, and how the game doesn't really do
I like
a
that,
job
that's funny.
at explaining, well, anything really. It just kind of drops you into the game and expects you to know what to do. But I've always loved this game, and I feel it never got the respect it deserves.
I'll keep my bigger card a secret for now, but that looks great.
Really, any other 32-bit console out there. Even today, I can't really think of any game that manages to combine these three genres in such an interesting and unique way.
Actually, no.
And the game is super cheap too.
Fire is, since it leaves particle damage afterwards, we should not have. The toggles are no longer used. Technically would take off a box on ours if Croc 2 remake was happened.
Chaos Flying Squadron was a shmup for the Sega CD and is currently one of the rarest games on the console. The sequel, Chaos 2, is a platformer for the Sega Saturn, and it's also amongst the rarest and most expensive games on the system, partly because it only ever launched in Europe and Japan. You play as Rami, a young guardian with her very own magical girl transformation,
Right.
which ends up with her
It
in a
works.
And there are two different factions fighting who are after a secret treasure that you're supposed to be guarding. So you now have to go across some really beautiful 3D levels while jumping on enemies and picking up items like mallets, umbrellas, and giant tanuki statues and using them against your foes. Most items also have a secondary mode, like for example, the mallet is good for fighting and hitting objects, while the umbrella lets you hover in the air. Interspersed with the platforming levels are the shmup stages, and these are not bonus levels, they are full-fledged stages complete with power-ups, decent enemy variety, and creative challenges. The game also has a few anime cutscenes, and no joke, these are hilarious and would have made for a really fun 90s comedy anime series. In fact, I'm kinda surprised.
Oh yeah, what did you decide for the wheel in the end? Oh, yes. Allow me to show you
version over the Japanese original.
We can go into the wheels textures to show this off. So it's gonna have 8 slices. Every time it shows up, those 8 slices are randomly generated, and it will be different. It'll be different ones every single time. So you could get, like, let's say we get 2 magic ice, 2 magic fire, then regular sword, lightning sword, and then 2 hands. Yeah, they'll be clearly visible in black and white. Yeah, so that's what it'll spin, land randomly, and what it lands on is what you get during that combat. Now, the hand means that you don't get anything. You have to fight with your bare hands. So you obviously want magic because of the long range, but you might want sword because of because of like it being easy to use. You do not want hand. But yeah, so that's the setup. I'm gonna fix up the color on it a bit because I don't like how bright it is, but that's for later on.
Below that is your layer, a vast desert made up of people who survive by scavenging the junk from the layer above them. And below that is a medieval society. Anyway, you play as a junker named Maya, and through a series of events, you must now travel across this world and prevent a full-on war from breaking out. I really like the game's dialogue and the lore of this world. And
yeah, that's cool.
Inspired by Final Fantasy VII.
That would probably have been better if I had the time to do that. But yeah, that is also a cool system.
Which, in my opinion, works toward its favor, as it gives it a unique art style, especially when coupled with the 90s Western artists trying to replicate anime look of this game. Combat is turn-based, and you level up, recruit new members, and buy...
And gives golden ice slappers. It gives you it just gives you punching essentially. Okay, it is definitely going the wrong way.
If you pair them together. As you explore each dungeon, you can see enemies roaming the screen, similar to Chrono Trigger, meaning that if you want, you can avoid most battles. Unfortunately though, the soundtrack is pretty forgettable, and their attempts at an active time battle system could use some work, as some characters take almost a full minute to reach their turn. I'm looking at you, Robodog, and I also feel that the battles look a little plain. I mean,
so fire will leave contact damage on the enemy for a short while. Ice will make the enemy slower. Lightning is just stronger power. Like, it's just the strongest one. It'll be like, I think I'm gonna make it like either half, like 1.5 strong or twice as strong. But alright, this seems to work. But we need new is valid.
Just try it.
Where it checks if that is valid. Okay. Let's go ahead and set the wheel back to normal, so we can see the whole thing in action. So right there. This time I didn't get anything because it was sword I. But essentially, yeah, it just shows up, spins for a bit, then stops. Sword L.
Which has been on everything really, though most
magic.
Never made it out of Japan.
We never did the normal magic, I just realized.
For the Nintendo 64, though thankfully the game has now been translated by fans, which is how I'm playing this. In this case, I'm using the Ozidral group translation. Anyway, you're a wandering samurai boy who comes across a village beset by Oni. As the villagers pray to their idol to save them, you happen to draw on it by mistake, and then this happens.
Bam! Bam! Bam!
So I guess this means you're the chosen one, or something. So now, you have to travel the mountain and look for materials that the villagers can use to build a castle, so that they can be protected.
Looks good. Alright.
Now,
when you exit combat, we need
though that can get you ambushed too. And if you die, you wake up back at the village and your stats are reset. though you can save up some money or items under certain conditions. Honestly, I really like this game. For starters, I love the art style. It kind of reminds me of Septerra Core, and I feel that this pre-rendered character art style is something that the N64 did really well, though the environments are all polygonal. And as you progress, the game is constantly forcing you to make tough decisions, as you have to decide which items or weapons you keep or throw away due to a limited inventory. And you have to do all of that while managing your health, hunger levels, and even traps or enemy positioning. If you see my Twitter account, you know that I can be pretty harsh on the Nintendo 64, but I feel that
I think I'm gonna veto this this idea, because I think the DAG will look better if it's just...
I would probably like the system a lot more, but that's all in the past. What matters is that Sharon the
If it's
1
just
is
like that
absolutely
instead.
great, and it's worth checking out.
Okay, custom event. Check combat.
Believe it or not, R-Type Delta was my introduction to this series, and
Timeline add.
I love this game, and yet I never see it being mentioned by anyone. This PS1 shmup was R-Type's foray into the polygonal world, and boy, did they get it right on the first try. Graphically, the game is stunning, with very impressive set pieces, 3 selectable ships with vastly different playstyles, and a really well-made soundtrack. I mean, just listen to this level where the music changes as you enter or leave the
Branch. In combat. If true, then keep going with this. But if false, first we set you to be in combat. We're gonna let the actor itself do this now. We're just gonna have the enemies trigger this event instead.
I always pick the RX design, which basically lets you anchor your force thingy onto the bosses and just keep hammering away at them without even having to aim. Free shmup to find alternate ship designs that I actually like, that is a rarity. Heck, I'm usually the first one to sneer at polygonal shmups, but no!
Let's see here. We need to spawn actor from class. Spawn the wheel, tech wheel.
Check it out.
We need the camera's location here. This cube is not even supposed to have. Yes, it's hidden in game. So let's get cube 2. Get relevant. No, relative transform.
Seems to be treated as a joke in every other circle I've seen, with most YouTubers basically pointing and laughing at the duck enemies from the first level and then promptly giving up on it. But I'm here to tell you, those people are wrong. This game isn't just good.
We need this to set.
It's the 1930s and you're off to a remote island which was run by a rich socialite obsessed with the occult
Set
and had ties with the mafia. But when you get
time.
there, it turns out everyone is gone.
Set global time dilation.
Are now speaking to you.
To 1.
What makes this interesting is that the way this is handled reminds
Make it less than that actually. Set custom time dilation
Except instead of looking for
to 100.
you are now seeing them either talk to you
How do I
reenact past events in
custom
their lives. And the acting is...
We're expecting another shipment of arms.
use custom?
I mean, the storage room is almost
I guess it's just automatic. Let's see here. The slime.
I mean, booze was one thing, but guns, I don't know. Quit worrying, Mike.
Well, it is what it is. Although it is cool how they give you a plot-related reason as to why you keep finding weapons and ammo around the mansion. Another cool thing is that the game does not have levels in the traditional sense. Basically, You start on one end of the island, and how you explore it is up to you. This means that a lot of it is actually non-linear.
I think that the game got remastered by Nighttime. Neat.
Level leads you into the ballroom. But if you take the time
Wait,
to
line of
explore,
sight. Here we go.
you can
This is what I'm
actually
looking
end
for.
up elsewhere and take a completely different path. It's all up to you. Every
Let's do
area
sit
is
combat.
unique
Let's
and
do
but thankfully, you do have a
check
map to
combat.
reveal where you've been, and you can scroll it to get your bearings. Most of the weapons you
Let's do
get
that for now.
are pretty
Just
standard
so you can see if this works.
like pistols and shotguns. But you do get to do
Oh wait, let me remove the
pistols
one that we're
too,
not supposed to be
and
using.
that was pretty rare for the time. Another cool thing is how the soundtrack at times veers pretty hardcore into full-on horror. I mean, listen to this.
Oops.
That is some genuinely great audio design. The problem is that it's kind of undone by how silly your enemies are. I mean, giant ants, ghost maids, zombie ducks, hunters. It's all kind of silly, really. It kind
Let's
of
do
feels like the
this.
developers didn't know if they wanted a full-on horror game or a parody, so it kind of keeps going back and forth. Oh, and those ducks? Turns out if they spot you, they basically alert nearby enemies.
I've seen the
of
Christmas.
presence.
Yes, I
So it's actually a really
Christmas
clever
parody
way to
posters.
sell
No, I did not see the Christmas parody posters, but I saw the special they did.
is very maze-like, and it seems that each area only has a maximum of 2 enemy types, which affects variety a little bit. It also seems that for the developers, enemy positioning just basically equates to filling the rooms with as many enemies as possible, and the frame rate does dip a little bit.
Okay, let's not make it that slow. Let's make
By
it.
speeding up your processor. Yeah, turns out 3DO emulation is actually
Come on.
really solid
Thank you.
and lets you easily tinker with the settings. Regardless, turns out that this game is actually a really good boomer shooter for the time, and it does not deserve the hate it gets. If anything, I feel like this game is only guilty of the crime of being on the 3DO. I say, check it out. Stellar Assault, also known as Shadow Squadron, is a polygonal space sim for the Sega 32X. You pick between one of 2 ships, and then you go on a series of missions where you basically have to destroy everything in your path. I am a big fan of 32-bit space sims like Colony Wars, and this was very impressive considering the hardware. It runs smoothly, you have a large gameplay area, the enemy capital ships are suitably large, and the game allows for a relatively large number of enemies in each level.
Destroy actor.
I also like how you can
Now I need to tell it to actually attach to the thing it's supposed to attach to. Get world transform. Try that instead.
Except Colony Wars Vengeance launched nearly 4 years later. I know some of you might be looking at this and think, oh, it looks just like Star Fox. And while they are indeed very similar, the difference here is that Stellar Assault is not on rails, so you have more control over your ship. This is a pretty great 32X game that does not get talked about often enough.
Delay by 2 seconds.
But if you want the real Stellar Assault experience, then you want Stellar Assault SS for the Sega Saturn. This is an enhanced port/remake of the 32X game, which features better graphics, an actual storyline, and much more varied objectives. This game only ever launched in Japan, but it was recently translated by fans. And when I say translated, I mean these people have gone beyond the extra mile. They literally hired voice actors to dub over all of the game's audio, and the dubbing is suitably 90s to fit the mood.
Really, Captain? You're gonna make him do your dirty work just because you don't feel like it?
Quiet. Captain's orders are captain's orders.
You've got the narrator, your teammates, two different AIs bantering between each other, there's a lot of dialogue here. Honestly, too much dialogue. Sometimes, I just wish the characters would shut up.
Hawk Feather Wing, all units stand by for jump.
Mission area coordinates confirmed. Ready when you are.
Oh wait, right. Not all of them are currently going to this.
Your ship now has more weapons and moves at its disposal, and
There.
mission objectives are also more interesting. Now, it's not just about defeating every enemy in a level. Sometimes, you gotta destroy asteroids, target specific enemies or specific points in the ship, or protect other units.
Oh, because this is not a custom dilation.
The game even has multiple
Okay, let's do that instead.
Oh, and the music is way better too. Unfortunately though, by the time this game came out, the Saturn was pretty much on its last legs in the West, so we never got this.
Not even a comment. What on the Titanic flute? I heard it way too often. It's just natural to me now.
And man, this game is so worth checking out.
Okay. Let's do that. Oh, do you even have to hear things? Yeah, I do. I actually set it up so that I will always hear it without needing 50 billion effects. Attach to component.
Subway when an explosion goes off and only you
Parent will be
survive.
here.
So now, you two must navigate your way through the sewers and into safety. The problem is that underneath the sewers, there's an entire underground civilization of misfits, runaways.
Yeah, I heard the gnome. The whoop.
Runaways are also patrolled by monsters, and you have
Again, I can't recreate it.
against them.
Why did it rotate itself?
You have to run, wait for them to pass, or try to outsmart them. The game is all about dungeon exploration, solving.
What's that from? That's from an old fucking video of oh, I'll show you in a bit. Oh, it looks so good. I hate it, but it looks so good. Here. It's from this. Wait.
Hello, my old chum. I'm not a gnolf. I'm not a gnoblin. I'm a gnome, and you've been gnomed.
Yeah, that's how a lot of normally is. It's a new video. Alright, back to this.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, there were points in this game where I was genuinely unnerved and on edge while playing this, which is a very impressive feat for a PS1 horror game. And it does not help that the way the characters talk, or even their art styles, give the game a dreamlike, or should I say, nightmarish-like atmosphere to the game. Now granted, the unnatural way everyone talks might just be an issue with the translation, but it oddly works in the game's favor. It's kind of interesting too, because Hell Knight feels like
It's so awful. It's so awful. I love it. Okay. I'm going to let's see here.
This is a pretty niche game, but if you're interested in a unique
Fuck no, what's this gnome?
experience created by an old school atlas, then I say
It's time. I fear to tell.
Oh no. Yeah, no, it's not that gnome. What's this from? Oh.
Check this one out.
No bold move for Christmas? Absolutely not. I have like Alex, but no Miss Too aware. That's hilarious.
I don't think it's a controversial statement to say that the Nintendo 64
Okay.
wasn't exactly famous for its shmups. But ironically, one of the better shmups for the system isn't even a full game in of
I
itself.
had too many things open. Need to close them.
Of game development tools to create shmups.
Here, that's what I was looking for. We're gonna turn these off because we don't use them anymore. This one is done.
Above and beyond, letting you create your own polygonal ships, bullets, items, and explosions, as well as creating your own music, backgrounds, and set pieces. And the cool thing is that even if you're not interested in creating your own shmup, Design 3D already comes with 2 games included. The first one,
Okay, here.
is honestly terrible.
What we need to do is
Solid Gear is surprisingly good, and definitely better than anything
on damage taken. If you're dying,
for children. It's pretty clear the developers reflects the versatility of their
dead.
cutscenes, set pieces, character dialogues, and changing angles. The gameplay is a lot like the Resident series.
that again.
You have a regular shot, but you can also lock onto enemies, and the levels feel surprising.
And since I only have one enemy for now, let's just make
We even have bosses with that can be taken down individually. My only real issue with Solid Gear is that the gameplay is a little slow for a shmup. But other than that, yeah, this is surprisingly good. So I say, check it out.
let's not use this timer for now, but if it's true, can we set combat to is combat we set to off. We set hidden game, new hidden.
It gets brought up so much that I'm not even sure it can be categorized as a hidden gem anymore. So why am I bringing it up? Because it recently received a full English translation by the same group behind Stellar Assault, complete with, once again, English voice acting.
How do you do? I am Medical Flare. Might I trouble you to tag along?
This game has been getting up there in price for a while, but now that we've finally got this English release, I would go as far as to say that it made the official release superfluous. Anyway, you play as a giant mech, and you have 7 levels where you walk around various cities, space locales, or giant factories, and each stage has a specific objective. This can be to take out specific targets, protect something, or drop off bombs at a specific point without letting them detonate or be destroyed. Your mech can walk in any direction or transform into an airship, which lets you cover more ground faster, and as you defeat enemies, you'll...
Yeah, no, I don't think I'm gonna do that anyway. I'll probably make them like, if I need a harder enemy, I'll make them bigger. But we're definitely not doing the different color approach.
From building to building and destroy large targets and robots. Additionally, you'll also pick up different navigators who tell you where your next target is. You can only have one at a time, and if you pick a new one up, you'll lose the other. As you stick around with one in particular, she'll level up, and supposedly this gives you new abilities, but I'll be honest, I never noticed anything. Still, it is cool because if you don't like one of them, you can simply change to someone else. I mean, heck, you can even get a German redhead girl on your giant man.
So set actor hidden in game. New hidden.
My navigation was kind of amazing.
Wait, you're called what now? Honestly, this game is just great, and I freaking love the art style. It kind of reminds me of Mega Man Legends, which just so happens to be one of my favorite series on the PS1, and I feel that this is one of the best looking polygonal games on the Sega Saturn. So,
New timeline.
Absolutely
This one also loops. What I need this one to do is, I'm just gonna get a new one over here. Get Get in combat. Branch. Update. If false, then destroy component.
Wizard of Oz Beyond the Yellow Brick Road is a JRPG for the Nintendo
And
DS. Holy
destroy
crap,
actor.
I love this game. This is a turn-based JRPG based on the Wizard of Oz.
Now we need fire, but we have.
This game is
Okay,
beautiful.
good.
The art style, the colors,
Bam.
the attention
Bam.
to detail. This might just be one of the best-looking DS
Bam.
games.
Bam.
And the music
Bam.
fits the fairy tale style
It
perfectly.
disappears.
Unfortunately, it also came out during a period when hating on JRPGs was the trendy thing to do. Wow. Really? Anyway, you play as Dorothy, and you've just been summoned to the land of Oz. As you
Risode.
land, you see the great and powerful Oz, who tells you that you should go to the Emerald City and speak to him. On your way there, you'll run into the Scarecrow, the Cowardly Lion, and the Tin Man. Now the cool thing here is that you can technically attack 4 times per turn, but some characters consume more turn slots than others. So for example, Dorothy and Scarecrow...
Oh wait, that's so fucking cool.
You only use them, you can
Oh, we're out of
attack
combat.
turns.
Shit.
But the Cowardly Lion, who is more powerful, can only attack
No, we got something that doesn't work. Oh, we gotta exit combat again.
attack once per turn. So this means that you have 4 slots per turn, but not everyone takes up an equal amount of space. Not only that, but different characters are better suited for certain types of enemies.
Leave me be, slime. Leave me be.
Against ghost-style Pokemon, I mean monsters. While the Cowardly Lion is
No, the code is broken. He's not supposed to see me.
and the Tin Man is better
Fuck,
than
I messed something up.
One interesting thing about
Okay,
Wizard of Oz
we'll fix that later because I actually have to get some food. That's not fire.
using the stylus. And rather than moving with the D-pad, you have a
We got the normal sword there, but not what we want.
and you have to rotate the trackball to
Yes,
move,
we got fire.
And this doesn't feel great.
Need to see that again.
Game Dev Tycoon games where you have to select
Okay, maybe I'll just use a bigger fireball for that because that's actually really cool.
with light gun controls. Yeah, that's kind of how this feels.
I like that.
Ironically, playing this on an emulator might just be the best
I have to
way
make it so that when you are not in combat, you can't attack.
increase or decrease the resolution as per your own
Oh no,
doing this video, but you can also just control the entire game with the mouse, which is arguably more comfortable than using the stylus. I should know.
I have a new
know
idea.
this game. Anyway, this game is awesome, and I say check it out if you can.
When exiting combat. Sorry for all the coughing.
Bomber is a late release for the PS1 and it shows. Honestly, at times this game looks like it could pass for an early PS2 game. Anyway, you play as Utah, and you have the ability to teleport bombs to any place you walk onto. You use these to destroy enemies or open up pathways to help you progress through the game. Along the way, you'll pick up health items, secondary weapons, and chips which can be used to upgrade your shields, teleport range, and the amount of explosives you can teleport in a single strike. The levels typically require to either get from point A to point B, destroy all the targets in a level, or protect someone. And interspersed between stages, you have lengthy cutscenes filled with anime teenage angst. And you know what? All the late 90s and early 2000s anime angst is kind of adorable looking back at it. It's like seeing a 14-year-old kid who thinks he's cooler than he actually is. I really enjoy the graphics from both the technical and artistic level, and these are often filled with lasers.
When you're out of combat,
My only real issue
everything
is
gets
how
set to
it all takes place inside a giant spaceship, so the environments tend to look
this.
a little samey. In fact, because of this, the tutorial level ends up being the most visually interesting stage simply because it's so different from the rest of the game. But really, this game is just awesome. Check it out if you can.
I think that was the damage. Yes, and then 1 and 2. That way, when you're out of combat, you. Oh, nice. This is what I wanted. You're back to just normal attack.
The game was developed exclusively for the 3DO and also released exclusively in South Korea, where it was commissioned and published by LG of all things, who was also one of the 3DO manufacturers. In fact, it's kind of funny how much the LG logo does not with your usual
Okay.
video game developer and publisher logos of the time.
I'm gonna take a BRB there. Because one, Andrea's gonna contact us very shortly. How long is it? How long left on this video? Okay, we're gonna have to pause this video. I'll get you guys some background music. Is that playing? Yeah. Okay. I'll be ready to call soon, Andrea. I just need to start making food, and I need to go use the bathroom. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back for a bit. First of all, I'm gonna put this. Where's my there? I'm gonna put that up there because even though the food's not ready yet, I'm currently making it. Andrea still here? Yeah. Andrea, if you want to call me on Discord, you can. I will be needing to go back and forward into the kitchen though. Just a heads up. We also need to move the VC members. There we go, because otherwise they're gonna be in front of a dragon. Okay. Hello? I can barely hear you. Hold on a moment.
I'm not just behind a dragon, I'm behind a screen.
Oh, that's not right. Let me fix that. There we go. Okay.
Oh, I can't hear you. I'll figure it out.
Okay, well, I can hear you at least. Turn Andrea up a bit on my end. I think this should be fine on the Discord part.
Oh, that's good.
Stream cut off head. Yeah.
Okay, now.
You should be able to hear me now?
Yes, that works.
Let's go. Can you hear them all good? Awesome. I'm gonna turn Andrea down just a little bit. There we go.
Good. Yeah, no, we forgot that our microphone likes to set itself to the speaker as well.
I see, yeah.
I don't know why it does that. There's no speaker built in on it.
Yeah, I don't know. That is really weird.
At least I don't think there is one. I haven't seen one.
Okay. I think the audio should be fine. I'm hearing the water in the kitchen being done. I'm just gonna pour that into the pot real quick.
Okay. Yeah. So for those of you on OniFox's stream that don't know, we're Andrea. We are their older sister, and we submitted 120 prompts for this advent calendar thing. So that's funny. We're the one who's got the most of the prompts so far, which that partially because we submitted 120 of them. But yeah. And we've done a few streams together with OniFox before. We did the Palestine charity, Palestine Children's Relief Fund charity stream last December. I think it was December at least. We did the Super Mario Party Jamboree stream a few weeks ago. We did the Sonic 3 Trail. That might have just been on our channel actually. What else did we do? We did something else. Oh yes, Shadow Generations. We streamed Shadow Generations together. That was fun. And of course, in about an hour, the Game Awards pre-show is starting, which is when we will be starting streaming that as well. And of course, we'll still be working on the Advent Calendar game, of course, but we will be watching the Game Awards together. And we have both done a bingo card that we're gonna see who wins with those. There's a lot of interesting things this year, it seems, because, like, for example, there's apparently legit rumors from reasonable sources that there might be a Half-Life announcement, which is like that will explain why they felt these anniversaries, the past 2 anniversaries, were worth doing the Half-Life and Half-Life 2 documentaries for. If they were going to like lead up to like, and of course remastering the games for, if they're going to lead up to like, and here at last is the next Half-Life game, which would be cool. Are there many out there things on your bingo card? Yeah, sure. We can actually we can list off the bingo card stuff. There's no reason we can't do that. So on our bingo card, so some out there stuff is, well, Half-Life, Mass Effect 5. Think that now that the Veilguard's out, they might reveal that. We have a new Battlefield is on there, a Final Fantasy announcement, Resident Evil announcement, and Project 007, which is, if you don't know it, that's IO Interactive's James Bond game that they're working on. That's the Hitman devs. We have PS5 gets another exclusive remake or remaster. Max Payne 1 and 2 remake. Final Fantasy announcement, which we gotta be honest, we do believe that's gonna be either Final Fantasy VII Rebirth for PC or the Final Fantasy IX remake that's been leaked a few times now. You do believe it's gonna be a Sonic announcement of some sort. There's been rumors about Sonic Heroes potentially getting a remaster or something. And they have conveniently made sure that the last piece of announced Sonic content is releasing just in time for the Game Awards. So, like, who knows? Maybe. Elder Scrolls 6. Elder Scrolls 6 we think actually has a decent chance of showing up because Starfield did not go as planned for Bethesda. And they've been working on Elder Scrolls 6. Well, technically they've been working on it since like 2006, but like 2016, but like they announced it in 2018 and said they were going to full production after Starfield. And earlier this year, they reported that it was in a very, very playable and solid state, which suggests that they are gonna feel ready to reveal it, even if it's not gonna release for another 2 years or so, just to make sure people who were let down by Starfield have something new to hype themselves up for. So yeah, the Elder Scrolls 6 is probably like our big one that we're like, yeah, we think this is gonna be there, even though everyone else says no, it's not gonna be there. Skyrim was announced at not the Game Awards, because the Game Awards didn't exist in 2010, but the thing that was before the Game Awards was the Spike Video Game Awards, the Spike VGAs, which also Jeff Keighley hosted, and that's where the Spike VGAs 2010 is when they announced Skyrim, with like a teaser trailer that was just like showing off the wall mural of the Dovahkiin, and some like voiceover and like the start of the Skyrim theme tune. The Dovahkiin, Naloxin Losvarin, that one. So like maybe we'll get something short like that. But then again, they already kind of done that, so maybe they'll actually like reveal the title and maybe show like some environmental shot or something like that. Like we'll see. We don't think Nintendo's gonna have anything there. OniFox does. OniFox has a bunch of Nintendo stuff on there.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I can get to my card on the screen. That is the in-flight movie.
Yeah.
There we go. So, first of all, let me put up a timer for my food. Come on, load.
Yeah, so here's OniFox's bingo card.
Yeah.
And yes, space is the free space, if that wasn't clear.
Yep. So
we normally don't like doing free spaces, but every time we don't do free spaces, someone always asks why there isn't a free space. And it's like, okay. Does there have to be?
Free space is usually a cop-out, I think, but I also don't mind it being there. So I can go through my bingo card unless you already have.
No, I've only gone through mine.
Okay, so I did a little bit of a mixture of things. I'll go through column to column. So I personally think that the winner of Game of the Year this year will be Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I had another game on the list there, but then I thought about the fact that I don't hear anyone talk about it nowadays. So
I genuinely think it's gonna be either Astrobot or the Elden Ring DLC.
Yeah, I think it might be Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Astrobot could be up there as well.
I would like Rebirth to win it. Out of the ones that are there, that's definitely like the one that I like the most.
Yeah. There's no please wrap it up space. Well, I have my own twist on that. Don't worry. I have a space for if we get a Metal Gear Solid Delta trailer, whether a old or a new one. It's just a trailer. I want Knuckles to lose best adaptation. I don't want that shit to win at all. Pokemon Legends CA, I'm figuring, hey, maybe we'll get to see it here, but probably not. If it ends up not being any Pokemon, I think Player's Voice winner is gonna be a Hoyoverse game. It happened every other time. Even though they shouldn't be there, it's gonna be a Hoyoverse game. Then we have like a trailer for South of Midnight, a game that I got a little interested in when I saw it. I think it was during the Summer Game Awards.
That was Summer Game Fest, yeah. That was Summer Game Fest.
Summer Game Fest, yeah.
No, it might have been Gamescom.
I don't remember, but I remember really liking what I saw, and I hope to see another trailer.
Yeah, it looked pretty cool.
Trailer for GTA 6. Considering GTA 6 is coming out next year, I figured maybe they'll have a new trailer for that to show more of the game out. Another game gets a GTA trilogy style remaster that's just essentially upscaled models and just it looks terrible. Best ongoing game winner, I think it's gonna be Final Fantasy XIV, because it's like the one I hear everybody talk about.
I think it might have won that one year, maybe. I'm not sure. It always deserves it, but you know.
Yeah, I'm shocked not got Elden Ring getting more than one award. Honestly, that is surprising that it's only one award. I think we're gonna get an announcement of Battlefield. I had something else on the big card there first, but that was already confirmed, so it wasn't allowed.
Yeah, we both have that one. We both have Battlefield announcement. Oh wait, did I accidentally leave Resident Evil announcement on yours? That's not.
Oh, that's not the one I had.
Oh, and I also have Project 007. Oops, sorry. I will fix those.
Okay, so these two are wrong. I forgot what I put there originally, but
I will check.
Yeah. In the meantime, I hope Flute Guy returns. So I wrote Flute Guy 3: Rise of the Music as a Terminator 3 reference.
Oh yeah, you had Metroid Prime 4 wins most anticipated, and Bill Clinton kid is there.
Yes, right, that fucking kid. He's probably gonna be in the audience, but that counts. I hope we get a new trailer for Sonic X Shadow Generations DLC. That'd be fun to see. Please give us a trailer of Wolf Among Us 2. That game is supposed to come out next year. Where the fuck is it? Return of the wrap-up music. I think because like they're not gonna show the please wrap it up text. We're gonna get the music first. Yeah, it's starting soon. It's starting in like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
I hope to see a trailer for Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, which also Metroid Prime music is playing in the background right now. Neat. Hideo Kojima shows up and talks for longer than 5 minutes. I will keep time. Trailer for Deltarune. I really hope we get one. And then when they have an ad break, I have a space for that they last longer than any of the winner speeches, and I will time that as well. PS5 gets a new exclusive finally.
It's funny, we actually have like sort of similar but also sort of different ones there, because we have PS5 gets an exclusive remake or remaster.
Oh yeah.
like specifically because
I'm just hoping for an exclusive. Trailer for Doom: The Dark Ages. I actually am really excited about the game. The one thing I remember from the trailer though is the skull gun. That's the only thing I remember. It looked funny.
I am not looking forward to that game.
I know. Trailer for 2XKO. I'm gonna be fully honest. I don't care about the game. I just ran out of ideas, so I just wrote that one down. And trailer for Hollow Knight Silk Song. It's gonna come out, right? Right?
Hello, Triffel.
Yeah, and also they're trying to make jokes and make no one laugh. Oh no! That is the free space. Okay, I'm gonna go check on my food real quick. I'll be right back.
But yeah, so it's gonna be a fun one. Clair Obscure Expedition 33 is another one we have on there. That's probably our most anticipated 2025 game, honestly. That game looks really good. Delta Room will be cool if it's there. We considered Fable, but like Fable so far has like kind of only been shown at the Xbox at the Xbox showcases, so maybe they're keeping it for that. But it could be there. We did consider adding it because that's coming out next year, and we're quite excited for that. You know, they still haven't announced if Fable is gonna have like a character creator or like a set character. Like, it's always been the same character in the trailers so far, but that could just be like the default starting state of a character creator. You never know. Fable 1 infamously didn't even let you play as a girl, even though it was all about create your own story. And then Fable 2, they like straight up advertised the fact that you could play as a girl, and it was like 2007, and it's like, really? We're advertising that feature in 2007? But they never really done like a character creator properly. It's more like you start as a starting state character, and you can like unlock, you can go to the hairdresser and stuff like that to change certain appearances. So the thing about Elden Ring, right? Like Elden Ring is on the Elden Ring DLC is up for Game of the Year. We're perfectly okay with that. Some people are really upset about that, but here's the thing: Game of the Year is not actually celebrating the game. It is celebrating the development team behind the game, and that development team is working just as hard, regardless if it's DLC or a brand new title. So we think that they should absolutely still be able to be eligible for the Game of the Year because that is the big award, you know. And with that said, though, we don't think Elden Ring will win it. We think Elden Ring got placed on there less so because they're gonna give it the win, and more so because they are just trying to appease those who would want it to win. Similar to how like everyone thought God of War Ragnarok was gonna win. Was it 2 years ago? 1 year ago? I don't remember now. Because like they changed the rules. They changed the rules so games that was released later would be eligible, and that allowed God of War Ragnarok to make it onto the Game of the Year list, but then didn't win. So like, it wasn't the case of, oh, we want this game to win. It was literally just them was like, yeah, this should be on the list, you know? So we don't think Elden Ring being on there and then clarifying that they allow DLC, which they always did, by the way, but like them clarifying that means that they're gonna give it to Elden Ring, you know? And if they do, good. Good that the development team has been working 2 years on that DLC gets acknowledged, you know? There is like, I think there might be a DLC of the year category as well. I don't remember right now.
I think there was something about that.
Yeah, but like that's never the big award, you know.
Yeah,
so like, if it's about celebrating the devs, and it should be, then yes, DLC should be eligible for Game of the Year.
Yeah.
And I would say that like my favorite game of all time is an expansion pack. My favorite game of all time is Final Fantasy 14 and Walker. Like that was my game of the year 2022, and yeah, 2021, not 2022, but yeah.
Which indie game do y'all think would win?
Balatro, right? Wait, which ones were?
I already forgot the names of some of them. I remember that there were some.
Yeah. So the thing was like, we did vote on the categories we could vote on, but we remember getting to independent game and having not played any of them. Yeah, so it's Animal Well, Balatro, Lorelei and Laser Eyes, Neva, UFO 50. So like the thing is, Balatro is literally like on the Game of the Year shortlist. So it feels like that's gonna win. It's the kind of problem with like the indie game category is that it like, if a game is both on the Game of the Year shortlist and on the indie game list, it kind of has to win, right? Because otherwise, how did it make it to the Game of the Year shortlist? And the other ones didn't. That's the problem with like having an indie game list separately. I understand the idea behind it. It's to like highlight smaller devs, is to like make sure that we like lift up non-AAA ones. But it does kind of like both segregate them out of the gaming category, and then a lot of time they will like have like an indie game that's also on the Game of the Year shortlist. At that point, they've already kind of said this is the actual best one, you know.
Did they not have their own? There it is. Oh,
They do.
Found it. I'm gonna open that
Again,
up.
like you could also argue that the reason that it should still be, it should still have its own thing, is because the people, the people that vote on these games, rather than the ones just nominated shortlists, might feel differently and don't want Balatro to win best indie game. So like, it could still come out a different way. But it is an odd look, and personally, we don't think player votes should be involved at all. Like, that's one of the things that we hate about the video game industry, is how much, not the video game industry, the video game community, is how much they try and like take the user reviews and user votes into consideration for what should be like a professional critical space. Like, there's nothing wrong with having your own opinion and sharing your own thoughts, but like, regular people don't go and vote in the Academy for the Oscars for a reason. Like, it's meant to be, here's what this group picks as their best thing of the year, you know? And the moment you like try and like include everyone in that group, you start with this, it becomes a popularity contest that's very, very easy to easy for like particularly manipulative companies to control. There's exactly that's how Genshin Impact is such wins, because like they literally like if a gacha game wins something, players get rewards. Everyone has a bias. It's called having an opinion. Like the bias is supposed to be there. That's the whole point of reviewing and awarding things. Like don't get me wrong, like I quite often don't agree with the Academy. But like I never have to worry that like Disney is there manipulating things behind the scenes. Or Warner Brothers or Sony. With these things though, like there's a reason every single gacha game made it through the tiered players votes voting. And that is because of the the fact that players will bot the fuck out of those votes for the sake of getting rewards out of the game, which should not be allowed, but it is. And it's similar to how like user reviews are almost exclusively used when it comes to review bombing a product. Like the user score on Metacritic or Steam is completely useless. Because if a loud enough group has decided that something needs to be bashed, they can just instantly bomb it to hell in a way that would never happen in the critical review scene. Because actually being a critic, even though there are bad writers in the critical sphere, because there's bad people in every sphere,
I'm back.
Being a critic as a job is actually quite involved. We're speaking as former game press here ourselves, and like
I missed the conversation.
the bias is in that many game reviewers for game rewards are often not game reviewers, but the many don't even play or review many games and like sorts with small game reviews. I mean, we're not entirely sure what you're getting at, but the game awards make use of a number of industry people and a number of critics from professional video game websites. Nope. No, you're okay, Tina, you're just lying now. That's just a lie. Critical reviews have never, ever been found to be bought out in the video games in the Western video game press scene. That's straight up a lie. The closest example you have of that in the West would be the ad campaigns that GameSpot ran during Kane and Lynch, which resulted in Jeff Gerstmann's firing. But the review itself was still made the way it was, and he was not paid to change that review. It was a case of a publisher going, we're gonna pull our ads if you don't fire this dude, which they got called out on, and it became such a big controversy that it is still the only real example of something like that to have happened in the Western video game scene. If we look at Japan, then there's a good argument to be made, because Famitsu is quite famously a place where video game publishers spend their own funding on the coverage of their games. But people never focus in on Famitsu on these things. It's always about someone didn't like a game or liked a game that I feel differently about. They must have been bought off. You know who do get bought out though? Influencers, streamers, Let's Players.
Yeah,
and they influence audiences and they bought the shit out of these votes.
Yeah, it's like there was one game, I think, or something where like the contract specifically stated like if you have nothing it was something like, in style like if you have nothing positive to say, don't say anything. It's like, what?
Oh yeah, it's basically every single promotional stream contract. And like, again, we have worked in video game press. You know what we've never seen in a review NDA or review embargo? You cannot say this about the game. We have never seen that. The closest we've had to that is, please don't talk about spoilers past this story point in your review. That was from who's the Danganronpa publisher?
Atlas? No,
it's not Atlas. It was Danganronpa. It was that was Danganronpa. It was like, please don't post anything about the story after this chapter.
Spike some stuff.
Okay, yeah, Spike. Then we've had. Yeah, that's the closest. And we know that was some review company, in some publisher this year that said that gave people an earlier embargo date for if they had a higher review. Which game this was, I'm not sure, because there was no high scoring reviews that came out for it on that date. So that's not good. But like, yeah, like these things are quite well known. Like when Shadow of Mordor came out, instantly there was leaks from the embargo, the NDA agreement that stated like, you're not allowed to speak ill of these things, you're not allowed to speak about these things, you're not allowed to compare this to other games in the genre, you're not allowed to do this or that. And like, this happens all the time. It's all on the publisher side, and it's almost always towards streamers, towards Let's Players, towards TikTok influencers. Like, because they know that's a good marketing strategy. But reviewers, it would never, ever be financially reasonable to pay a reviewer to give a good review to a game. People don't listen to reviews that much. Like, it's just not true. What they would rather do then is not give out a review copy. And that happens. That actually happens. Bethesda basically never send out review copies anymore. Sometimes that's not indicative of anything. People like Doom, even though Doom didn't get a review copy sent out. But like, Fallout 76 is what cost it. Reviewers weren't kind to Fallout 76.
Should have made a better game.
And they did eventually. But like, that's the thing though. Like, it was like a big AAA game from a big publisher, from a big developer, popular franchise. Review copies were given out. It still reviewed terribly. Nope, there's not really incentives either. Like, we can tell you about the incentives as well, T-Knight. Like, there used to be a thing called review event, which involved flying critics out to a place where you played the game for a weekend or whatever, and then you got to write the review. These basically don't happen anymore in a post-COVID society, but back when they did, they were already rare. We've been to one. We were at the SimCity review event, the 2013 SimCity review event. And we were there once, and we went, okay, never this again. Never this again. And most reviewers just say no to those. But all that really, the reason those exist is mainly to like provide a game that has a multiplayer aspect, a controlled environment, which these days is much easier done with online anyway. And truthfully, you said feel like people lean more towards content creators than reviews these days. Correct, and that is why those content creators are the ones that they spend the money on and give the contracts that they can't say anything bad. Have you all never considered like why all the popular streamers never actually seem to dislike games while they're playing them? And like, this is not us like saying that the
You're not saying that they don't like the game.
No, but it's like, take I don't remember what the game was called now, but so Amelia Watson, the HoloLive streamer, was playing this Switch game that was really bad. Like, it was so bad it kept crashing, and like her Switch was basically overheating from how poor a port job it had gotten.
Oh.
And she sat there unable to even say a bad thing about the game. A game she had been provided by the publisher. And it was so apparent that, like, she has been told that, like, she can't say anything negative about this game, and she probably has the requirement to stream it for a certain time. So what's she gonna do? She's just gonna be like, oh no, it crashed again. Well, it'll work soon. And it was just like, damn. It sucks that this is what it's like now. Some still do happen. They're still rare. I get that, like Sonic Frontiers did. What did Sonic Frontiers do? There was not a review event for Sonic Frontiers.
No, Sonic Frontiers didn't get one as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
Make those pieces darker. This is almost perfect. You know what? Say what one wants about the game events. This is some banger music at least.
Can't hear it.
Oh, it's coming from the stream, like their own stream.
Oh, mine crashed apparently.
Oh. Trying to make this wheel a little bit darker because it has to fit with the dark fantasy aesthetic, while still being visible. I probably could have just figured out why it's not the right color in Unreal, but eh. Flew some people out to Hawaii for an event to get preview it, not able to record any of it. I mean, I feel like that happens often.
Sorry, our microphone turned off. Preview events are a bit different. Again, that comes for controlled environments. But like, a preview is not a review. And again, most of the people they flew out were not reviewers. They were influencers who never even did a professional review. Meanwhile, the most negative review of Sonic Frontiers was by Stephanie Sterling, a copy that she bought herself, and actually we don't know that. We think she always writes at the end of her review if she did or not. We don't really actually remember what she wrote, but the fact that she didn't like that game, she still gets shit for that 2 years later. And
Sonic Frontiers?
Yes, so it's telling that whatever the positive reviews for Sonic Frontiers was, they did not clash with people's opinion on the game. Also, knowing a lot of people in the video game press industry, both from like past connections and also from like our own experience and from like just general connections, most reviewers fucking hate in-person events. Everyone is super excited E3 is dead, by the way. They never have to go to E3 again, and they're so fucking happy about it because it sucks. You get no good work done and you just stay waiting in queues for hours, and being around people is not at all like a good way to be productive on your work. So like, yeah. Speaking of creators and sponsored streams, we need to find out why our Twitch thinks that we have a sponsored stream.
That's a good
We noticed
question.
this when we were doing our Dragon Age stream, that for some reason it said that our stream was sponsored. It is not. Where do you fix that?
I don't think I've ever had that problem with Twitch when it comes like I've never seen it claim that I'm sponsored during a game.
Yeah, so like the thing is, we think we misunderstood a setting, because there is a setting asking if it should like tell people that your stream is sponsored, and we thought it was a if you have a sponsored stream.
Oh.
So we just set it to show that, not that it would always be on, but now we don't remember where it was. Settings, affiliate. No, that's not it. Streamer, nope.
By the way, I didn't leave the food break text up by mistake this time. I am still eating. It's just that I can do some stuff while eating as well.
Full share Alma, that's not it either.
What I'm getting is from the weapon is damage gambling. Oh, let me show you what the weapon is, Bombastic. Welcome to the stream, by the way. This is the weapon. Oh, we got magic. Awesome. Now I can shoot fireballs. Or magic balls. Let's do that again.
I do not know where I fixed.
Oh, we got sword. Now I have a weapon. This is our weaponry. And let me see if we can get one. Oh, there's a hand. Oh, we didn't get it. Hold on. I like that the wheel spin is also in the game. Yep. Let me try and get. I'm gonna try and get the hand.
Where do you get this?
Oh yeah, it's also random every single time. Can I get more than one hand, please? I guess I made the hand the least possible option, considering it's number 8 on the list.
Where the fuck do you do this?
I wish I could help you, but I don't know myself.
Ah, there.
You found it?
Yeah, okay, so here's what the setting says. Let the viewers know if your stream features branded content.
Oh yeah, no, that is just every time your stream is gonna say it's branded.
Then it should say that your stream, not if your stream. What the fuck?
This is neurotypical people writing. It's like, wow, that was 50%. Okay, there's the hand. And this is what a hand is. Now we're just punching. And yes, the hand is bad. Like I'm whiffing the slime enemy right now.
Is that slime inspired by Majora's Mask?
The texture of the slime itself, yes. But the design, I actually just thought of, what if the slime had an eyeball in it?
Oh, okay.
Whee! I'm gonna show this off as well because it's one of my favorite things. Wait.
What are you doing?
Dying.
Oh.
I thought to myself, I need a way to die by falling, and then my brain at like 2 or 3 a.m. reminded me that Mortal Kombat mythology existed.
God, I love that game.
Yeah, so I based it off of the famous death scene from that game. On falling. This one. I love it.
Yeah.
Don't forget to save. Oh, thank you for letting me know, or for reminding me. I mean. I have not solved how I'm going to handle voices for this character yet, because at this point I definitely need at least some death noises and hurt noises.
Yeah, we watched the Sonic the Hedgehog 3 Christmas trailer.
Yeah.
Or trailer is the wrong word. Short.
Special, yeah.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, it was nice. I'm gonna have this on while I eat.
Oh, if only they would make another Mortal Kombat Mythologies.
I'm good.
It's always so funny when like a series creates like a title for what's clearly supposed to be like a new spin-off franchise and then never does anything else with it. It's like if it was just gonna be a one-off, they would just call it Mortal Kombat Sub-Zero.
Yeah.
But no, it was like Mortal Kombat Mythologies Sub-Zero.
Yay, there it is.
Speaking of, we were surprised that a Star Wars story is coming back.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so Rogue One and Solo were of course called A Star Wars Story, as the subtitles. And that was supposed to be like all of the spin-offs, but then like The Mandalorian started and didn't have it. But Andor Season 2, it's coming back for.
Oh.
So I guess they're bringing it back.
It's fun to see Sub-Zero being an incompetent Linkway.
Sonic Chronicles is another example. Like, why would they call it Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood if not to make more Sonic Chronicles games?
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I never understood why Fujin dies there.
No idea, honestly.
What the hell happened there? 10 more minutes.
Do you remember Die by the Sword?
No, I do not.
It was like a medieval survival horror, maybe you could call it, for PC. We played it a lot at our friend Joachim's place.
Oh.
Like our neighbor, Joachim.
Yeah.
It had a multiplayer mode. It was like a one-on-one fighting thing. And for some reason, the game had like this quote-unquote realistic damage thing where like the characters could like get cut apart. It's like all your body could be completely like cut up, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I never heard of this. There's also a movie from 2020 called Die by the Sword. Oh, it got 2 rating. Well, I guess I can see the problem here. They didn't name any of the characters. They just warrior, picked warrior, Brit warrior, Brit warrior. Okay. No, I've never seen this game. Looks fun. That's still not the game. That's the movie. Let's get back to watching Sub-Zero die in multiple ways.
Hey, good news! Our dice are on the way.
Finally! We've been waiting.
Apparently, the order was lost and left out in the rain by some random driver.
I love the postal service.
There was like 12 other packages apparently got lost.
Oh my god!
But they've got them back now and resent them.
I'm glad they got them back.
Yeah,
I hope the driver got fired.
We told them this in our emails. Like, we don't mind waiting. We just want to know what's happening to them.
Yeah.
But now we know. Now we know, so that's good. For those who don't know, we ordered a big box of like dice, a bunch of Pride-themed dice in like early September, we think it was.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And the package just got stuck in pre-shipment until now. So we were like, the fuck's going on? Like, we knew it would take some time because it's from America, but like, yeah.
Hold on, I gotta see that death with the sound on. It's so funny. Like, why is there an explosion there? My two favorite explosions of all time in video game is the Mortal Kombat Mythology's Fire Death and the Shadow Generations Neo Devil Doom Death scene.
Oh, what's my favorite explosion? That's a good question.
I just love when an explosion is goofy as hell.
You know what? Our favorite explosion is Deltarune.
Which just the explosion itself?
The explosion that happens whenever Lancer does something.
Yes!
Like, every single time the explosion hits, we just burst out laughing. It is the funniest fucking thing.
Deltarune, Lancer appears. It's like the very first the very first scene with him. Let's get forward to when it happens here. It's so good.
Oh, yeah, like that is the funniest fucking thing, and it happens like 8 times or something, and it's always funny.
I love when the explosion happens when they destroy this dumb machine.
Yeah,
I think someone made Deltarune like a video that's just Deltarune but just the explosion. Yes. But it's only the explosion here.
Oh god, it's more than 8. Holy shit.
Here. Wait, that thing can be called tuna? I didn't know that. I forgot about the cake! I forgot about the cake explosion.
Yeah.
Also, the audio in this video is god awful. I'm gonna turn it. What do we got? Oh yeah, he dies.
It's so fucking funny.
Why? Some of these explosions are just... It's so funny.
Deltarune is like one of the funniest games ever. Like,
yes.
That's the thing, like, we've said it before, but like Deltarune Chapter 1 we remember playing that on release at in like a hostel in Japan, and we played through it all in one sitting. And like when we were done with chapter 1, we were like, we like this more than Undertale, and it's just chapter 1.
Yeah.
What the hell is this game gonna be like? And then chapter 2 comes out, and it's like, whoa. Have you done the what's it called? It's Snowgrave?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I've not done the Snowgrave thing. I have not fought Spanton yet either. I need to do that.
We have.
I also haven't streamed Chapter 2 on Twitch yet.
We streamed Chapter 2, and then we streamed the Snowgrave route, not knowing what it was. And yeah, that was an amazing experience.
There we go.
Oh.
Just make sure
one
this
second.
works. Let's make it blue for me. Gonna hide like that. I'll keep this up while I'm still on food break. I might have to go BRB at some point, and at that point I hope someone will let me know if anything gets marked off. But it's about to get started.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the stream running, and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then I will lead us both in.
Yeah. Don't be so raw. Say he hasn't done anything wrong. Ross is just a little guy. Don't hurt him. No, Rossi is good boy. Rossi just tries to not have you dwell on things that will make you sad. He is a good boy. He takes pictures with William Afton. I mean, what? Shit. Fuck. But everything is fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Oh, excuse me. Oh, they changed to new music. And now I have to turn the goddamn thing up. No? I'm gonna keep it like this because the main part of the stream is still gonna be like the game development. So this is the setup. Yeah. I could make the screen a little bit bigger actually, just for this case. I don't have to reset it again. Nah, never mind. I would have to reset it afterwards. It'll be fine. Alright, I'm done eating.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Naranja. Hello, Moto. You are listening to me, Andrea, and also to OniFox.
Hello.
So we're gonna try and start by adjusting the audio levels so that you hear us both well.
That would be a good thing to do.
Ideally, yeah. How is everyone? Is everyone doing well? Hello. Now we're visible as well. Well, we are, not OniFox, but
man, I'm invisible.
Let's see here.
Yeah, I have my own stream, so it's so people can see.
Yeah, so OniFox is actually like on their own stream doing their advent calendar thing.
Yep.
Which, if you don't know, basically they're developing a game across 24 days, and every day they get a new prompt that changes the game in some way.
Yeah, every day I get a new prompt and cry a little bit.
Little Tired had an interview, went better than most. Well, it's good that it went better. Oh, we're having a bad hair day. Like, what is our hair looking like right now? That's ridiculous. Oh, right, we need to close the door. One sec.
Should have. Yeah, so you just.
Yeah, now we also got some mood lighting, so now our hair looks a little better.
Nice. Also, just to let the people on your end know that if you start hearing me mumbling, that's because I'm working on the game.
Oh yeah.
I'm not chanting an ancient ritual or anything. I'm just wondering how Unreal Engine works.
Yeah, and again, let us know if we need to like up the volume on OniFox or on us or whatever. We will be watching the stream on our laptop, which is there, but it's also running on the.
I'll be right back.
The computer we're streaming from as well, so it should be fine. We do have some bingo cards. We have some bingo cards prepared, so let's see if we can bring them up right now. Here they are. So we will see who gets the most right here. It's 1 point each for each square and 5 points for a line. So it's basically 10 points for a line because it's 5 squares and then 5 points, obviously. But yeah, probably the most controversial one here is that we have Elder Scrolls 6 on our bingo card. We're actually pretty confident that Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be on there. It feels very likely because Bethesda needs to like save face after Starfield, and they already confirmed that the game was playable in a pretty solid state, and they announced it 8 years ago. So no, sorry, 6 years ago. So we think it's likely they're gonna show it and not give a release date, but like show it. We also put Half-Life on there because there's actually credible rumors about a Half-Life announcement, which that would be fun.
Anything you two want to see on the Game Awards that y'all haven't said on stream yet? No, not that I can think of. I think I've said everything that I wanted to see via my bingo card.
Is that on your chat you're reading?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was trifle in my
I
chat.
should have that as well up. Actually, no, that's too much work. 6 years. Yeah, it's been 6 years since Elder Scrolls 6 and Starfield was announced on the very same day. Oh yeah, the bottom left are very similar on both our bingo boards.
Is it?
We don't have too many of the exact same ones. We have Doom Dark Ages are on both of ours. And Battlefield announcement is on both of ours. And then there are some similar ones, like the PS5 ones, but yeah. Diana could be there. Apparently Snoop Dogg is gonna be there.
What?
Yeah. And Aaron Paul is gonna be there. Aaron Paul starred in our opinion, the worst video game movie ever made.
Oh.
Need for Speed.
Ugh.
We have seen more video game movies than most have. Need for Speed is worse than all of them. Hoping the Twitch stream is working. It says streaming, so it should be working. For our YouTube audience, we have started streaming on Twitch as well. We've had a Twitch account for years. In fact, it's even an affiliate. But we just don't really like the setup that you have for Twitch. Like we don't like how gamified everything is. So we haven't really been using it, but now we are. We cross-stream everything to Twitch now. And we do see the chats on there as well. So if anyone does chat, we see it. But yeah.
As a kid, I loved the Need for Speed, but mostly the part would pimp up the car.
See, that's the thing. Need for Speed, Need for Speed, the movie, forgot that it's a car franchise.
What?
Yeah. And it also, like, forgot that it's, like, about street racing. There's a total of 2 street races in the entire film. Okay, see, we're gonna bring up your chat on our phones. We can read it there. If we can figure out how. There we go.
There. I'm just gonna set a very simple check to make sure it works.
Yeah, that's fair, Ninja. Honestly, like, when it comes to Twitch, either we watch OniFox or we watch, like, Radio TV Solutions, and that's kind of it. Sometimes we will, like, go into one of our friends that are, like, doing streams as well, but they tend to stream either at the same time as us or when we're asleep. So, it's not too easy. With Capcom announced something new that's not Monster Hunter Street Fighter. We're hoping for Resident Evil. Breath of Fire, we doubt it. It would be cool, but that does seem unlikely. They might announce like some DLC for Dragon's Dogma 2, maybe. Not that we care for it, but you know.
Okay, that didn't work.
Need for Speed didn't start as a street racing game. Underground was start a trend. No, that's not true. Underground is what brought it to the modern idea of street racing. It was always doing street racing stuff. Like the early games were very like in like the context of stuff like cross country speed races like Cannonball Run or Outrun. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit in particular was famous specifically for involving the car chasing. But Need for Speed Underground started the modern era of street racing that also Fast and Furious draws from. But street racing itself, it's been there since Road and Track presents the Need for Speed in 1994. You think? That's the thing. The Fast and the Furious, basically any Fast and the Furious film, if they were called Need for Speed, you would have been like, yeah, that was a Need for Speed film. And the same thing could be said about like the Cannonball Run. It could be said about well, it can be said about a lot of films. The thing, but Need for Speed, the film, is so disinterested in the cars and the races. It's kind of ridiculous. Did the game already have police chases? Oh yeah, maybe it did. Hot Pursuit was definitely like when it was like focused in on more, and that was Need for Speed 3. But yeah, like Need for Speed the film is just dreadful. It is one of the worst viewing experiences we've ever had in the theater. We saw it on release in theaters, and hated every moment of it. Which is unfortunate because like we went in thinking this just needs to be like a cheap Fast and the Furious knockoff and we'll be happy, and we left miserable. Haven't played any Speed game since. God.
Makes me think of the Hitman movies.
Most Wanted, maybe? Like the reboot?
I've heard about that both Hitman movies are awful.
The Hitman movies are interesting. Hello, Kafka. The Hitman movies are interesting. The first one is decent, actually. It's a bit confused about the tone it's going for, but other than that, it's actually not that bad. Hitman Agent 47 is worse. But neither of them are like particularly good.
Oh, I'm an idiot, that's why it didn't work.
We've said this before, but we think if you're gonna adapt Hitman, it should be as a really dark prop comedy. Like it should be a TV show, and every single episode is about this elaborate, complicated Rube Goldberg style murder plot for how Agent 47 is going after the target and find the most ridiculous way to kill them in. It's like, that's the appeal of Hitman, you know? It's just this ridiculously creative ways you can like figure out to like murder a guy. And the movies are just kind of, what if James Bond was bald? And like, okay, fine. That's okay. But it's not quite what you want, you know? That's the problem. Like, everyone wants their video games to be the same kind of like dramatic genres. Like we haven't seen the new Like a Dragon thing they did, Amazon's Like a Dragon adaptation. But from what we hear, it's like painfully hyper serious, which is like, okay, like a Dragon has its serious moments, quite a lot of them, but its light-hearted elements is a clear part. It's like a key part that makes it appealing. And if you forget that, you're just kind of left with a bland experience. And that's how most video game movie adaptations end up being. Most of them don't end up being bad, honestly. They end up being bland. Need for Speed is bad. Just straight up really bad. But, yeah. Most of them are just kind of like, okay, take it or leave it. This didn't impact like your life in a bad or a good way.
I think that's the charm. Tribal says, I think that's the charm with Hitman. You can dress up as a clown and be an assassin who's an asexual king.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. And like that could be a great concept for a TV show. Genuinely, like it could be so fun just seeing these elaborate ways in which Agent 47 manages to get his kill this time. And it's kind of odd I haven't tried that, because it's not like you can't do a assassination series like that. Like Golgo 13 is like a long-running manga in which basically every chapter is, how will Duke Togo kill the guy this time? And it's been ongoing since like, what, the 60s, you think? So like, you definitely can do it. But no, they just want to make James Bond with a bald head instead. Oh well. And to be clear, we're not someone who thinks accuracy to the source material is necessary.
No.
Quite the opposite. The reason we like the Sonic films, actually, is because they take aspects of the game and the general franchise as a whole, and they do something new with it that's different from other things. Like we rewatched Sonic 2 recently, and like we came out of it the same way we did when we watched it on release. Like, yes, it is a very loose adaptation of Sonic 2 and Sonic 3. Like, it merges those two together and just, like, only really carries the very, very thinnest parts of the story with it. But because of that, it gets room to play with it and establish its own take. So, like, would the film have been better if Eggman, for some reason, launched a Death Egg into the air and then it crashed down and then launched again? No, not really. Would the film have been better if, like, Angel Island was a setting without much of an explanation behind it? Like, no, not really. Like, you don't need the source material accuracy if you're able to do something good. Arcane has nothing to do with the game at all, it's its own story. Yeah, exactly. And Arcane is probably gonna win Best Adaptation. But it's like, yeah, like
one of them is valid. Yeah, it's gonna be valid.
you need to understand the source material and the medium it's from and respect it. Well, provided you actually want to do a respectful take on it. But you also need to understand the medium you're bringing it into, what will work, what won't, and how to translate that, you know? And a lot of the time, rather than do that, they will just go, okay, what existing movie format from another popular Hollywood film can we just slap the theme of this game onto? And you're never gonna be able to make something there that's all that good in the end. It's why we think the first Silent Hill film is really good. Like, it changes things from the game, a lot of things, but at no point does it just take Silent Hill and slap it onto a pre-existing horror film setup. But if you look at the Monster Hunter movie, it is terrible. Hello, Adam Gregory. Good to see you. Good to hear from you again. It's been a while. Wish I could stay up to watch you. We gotta get up early in the morning. Understandable. No, Monster Hunter was terrible. Like, I mean, kudos for doing what we said. We said to do something original with it, and I guess doing a military-based isekai was definitely not the first thing we would guess Monster Hunter would do. But again, different doesn't make it good. So, you know. It has, like, some good moments near the end, and then the film just kind of ends. It was a very strange thing to watch. Never been a fan of Paul W.S. Anderson's movies. We like, the first Mortal Kombat film that he did is pretty good. And that's about it, honestly. Milla Jovovich deserves better. God, Monster Hunter film. What a strange one. They're probably gonna reveal Frontier's next Jurassic World game at the Game Awards. People are saying it's gonna be Jurassic World Evolution 3, which that would make sense. But we'll see.
Oh, I forgot to change the effect.
Who knows? Maybe they'll also do the first trailer for Jurassic World. Oh god, what is the next one called? Reborn. At the same time. Event Horizon. Oh yeah, that is Paul W.S. Anderson, isn't it? That is Paul W.S. Anderson. Yeah, okay. Not a fan of it, but that's definitely better than most of the video game ones that he did. Remember when he was gonna do the Castlevania film? And it was gonna be about, like, Nazis or something? I guess it's gonna be set in during World War II. And, like, Nazis in Dracula's castle or something. I don't know. It was cancelled.
Good.
Take care, Adam. Talk to you later. Yeah. Obviously, it didn't happen, but it was an odd one. And then James Wan got put on it instead. And that sounded really promising. And then it never happened. And then Netflix got their animated Castlevania series instead, and now they're pretty sure they've given up on making movies now, so. Maybe for the best, honestly. Castlevania as a story, not sure that would ever really work well as a movie. Actually, we say that. The Van Helsing movie from like 2002. No, probably later, 2004 maybe? Like, the Van Helsing movie, not like high art or anything, but it's a very enjoyable action film. And it is basically just Castlevania, but with a gun instead of a whip. Actually, it's a crossbow, actually, now I think about it.
Van Helsing movie? I remember that. I remember that one.
Yeah.
That's
it is
good.
basically just Castlevania with a bow gun.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
Yeah, like it's enjoyable. Like, is it like top 10 Dracula stories? No. It doesn't need to be. But if that was called Castlevania and Van Helsing was named Belmont, I think most people would have been like, yeah, that was a solid take on Castlevania. Like, you don't really need anything more complicated than that. Big fan of The Mummy from the same director. Oh yeah. The Mummy, and The Mummy Returns, and The Mummy something Emperor something.
Emperor's New Mummy.
And then like they did Scorpion King 1, 2, 3, and 4. Scorpion King 3 is a terrible film that we loved every second of watching. There's a scene in the Scorpion King 3 where the Scorpion King and his friend is woken up by like a tiger or something. And they're like, oh shit, a tiger, what are we gonna do? And then they cut to a different scene and never come back to it. Like this, they forgot to shoot an ending to the scene, and it's like we never get to see how they resolve that. They just move on.
That's funny. Also,
It's
starting in 40 seconds on my end.
Yeah, and the guy from Titanic is in it, and it's just like hamming it up. The villain from Titanic.
Nice.
What is his name?
I don't know. I haven't seen Titanic.
I remember now.
I thought the villain of Titanic was the iceberg.
No, but the sleazy rich dude. Oh, what is his name? This bugs us now. Oh well.
Yeah, wish I could help, but
Release
I
the
don't know.
tiger cut. Yes, yes.
Alright, it's starting.
Okay, here we go. The following program may contain some new design offenses. Any time flashing lights may trigger these with photosensitive epilepsy. Viewer discretion is advised.
What's up, everyone? I'm Sydney Goodman, and welcome to the 2024 Game Awards opening act presented by State Farm. We are counting down to the main event, our 10th anniversary show. But I promise you, we are more than a
How's the audio level on the video
of a program
chat?
so packed that we need to start it early.
Mine's
Tonight,
a little
we are
too
coming
loud.
to you live from the Peacock Theater in Los Angeles to celebrate the best in gaming from the past year. With special performances
better.
from Snoop Dogg, 21 Pilots, surprise guests, and world premieres that will blow your mind, including Mafia: The Old Country, Borderlands 4, and more. In fact, I have one ready to reveal right now, and it's a very special one to kick off our 10th anniversary.
All right, first world premiere. Oh, no, they're not saying it. Koei Tecmo, okay. Is it a Muso game, maybe? No. Ninja Gaiden?
Oh, that looks like Ninja Gaiden, yeah.
This has gotta be Ninja
That's
Gaiden,
Ninja
right?
Gaiden.
This is Ninja Gaiden, yeah.
That's cool.
Oh god, it's Ninja Gaiden Generations. Be a little louder. We'll fix that in a second. Better? Okay.
Oh, looks
kind of
cool.
looks like Shinobi. Shinobi. No, not Shinobi. Strider. Looks like Strider from Strider. More so than like Ryu. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. Okay. That looks cool. Oh god, that is the first one since Ninja Gaiden Jaiba, isn't it?
And TMNT Shredder's Revenge.
Oh no, Jaiba Ninja Gaiden Z. That was it.
into our first award category
Holy
tonight,
shit, that was like...
Best Fighting Game.
When did that come out? 10 years ago?
Dragon Ball Sparking Zero.
This better not go to multiverses.
Blue Fantasy Versus Rising. Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics.
Yeah, we're hearing everything double because we have 2 laptops running it.
Oh.
But like it's like an echo in like 1.5 seconds. Tekken 8. Tekken 8.
I'm cool with that.
Haven't played it, so...
Me neither. But heard it's good.
And thank you to my development team and marketing team in all regions. And we will continue to update and to improve.
Take care, take care, travel.
So stay tuned and don't ask me for.
Who's the guy on the right?
Thank you.
I don't know, but he's holding a trophy and he's getting away with it.
And now a new kind of.
He didn't say anything.
It's like, hi, bye.
No name tag and no. Okay.
This is a VR game? Yeah, this is VR. Or no? Not a VR game.
Oh god. It's another fucking... It's the opposite to that unpacking game.
Yeah, it's a packing game.
What's that game called? Is this called unpacking?
Remember when we didn't want games that remind us of real life, and then we got this at Bus?
No, we don't remember that actually. This shit has been going on forever. Was Home the name of the game as well, or just
one move?
We already have like multiple. Okay, one move away. Okay. Interesting.
Titled Top Ways to Conquer the Spire. You find this manuscript highly suspicious because it's covered in blood. You read the book, covering your hands in blood.
Hold on, packing. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's it. Oh, it's Darkest Dungeon with cards.
We recognize the art style. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Wonder if it's like a deck builder or if it's more like you take your deck into every battle. Slay the Spire 2. Oh, Slay the Spire is what? Oh yeah, that was it. You're right. Slay the Spire was probably what we were thinking of.
Still coming early access.
That was the first look at the gameplay of Slay the Spire 2. I'm thrilled because there's a new Slay the Spire, but also terrified because I just got over my crippling addiction to the first.
You heard good things about the first one. Haven't played it, but heard good things.
I heard talks about it.
Gaming highlights from 2024 with #gaming on TikTok.
It's a roguelike, right?
I would assume so. It seemed like it with how they were giving the
Arizona Sunshine remake.
Things.
Asgard's
Okay.
Wrath 2. Batman
I feel like this is gonna go to Batman Arkham Shadow.
And
So you've heard really good things about that.
the Game Award goes to Batman Arkham Shadow.
Cool. I haven't played it.
Yep.
I'm sure it's a great game.
Who plays Batman in that game? We know it's not Kevin Conroy.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
The best work of your careers, and I have a feeling that the best is yet to come. to the company we work for, Meta, has been a great place to work, and for Oculus Studios, all the support that you provided to us to help us get the game over the line, including our sister studio over at Sanzaro that developed.
Yeah, we heard that they've actually
That was a big,
they've actually succeeded in translating the combat system to a first-person VR game, which sounds ridiculous.
That incredible
Wow, yeah.
franchise, allowing us to build a sequel to that incredible foundation that Rocksteady and Warner Brothers Montreal provided to us. And then lastly, to the amazing crew and cast to this game: Roger Craig Smith, Troy Baker, Elijah Wood, Tara Strong, Carrie.
You wonder what the reason for it being called Arkham Shadow is, because they always need to find a ham-fisted way to include Arkham in the title now.
Thank you, thank you.
Since 2018, the TGA Global Gaming Citizen Program has recognized individuals doing their part to better the world through games. This year's recipient makes games that protect nature and fight climate change. Here's the story of Laura Carter, CEO and founder of Trees Please Games.
I've worked in games for the best part of 20 years. PlayStation, Disney, Us2 Games, Square Enix. I loved working there.
We need to up the volume on our own laptop.
But I actually had a sense of...
I can't really hear what they're saying.
In parallel with my games career, I've always had a passion, or actually don't like to call it a passion, I like to...
First word we heard was guilt.
...purpose for making a difference in the world. Nice.
It's a deck builder roguelike. Okay, that's cool.
We're less than 20 years away from climate collapse. For me, that's incredibly scary. Both for our future, but for my children's future. It struck me that there was such an opportunity to use these games that were reaching hundreds of millions of people to create awareness about what's happening in the world. So when you play Longleaf Valley, you're restoring and
cute art
saving
style.
a national park. And then as you're playing, you're actually collecting tree tokens.
Oh,
as part of
this is not what we expected the gameplay to be when
6 million trees now.
when the art style was first shown. We were like, oh, it looks like a point-and-click adventure game. It was a mobile puzzle game.
Yep.
Okay, so Dave the Diver 2 or Dave the Diver DLC or something? Yeah, the bingo cards will be updated during the musical montages as well, Brian. Not montages, musical performances. But right now we don't have any boxes checked.
Nope.
But
and nothing has shown up that matches my boxes.
Opening act presented by State Farm. We're counting down to the big show with
yeah, we're still in the opening act, so.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The Game Awards brings so many different gaming communities together to celebrate. If you want to see everything State Farm is doing in gaming, head to their website right now at statefarm.com/gaming because like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And now we have our next world premiere from the legendary creator of Deus Ex, Warren Spector. This is Thick as Thieves.
You know, Warren Spector, considering you really dislike how people attribute the creation of games to a single person, how come your games keep doing it?
Let's see what Rosa has for me.
Nice of you to turn up.
Oh, the McEwen estate. This one's always fun.
You're not the only one who thinks so.
Also, did they seriously mention Deus Ex when this very much seems like a Thief-inspired thing? They even have the grappling hook from Thief. It's literally multiplayer Thief.
Best to stay nice and quiet.
Which sounds great, by the way. To be clear about that, it's just that, like,
Keep your wits about you.
Looking Glass literally made Thief. You could have said Thief, but you went with Deus Ex for some reason. Not entirely sold on the art style, but that's okay. Could be worse. Could be hyper-realistic photorealism.
Because like I say, it's every fate themselves.
But interesting that it's not a co-op thing. That's pretty cool.
That on my wish list. Okay, next up are our 3 esports categories. The first is Best Esports Game presented by
Oh yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous
And the
motto.
nominees are
Oh, Best Esports Games presented by Old Spice. Ah yes, Old Spice.
That's what I think when I hear esports.
The Game Award goes to
The fuck is Mobile Legends Bang Bang?
Well, hey, League of Legends won. No way. I couldn't imagine that happening. No way.
3-3. Alexi B. Shoot.
Oh, okay, yeah, we know exactly who these people are, definitely.
Hong Kong. The Game Award goes to Faker.
Faker?
And finally, for Best Esports Team, the nominees are
I think you're the fake hedgehog around here.
Navi, T1, and Team Liquid. The Game Award goes to T1. Congratulations to all the winners of our esports category.
Woo, T1!
The Game Awards opening act presented by
You know, if we were into esports, we would be kind of like offended that all the esports awards get relegated to the fucking pre-show.
Yeah, I'd be pissed.
Like there shouldn't be awards during the pre-show at all.
Bandai Namco.
Then it's better than back how it used to be when they would just like do some of them on just like Twitter. Okay. What's this? Is that Pac-Man? No! It's a game based on the secret level Pac-Man thing? Are you serious? They actually made Pac-Man Act Zero.
What? What the hell am I looking at?
No, that's not fair, because at least Bomberman Act Zero played like fucking Bomberman.
What the hell did I turn back to look at?
What? Okay. Hey, this looks cute. Please don't be a gacha game.
Please don't be a mobile game. Shenmue and Virtua Fighter.
It literally said mobile game.
Please be a good mobile game. Fuck you, why? Show me what it looks like.
That was SteelPod.
Only on Netflix games.
Ooh, oh, I forgot that was a thing.
Known for Virtua Fighter and Shenmue. Our next award is one of my favorites, Games for Impact. It showcases thought-provoking games with a positive social message.
I have that on my thing, right?
Closer the Distance.
Games for Impact?
Indica.
Did I put Games for Impact on mine, or did I just grab
Life
not do
is
that?
Strange Double Exposure.
Oh no, I did not.
Senua's Saga Hellblade 2. And Tales of Kinzera Zao. The Game Award goes to
I think this is gonna be Zao.
Never.
Okay. Never played it.
Ha!
Such an honor to receive this
Again, Games for Impact.
First, I would like to thank the jury and
Pre-show.
basically everyone who voted for
Yep.
us. This award belongs to the entire team at Nomad Studio, Berlinist, our friends and family, and basically everyone who helped us to bring Neva to life. I would like to thank as well Devolver Digital. They were the first one. They believed in us since the beginning, and they gave us the opportunity to make 2 wonderful games. I'm looking forward to making many more in the future. And finally, I would like to thank the players. It's amazing to see how our story resonates with them, and we love to see how they enjoy our games, so thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And now, another cozy game. and
No
to
wrap it up
introduce
music
is
there.
someone
So
who
far,
loves
none of it.
Cozy K.
Thanks, Sydney. Hey, Game Awards. I'm really excited to share one of my most anticipated cozy games with you. Tales of the Shire. There's so much to marvel at in the Shire. I love how it feels like I'm inside the books.
Okay, so like,
I love
what does games for impact mean? It's games that like highlight important, like real world issues and subject matters.
Real cozy.
Yeah.
You can do a ton of decorating in your own style.
And do a good job of it, of course.
Customize every nook and cranny.
So is it just us, or has like the word cozy become completely hyper appropriated by the video game industry?
Time to eat.
I haven't thought about
Thank
it,
you for
but
taking this journey through the Shire, and I hope it was as much
It's
of a
become
treat for
like the
you as it
new
was for
like
me. Join me in
immersive
Tales of the
word, you know?
yeah.
It's so silly at this point. Like every time we hear it, it's just like, oh, here's a new cozy game. And it's like, what does that mean? What does it mean? Full, okay. Full trailer on YouTube. It's a start. That's a good way to start your trailer.
Is this Lethal Company?
Yeah, but it seemed like maybe something like Lethal Company, or like maybe an asymmetrical multiplayer game.
That shot wasn't as cool as they thought they would be.
It's a very odd art style. It almost looks like it's meant to be like seen from far away, like from a top-down perspective, or like
Spellcraft Operations.
like that. But like, never heard of it. If it was even announced before.
Oh, I saw a PlayStation logo. Is it an exclusive?
Not actual gameplay.
Let's go. Stay quiet.
Comes the shadows.
Do you know where we're going?
Capture on PC.
Hello?
Not a PS5 exclusive.
Fuck!
Looks pretty cool though.
Oh, it's some sort of
Wait, is this a deathmatch entirely in like blackness?
Yeah, it's oh my god, this actually looks fun.
Oh, this looks really fun. Midnight Murder
PS5 and
Club.
Steam. Yeah. Available now.
We're down for that. That sounds like something we would love.
Yeah.
Yeah, Edgar. Cozy is similar to wholesome, the way it's just like been used for everything without any context.
By the way, is freaking stacked this year. Let's hear it for the 10th anniversary of the Game Awards.
I kind of leaned to sneeze into my
Trouble in Terrorist Town.
Yes, TTT.
We have some incredible awards and world premieres to share with you. So let's get back into it with our next award, Innovation in Accessibility. These nominees have all made strides to make their games as playable as possible by as many.
Again, an important award relegated to pre-show.
Black Ops 6.
Oh, why didn't we put that on the fucking
Dragon Age: The Veilguard.
the bingo board?
Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown.
Good question.
I feel like it's gonna be Lost Crown. We've heard a lot of good things about the accessibility options on that.
Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown.
Maybe Star Wars. Nope.
Just Prince of Persia.
You were right.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. We are truly honored to receive.
Hey, remember when Ubisoft shut down the developer of this? No, sorry. They broke up the developer of this and threw them to other studios.
Oops.
Doesn't dilute, but rather
Yeah.
reinforce the core of the game.
80-81, woo!
Thrill of expression,
God,
thanks to
I
our
hate being a Ubisoft fan.
more player experience, the intensity
Last
and
year, we had like a running tally of all the people who had lost their jobs during the Game Awards. We consider doing that this year as well.
I know you're watching from Montpellier. Félicitations à l'équipe, and a warm thank you to everyone who supported us, Ubisoft Global Accessibility Team, Jan, our families, our friends, and of course you, the players. Thank you.
Congratulations. And now it's the
Yeah, we
next
considered doing
game
that this
from
year as well,
Let's
but
Store,
decided against
the
it because
Swedish
Jeff
design
did properly address the layoffs this summer. So it feels kind of mean to pin it on his show that it's not being brought up.
Yeah.
Like, it's not his fault. He's not the one firing people.
Exactly, no.
Okay, this looks like a Terraria-esque game. Very nice sprite art. Yep, that looks like Terraria. But like, with nicer graphics.
Ooh, spooky. I didn't even see it. I was looking away.
And that is the perfect way to get into our next award, Best Family Game. Here are your nominees. Astrobot.
Best family game, okay. If Astrobot doesn't win this, what does that say about it being a GOTY contender?
The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom.
It's either gonna go to Astrobot or Mario Party Jamboree.
Wow, a lot of us are excited about Best Family Game. The Game Award goes to Astrobot.
Astrobot, let's go.
Oh, nice. I think you are like a few seconds ahead of us.
It's a massive honor for
Yeah, I'll try and not react immediately.
Something we've been working hard on for many years at Team Asobi. So first thing, I want to thank Team Asobi over in Japan, all 65 of you. Thank you so much. It's your heart and soul I went into this game, really trying to please and put smiles on people's faces. So this is really for you. Thank you so much. Making
yeah, I get it. It was Kiora.
Because we're forming the first gaming memories of people.
Personally, we think Astrobot has a legit chance of winning Game of the Year.
It's both a privilege, a big responsibility as well, but it's one we take very much at heart. So this award, it's for the kids and the parents out there. We love you very much. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Okay, the theater is filling up. Like, I can see heads all the way back there. The energy is huge with our main show only minutes away. But I still have 2 more world premieres for you. First up, a new and very unexpected game from a studio that was nominated for 3 awards at the Game Awards 2022.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Okay. You know what? It's a unique sports game for once. It's soccer, but
yeah, but where's the gimmick?
The gimmick is that you can get glowy feet and run faster.
So it's like
and you kill the audience.
Like, it's a nice looking game, but like,
I guess it's just trying to be like a soccer game that isn't FIFA.
Yeah, and like not really going for realism, which is cool,
Yeah.
but like,
not for me, but I like it existing.
yeah.
Okay, would you
The graphics were very pretty.
have one more incredible world premiere for you? Get ready to have all your senses overloaded in the best way possible, of course. This is Solasta 2.
How dare you come alone, Shadwin? For many years you've sent waves of stone soldiers we've decimated. What can you achieve with your solitude that thousands couldn't?
Not thousands.
Millions!
This sure has a CGI budget. Okay. Okay. This doesn't look Solasta 2. So like, what is Solasta?
I don't know. I've never heard of it.
Never heard it before.
Solasta 2 from the Paris-based Tactical Adventures. All right, my friends, that is it for our opening act. But the 10th anniversary show is just getting started. The Game Awards main event is about to begin with tons of big awards, big new game announcements, and amazing performances.
Okay, we're gonna just search for Solasta real quick. Solasta. That looks like a game we might be interested in.
This is a Game Awards you definitely
RPG from 2021. Based on D&D 5th edition. Like they licensed it? Interesting.
Welcome to the Game Awards 2024. Now, here's your host, the creator of the Game Awards, Jeff Keighley.
Cool. You might want to play it on stream at some point.
Good evening, everybody!
There he is. Mr. Cayley!
The biggest global of
From Lake!
games out there, and you have joined us on a very special night, our 10th anniversary. Welcome.
Sonic X Shadow Generations Sonic Adventure 3 movie pack just released on YouTube.
You know, when we started TGA in 2014, we had
the trailer.
no idea it would become as big as it
Yeah.
is around the
Oh, well.
Like so many of you,
Well, that's YouTube. It's not the Game Awards.
fans deserve a moment like this. You watch this show because games are part of your
Yeah,
identity.
it might not show up on the Game Awards. We don't know yet.
And tonight is a
Well, you know what? Jeff is here, so I'm gonna mark the Jeff space.
Will we ever watch you play a precision platformer? What's a precision platformer?
And joined us on a very special night. Our industry is constantly evolving. This year, 4 of our Game of the Year nominees were developed in Japan, 1 in China, China's first ever nomination for Game of the Year, and 1, Balatro, was made by a single guy, Local Thunk, who's here in the audience tonight in my home country of Canada. Isn't that amazing? Now, tonight for our anniversary show, we are joined by many special guests. First, it is a tremendous privilege to have this man with us. Back in the 1990s, he convinced Sony to enter the video game industry with the PlayStation, which this month celebrates its 30th anniversary. Please join me in welcoming
The left is an example of a precision platformer. Then the answer is probably no. Really not a fan of that style of game.
Also tonight, we welcome a double nominee who's competing against herself in Best Adaptation. She stars in both Fallout and Arcane, the amazingly talented Ella Purnell. Welcome, Ella. And finally, We announced his studio at the first TGA, and in 2021, he won Game of the Year. And tonight, despite our better
The games like Super Meat Boy,
his next game a little bit later. Joseph Ferris, welcome back, buddy.
Yeah, there he is. There he is.
But like, generally not into them.
Recognizing an outstanding year in gaming while looking at
Hey, Waldorf.
What is it, Statler?
Oh, hey.
How long is this bozo gonna go on?
Well, that's what I've been asking for the last 10 years.
Oh!
hey guys, yeah, up here, host. Yeah, we're you know, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Can you hear this? Boom!
Yeah, please wrap it up.
Damn it! I should have put it on.
Statler and Waldorf, everybody. It's the last thing we need tonight. Listen, fellas, if you don't mind, we have a lot of people here in the audience waiting to see the show.
Yeah. Speaking of a lot of people, why isn't this theater full, huh?
Yeah, we heard you always sell out.
Oh, got him.
All right, let's keep the show rolling.
It's already rolling.
Off a cliff.
Oh!
Yeah, we're here all night, Statler and Waldorf. I know what we signed up for. All right, well, in any case, let's get this anniversary started. And to present
They're genuinely funny.
Yeah, I like this.
Greatest creative forces alongside one of our most talented performers. And they've teamed up for the newly released Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Please join me in welcoming Bethesda's Todd Howard and actor Troy Baker.
Why bring out Todd Howard? He's not Machine Games who made Indiana Jones.
Don't they own the company?
They do, but like,
by honoring some of my friends, like
God, he's short.
Roger Clark. Yes.
Jesus.
And also, Troy Baker sucks. Dude's a transphobe. He plays Indiana Jones, unfortunately.
Oh, fuck Troy Baker.
Look, they do give an award for best indie game, and I think everybody here can agree you make a great case for best indie performance.
Oh.
No.
Well, thank you. I don't know about that. Thank you, though.
There was another guy though.
You mean the other guy?
He's pretty good. Pretty
Really?
good.
Absolutely good.
I wonder what he thinks.
Oh God, they actually brought him out.
Remember these old things you liked? You were younger. They will never go away.
Thank you very much. Thank you. While you're on your feet, let's give a big round of applause to these two guys for the Great Circle. Thank you. I think this guy did a great job. If I'd known he was so good, I would have done it myself. And now, we're here to present the award for Best Performance. Here are the nominees.
Best performance.
Like,
Just look at it all. It's
what they could have done is they could have like done a joke and like mentioned past performers that played Indiana Jones in older games.
I know what you are.
That could have been a cute way to do it, but oh well. Anyway, we think we think Brianna. What's her name?
And the winner is
Breonna Taylor.
I already forgot it.
Melinda Juergens.
Brianna White.
Brianna
Win
White.
this.
I don't know what he said because I was talking over him. But congrats to that person. Oh, well, hold on. I might be able to mark something up now.
Oh my god, this is an incredible honor. Like I'm gonna cry.
Lina Jurgens from Hellblade.
I don't know where to start. I want to big shout out to my fellow nominees. You are all incredible. I want to thank our incredibly talented team at Ninja Theory, who are just so amazing. Our cast, our crew, our stunt team, like they've done just such a great job.
It's a very pretty dress. Yeah, no, sure. We agree.
And especially our fans who have been so supportive of us. Thank you so much. And
What if Harrison Ford knows what this is about? No, probably not.
for 10 incredible years.
Has he been in a game before? Did he play like... Did he voice the character in like the 90s or something?
I don't know. That's a good question.
He's never voiced Han Solo in a game, we don't think. Nor Indiana Jones.
Congratulations, Melina, our first two-time winner for Best Performance. She won back in 2017 for the first Hellblade. All right, we have lots more awards to come, but are you guys ready to get a glimpse of what's next? Yes, it is world premiere time. For our 10th anniversary, I traveled the world to ask developers, what could you share with fans that will give a glimpse not just of what's coming in 2025, that we'll have lots of that too, but what lies beyond for the next decade of gaming. Tonight's first game announcement is an absolute honor to share with you. It comes from a Game of the Year winning studio whose immersive storytelling has thrilled players with every twist and turn. So without further ado, here's a look at the unexpected.
Okay. First look.
Dearest daughter.
On an unannounced NVIDIA GeForce RTX GPU? Okay.
Into a remarkably young lass with much grace, wisdom, and kindness. Take the ease.
They're really pushing my Twitch TOS there, aren't they?
Tis how we rise to face the hard times. What does that for us?
Our Twitch already showed breasts on Tuesday night.
Nice.
You've the spirit to overcome adversities aplenty. Darling. Sweeten.
Was the unexpected the name of this, or just like a...
You fill out your destiny.
You don't expect this?
CD Projekt Red. Oh, they're back.
Oh, is this Witcher 4?
Oh?
Could be. God damn it, we literally removed The Witcher 4 from our bingo. It was on there. So originally our bingo was only announcements.
Yeah, okay.
Then you made a bunch of non-announcements. We were like, okay, fine, we'll put on a few as well.
Forgive me, daughter. 'Twere my only choice.
I shall be the bringer of salvation.
Yeah, Witcher 4 was technically already announced, but all they had said was it was gonna be a new story set long after the first 3 games.
Chosen she is by the gods.
No! You chose her.
But the real question is it gonna be called The Witcher 4, or is it gonna suddenly forget the numbers when it's the 4th game, like so many other games do?
Don't worry, in like 20 years we'll get Witcher 4 and it'll be a straight sequel to Witcher 3.
Yeah.
Well, it's not going to be a PlayStation exclusive, so I can just go back to working on the game.
Back to the village. Go, now.
Nay! I must save them! Save the village!
Is that Siri or not?
Run! To shelter! To your father!
Oh wait. I forgot to actually code the thing.
Run!
If there's no one probably put the books in a way. Oh, they haven't at all ever. But they have like gone away from the books since the very first game. Which, you know, it's fair to do, honestly. Like we said earlier, adaptations are not about accuracy, but yeah. We've actually only played the first Witcher game. We haven't played 2 or 3.
I haven't played
They
any
really
of them.
appeal to us. So we could see, we could maybe give it a chance if Witcher 4 looks cool. But right now we're only seeing cutscenes, so like, you know.
Yeah.
And they're also doing a remake of the first Witcher. Like, again, they've all only announced that they are doing it, they haven't shown it. This is like this looks very cool. And it's like, if CD Projekt Red is no longer doing their horrible treatment of their employees, then we would maybe be okay with even paying for it. Big if there though, but yeah. Anyway, can't wait for people to talk about how CD Projekt Red is going woke because a woman exists.
Yes, a woman that was already. Yeah, I mean, you're so fucking right, but it's like, oh yeah, they're going woke with a woman that was in the last game. What?
If it is Siri, then she was even playable in the last game.
I really hate.
And Siri is queer, at least in the books, so. So that's even worse then. It's even more woke.
Ugh. Sorry, I was just listening half to what they said. I sounded like they said Soldier Boy. I was like, what? Oh, she died.
More like CD woke yet red. Am I right?
Someone's gonna make that joke.
No, we're literally tweeting it.
Oh my god.
There are no gods here. There are only monsters.
Oh, it's gonna be named Witcher 4 Only Monsters?
No, it looks like it's called Witcher 4.
Oh yeah, no subtitle. Yet, at least.
Yeah, yet.
There you have it, the very first trailer for The Witcher 4 from CD Projekt Red. And yes, as you saw, obviously Siri will play the...
Yeah, our Twitch stream is literally called Jeff announced what?
You ready to have more fun? Because tonight, trust me, the surprises just keep coming all night long. Right now, I am proud.
That's cool. Annoyed that we literally removed The Witcher 4 from our bingo card. But you know. What was this? Brand new standalone game. Okay. Pretty ruins. Pretty flowers. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. Bandai Namco, okay. What could this be? From Software? Are you joking? We removed From Software from the bingo as well.
Oh. Yeah, I remember seeing that when I made mine.
Oh, we should have just kept it to only announcements. We would have had 2 boxes already. Or is it still on there? Hold on. Hold on. It's still on there? Nope. Nope. It's not. God damn it. Just goes to show we should always stick with our initial picks. The moment we second guess ourselves, we end up going wrong.
I need your help.
It said standalone game, so it's probably not Dark Souls 4. Doesn't really look like Dark Souls 4 either, but like Bandai Namco are like the owners of Dark Souls. And it's definitely Dark Souls animations being used, but that's fine. Asset reuse is a good thing, actually.
Yeah. I wish I had given myself that rule for making my game.
I
was like, I'm gonna make all the assets from scratch. Like, you're a fucking idiot. Oh wait. Oh, I don't know. What that is that?
The life of the Night Lord.
Looks cool. Elden Ring Night Rain. It's an Elden Ring spin-off? Didn't they literally like say just like a week ago that they weren't doing another Elden Ring game?
Oops.
What the fuck? Fucking liars.
I was so excited. There you have it. Elden Ring Night Raid is a new co-op action-adventure game from Bandai Namco Entertainment and From Software, the only studio that's won Game of the Year twice before here at the Game Awards, and it is coming next year, 2025. Now, trust me when I say we are just getting started. Some of the biggest surprises, believe it or not, are still to come, as well as performances by Snoop Dogg and 21 Pilots, and awards presented by previous winners like Hideo Kojima and Sam Lake.
Oh, Hideo Kojima is going to be here.
A new platform for one of this year's Game of the Year nominees.
What did you say?
He mentioned Hideo Kojima, so he's going to be here.
Oh. Oh, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth coming to PC. You know what? You know what?
What?
That's a box for us.
Damn.
That's a Final Fantasy announcement. We do expect another one, actually. We're pretty sure the Final Fantasy 9 remake is being announced. But, yeah. Okay. June 23rd.
Let us hurry. There is nothing to fear here.
That's what scares me.
We do want to play this game, even though Troy Baker is in it, because it seems really up our alley. Like, it's apparently primarily an adventure puzzle game. Which is, like, really cool.
It looks fun, yeah.
Yeah. I'm probably just gonna wait until it's on sale, though.
Yeah.
We have enough stuff to play.
I might just wait till it comes to PS5 because it's not out there yet, apparently.
Oh, it's not out on PS5?
According,
oh yeah, no, of course not. It's Microsoft, right? Yeah.
But it's gonna come out next year.
Yeah. We generally prefer playing on PC if we can, but yeah. Cat.
Oh, that looks cute. Fancy cat game. Big cat.
If you can make your own cat, we're so into this.
Please be a cat maker.
It does look like that, right?
Yeah, it does.
No, it's a VR game, maybe.
Catly. No, it says Steam and mobile and Switch. That's not VR.
Yes. We're so here for that. Fuck yeah, cats are awesome.
Is this Diablo?
No, no, it's not. Art style's too cool to be Diablo. It also looks like a twin stick shooter, maybe?
Oh yeah, you're right. 50 bosses.
Yeah, it's like it seems to only be boss fights. Like they all seems to be boss arenas, maybe?
A massive
Maybe not.
endgame, and much more to come.
Oh, Path of Exile 2.
That showed up before you, so now I'm behind.
It didn't show up. We knew what it was.
Oh,
from,
okay, gotcha.
From how it looked.
Okay.
Welcome back. I made it to the main show. You couldn't get rid of me that easily. For a limited time only, Prime members in the US can go to Amazon.com/thegameawards to get up to 50% off select nominees: Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Silent Hill 2, and Star Wars Outlaws.
From HBO's House of the Dragon, please welcome Abu Bakar Salim.
That, seeing as he said he was from House of the Dragons, we're guessing he's not in a video game.
I'm here to present an award that celebrates victory. The thrill of conquering your foes in a battle where physical and mental prowess collide in a struggle that feels like the most important fight of your life. And no, I'm not talking about Twitter, but I am talking about the best action game. Here are your nominees.
Best action game.
What was on Best Action Game this year?
Wukong, Black Ops 6.
Oh yeah.
Helldivers 2.
Helldivers 2 seems like a pretty solid win there.
Stellar Blade. Literally the only thing I've heard of Stellar Blade is people saying how hot the character is. I haven't heard anything else about it.
Beast Marine 2 is good, we heard, but the Helldivers 2 feels like the winner here.
Yeah. No, it was Wukong.
Wukong? Really?
Yeah.
Okay. We're actually surprised Stellar Blade made it here, because, like, while it has its ridiculous cult following, no, that's wrong. Cult following is the wrong word for it. More like a ridiculous, like, anti-other games following. It didn't have too much of a splash with, like, the actual critic scene. It didn't review all that great, honestly.
Yeah, no, like I said,
You badly or anything.
Like I said, I only heard one thing about the game, and it was just that people found the main character hot. Literally nothing else.
We are updating our bingo card. There's Final Fantasy. There's Final Fantasy.
Thank you, everyone. We are deeply honored to receive these awards. A heartfelt thanks to everybody.
And the studio had this weird no woman allowed policy. Not exactly. So what happened was it's Shift Up who also make the booty shooter. That's the best way to describe it. Called Nike. And they fired, we believe, 2 women for expressing feminist views, which did not become enough of a story, unfortunately. And most of the places where it did become a story, it was in the context of, actually, they were horrible women who wanted to kill all men, which is probably not true.
Yeah, that sounds like bullshit to me.
Yeah, it's the same old thing as always.
Sitting at home, testing the boss rush mode and buffing along instead of standing here representing the team.
最后我想说的是，《黑神话：悟空》这个游戏真的不难，尤其适合没有玩过动作游戏的玩家。相信我，谢谢。
Lastly, I want to say this. Our game isn't hard at all. It's perfect for players new to action games. Trust me on this. Thank you.
You're gonna have to like listen for the wrap it up music, by the way, because we can barely hear the stream.
It hasn't been playing yet.
Game Science.
Yeah.
At the Game Awards, our aspiration is to create moments that define our medium and remind us all why we became fans in the first place. 5 years ago, I had the pleasure of having lunch with one of our industry's most treasured game makers. And just recently, he finally shared an ambitious vision for his next project. Tonight, as a very special gift for our 10th anniversary, I am beyond honored to reveal this stunning new project for the first time anywhere, with an early look at real gameplay footage of this studio's highly anticipated upcoming title. Let's take a look at this announcement trailer that I'm sure will capture your imagination.
Okay. Okay. Team Trico are no longer with Sony.
What's this? You know, I think if you're gonna make a robot, you should probably detach the cables if it's gonna have a flying head. Oh, the robot's dead. Man, this is also my favorite scene of Bionicle.
That was your early first look at
What was it called?
the next project from Fumito Ueda-san, a creator who pushes our medium forward with each of his incredible creations. You can just feel the emotional.
Okay, I guess game doesn't have a name yet.
He said that was gameplay.
Ah, yes, my favorite gameplay, a robot. I saw like 2 seconds of gameplay.
One of our industry's longest running and most successful franchises. Tonight, we are honored to welcome the Game Awards Orchestra, conducted by Lauren Balfe, to world premiere the stunning theme to Civ 7, composed by Grammy Award-winning composer Christopher Tin, who joins us tonight. I think you're gonna love this.
Christopher Tin is back! Hell yeah! Legitimately one of our favorite composers ever.
Oh, gotta look up for Flute Guy. Wait, no, he's not gonna be here. Next time. Wait, no, maybe.
We are now updating the bingo cards.
I'm hoping Flute Guy hasn't changed their hair so I can recognize them. If we get to see the orchestra.
bingo boards are updated. Why is the full screen not working? There we go, fixed. Okay, yeah, bingo cards are updated. There we go. Currently, there's 1 point to Andrea.
Damn.
0 point to OniFox. Very much looking forward to that. Love Civilization.
Oh yeah, Civ 7. I actually forgot that game was coming out.
Incredible. Thank you to the TGA Orchestra and Lauren. There's much more to come from them throughout the night, including our signature Game of the Year medley. You can look forward to that. Right now, it's time to get the first look at gameplay of a project from a studio that has previously been nominated for Game of the Year.
Okay.
From the studio that brought you Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, Part 2.
Oh, it's The Outer Worlds 2.
And Fallout 3.
And they're really like laying home the fact that they are made a lot of 2s, huh?
Comes a completely original Part
Okay. Okay, that's fun.
All good sequels. We've included everything that should have been in the first game. More action. More weapons. And more.
We've heard the first Outer Worlds is really good. We do want to play it, even though Obsidian games tend to be like absolute kryptonium to us. Genuinely can't remember if there's any Obsidian game we like. Most people like New Vegas, we don't. Most people like Knights of the Republic 2, we don't. What else did they make? Alpha Protocol, didn't like that. Never played Neverwinter Nights 2, but didn't like the first one, so.
I'm not interested in hiring any more idiots. I'm looking for people of tact and vision and perspicacity.
Is Avowed by Obsidian as well?
I don't know.
I feel like it might be, and that game looks really good.
Here for It Takes Two, Joseph Perez.
Oh hey, Joseph Fares. Remember when he made silly comedic movies?
We fuck shit up without fucking up. And
Yalla Yalla, Cops.
this time, it's some next level shit.
Nope.
I'm telling you.
I only know him from the game industry.
What we're gonna show is gonna be amazing. I know it sounds
He's a Swedish film director.
Oh, never heard of him.
Are you ready? All right, let's roll Hazelight's next co-op adventure. Go.
Oh hey, 2 women this time. Please make them lesbians.
Let's go. My favorite lesbian and or best friends.
It takes two of like, oh hey look, it's a man and a woman, they're a couple.
Split
So like,
fiction.
come on.
I'm about to show you Haze Light's next co-op adventure called Split Fiction. And let me tell you this, get ready for a ride. You play as Mio and Zoe.
It looks cool.
Writers that hopes to get published by a new tech company that can simulate their stories to life.
I can't do this.
Please calm down.
It's time.
You can't shut. No!
Accidentally, they end up in the same simulation.
What are you doing in my story? Something bad is going on here.
And there, they find out that their stories are about to get stolen.
No one escapes my simulation.
Okay, we love this idea.
And in order to save them, they have to escape back to reality through the very worlds that they created.
Hands above your heads.
But the thing is, they're strangers, and Mio
This actually looks really cool.
So you will, for every level in the game, jump between a sci-fi world
Wow.
and a fantasy world.
We're down for this.
This is really cool.
Yeah.
We at Haze Light love variation, and you'll have a unique mechanic for every level. Let me give you some examples. In this level, you start out by finding dragon eggs that hatch.
Hey, stop licking.
And then, they become a little bit bigger dragons with new abilities. But in the end, they grow up to be full-ass dragons. And now, you can fly around and kick ass. In another level, you play these ball droids that can magnetize and shift to different forms.
This looks so fucking fun.
And you can now attack and hack different objects. Here's another one. You play as pigs, and they later become... Anyway, let's not talk about that level for now. As always, with the Friends Pass, you only need to buy one copy of the game to play it with your friend online. That's what Haze Light is about. No loot boxes, no microtransactions, and no bullshit. You just get the game.
You have unpaid parking tickets. Time to die.
Excuse me?
That looks amazing.
The good part with this game is coming out March 6th, so you will be playing it in 2 months, so that's nothing. One more thing, just want to say, in the trailer they called me and Zoe, my daughters, it's their name, they're also in the audience. Put the camera, let them show how cute they are. There, hello!
Aww.
Hey, Papa! Yeah, of course, my wife is beautiful too, I don't forget to, of course. Yes, and I want to say one last thing. My team Haze Light is watching at home. My beautiful team, I just want to say thank you, jag älskar er. And thank you everybody, I love you so much. I'm looking forward to be part of this industry. I love everybody. Goodbye.
Joseph,
Yeah.
what a guy.
Yeah.
I spent some time with him in Sweden this summer and played a few hours of Split Fiction. It really is everything you'd want it to be, a great follow-up to It Takes Two that Joseph won for Game of the Year. It's been so amazing. There's so many Game of the Year winners back with us again tonight revealing new projects. All right, we have much more Game Awards to come. During the show, those of you in the U.S. can head to tgalegion.com for a chance to win one of 20 Glacier White Lenovo Legion 7i laptops, which have the power to handle the latest games.
This Lenovo Legion 7i has the power we need to finally beat the impossible level. These rooms are so high, I can see every NPC. Oh, except that one.
Are you keeping count? If this ad section is gonna be longer than all the speeches.
Oh, this is the ad part?
This is an ad.
Okay, I forgot. I missed that. Well, all this, the longest speech was like counting how that it was translated was maybe like 3 minutes or so.
Yeah.
But I started a timer. This might be my first point.
Yeah, we specifically wrote a winning speech on your bingo card, because obviously you also wrote that Hideo Kojima is gonna get to talk for 5 minutes. But he doesn't have a game up for winning, so...
Yeah.
Oh, Fragpunk! Remember when they announced this? Not really interested in it, but like...
Neat.
It is an interesting idea to like be able to like actually affect the environment. Oh yeah. Uwe was offended today.
Yeah.
Because we didn't get their characters' equipment back.
Yeah.
In our tabletop section.
Unfortunately, we didn't.
We're still on the ad, by the way.
Yeah, I have a timer set up. It's still going.
Good.
It appears Moorcroft's little project is as real as they say.
Oh damn, this is a long one. You might actually get that point. Yeah, Luis, that's Killing Floor, but it's like it's not a new announcement or anything, it's just an ad. The ad break is over now.
That was almost 3 minutes.
Okay.
I wasn't timing how long the winning speech for that for the translated person was, but I feel like they were on par.
And Metal Gear Solid 2, because I knew games were nothing without the people behind them. Now, the sad reality is that over the past few years, the gaming industry has suffered significant and unprecedented industry-wide layoffs. Those affect the games we get to play and, even more importantly, the people who make the games we love. We can debate and certainly disagree with the reasons why, and honestly, as a show, we kind of struggle with how to address these topics in a constructive way. But this year, inside of these challenges, we found greatness. I'm proud to share with you the story of a single individual who saw developers in need and did something truly extraordinary. Meet TGA's first ever Game Changer.
Starting in early 2023, significant waves of layoffs started in the games industry.
It strikes you, it hurts, right?
I was gonna put something about the layoffs on mine, but I didn't.
Tens of thousands of gamers have been laid off at a level that is unprecedented in the industry's history.
I love this brand, I love this company. Oh my goodness, what am I going to do?
I actually started in games relatively late. Even though I've loved the industry ever since I was a little child, because there weren't games jobs around here, I stayed passionate about it and broke through in basically my late 30s. I had seen a few friends get laid off before Thanksgiving, and I said to my wife, Jess, like, this is unacceptable. Hi everybody, it's Amir, and I'm here to help support you as you look for your next opportunity in video games.
Yeah, no, I should not just mention it and giving you an entire little spotlight here.
Someone have to go to their family around the holidays.
And to be fair, they mentioned it at the Summer Game Fest as well.
I had a robust background in things like data analysis, and I said, well, I can do
Yeah, you did it. I remember that.
I started a community with one resource.
We just started putting together a list of all the job openings out there.
And over iteration after
Oh!
iteration, it ended up becoming a
That's the list we've been using.
different resources. We have 2,300 coaching volunteers who've given people over
The list with all the layoffs?
coaching conversations.
Yeah, the one we used on the Game Awards last year, actually.
Oh.
In fact, like, if you look on our stream now,
I have to.
this is left from the Game Awards 2024, 2023.
Santa Claus.
To hop your stream up and look at it.
I wouldn't have even known this job was here.
He has created.
Like, we had this thing running the entire time. Obviously the layout was a bit different then, so like now it's kind of covered up.
Oh
but,
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That's kind of fun. That's the same one. I wonder what this text is. Oh, it's a BRB text.
It's Graham.
Graham.
It's the Cockmaster. Kukmästaren Kuk.
Okay, context. In Jackbox TKO, a drawing of King Graham from King's Quest with Cockmaster, Master on Cocks, was one of the like big winners recently when we played.
Yes, and it's one of the funniest shit ever. We just keep quoting it.
Thank you so much.
We love this though. That is so good.
Thank you so much. No, you're breathtaking.
Oh, what was the award here?
Jeff and the Game Awards for this extraordinary
Game changer, like because he set up this network of being able to rehire.
Oh, so this wasn't anything you voted on.
To all game makers everywhere.
That's awesome.
And like Jeff said, this is going to be a standard thing moving forward.
Let's go.
Yeah, this is good.
I love this guy's Graham shirt, and I love his Zelda jacket.
A staggering amount of games experience eliminated. This has consequences. You can't make great games.
Need to share this in our Discord server.
I'm proud of so many of you who have already joined me to make an impact. And I really have to thank everyone in our community who gave all their time and commitment to build it. As we gather here tonight for this amazing celebration, I challenge everyone to ask themselves, what more can we each do to make our industry better? I dedicate this to my grandparents in heaven and to our Game Awards watch party back home, my wife, our 3 sons, and my parents, who really devoted their lives to me and taught me that my value lies in how I treat other people. Growing up, all I ever wanted was to be a part of the video game industry. As a kid from Farmington, Connecticut, it felt a world away. Not anymore. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure he might have talked longer than the ad breaks. Or actually, no. He talked as long as the other people, so maybe I did get the ad break thing.
Well, I mean, we can't really know until the end of it,
yeah.
Right?
I shouldn't have added that on the list. I don't think I'm gonna get any of these actually.
It unleashed the promise of our civilization.
I also have not been paying attention if the Bill Clinton kid is in the audience. It's been kind of hard seeing that.
Never underestimate how long the ads can be.
Yeah.
Wait, wargaming? Are wargaming doing a Halo game? Wait, what's going on? We're confused. Before we saw Master Chief, but now it just looks like wargaming is doing a mecha game.
You will face a new power and devastating enemies.
Steel Hunters looks kind of cool, but not really sold on the art style. It feels very Michael Bay's Transformers.
Announcement of Steel Hunters, which you can play test tonight. I played that back in the summer, and it plays as good as it looks. Definitely has a Transformers vibe to it, as you can see.
Oh, yeah, he points it out.
All right, and now I'm proud to reveal one of the most beautiful games I've seen in a long time, developed by an incredible team up in Canada.
Okay. You think about how many games there are about, like, surviving after society collapses?
Too many.
The Long Dark 2. Okay. You do like when a game like slips in the sequel title like in the subtitle like that. Feels very classy. Oh hi, it's Borderlands 4. So here's a fun story. OniFox put Borderlands 4 on the bingo card. And we were like, sorry, that's already been announced.
Yeah, I was not looking much up before I wrote that thing, so I didn't know about Borderlands 4 at all.
Yeah, no, they straight up said, we're gonna show Borderlands 4 at Game Awards. I was like, nah, sorry, even though you didn't know it, that definitely can be on the bingo board.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
Or I could just show you Borderlands 4. Who wants me to keep talking?
Hey, Randy Pitchford! Hey, Randy Pitchford! When's the next Duke Nukem?
Borderlands Mother Fluffin' 4! As you wish. The world premiere first look at Borderlands 4.
Don't say floppin' when the Borderlands movie happened this year and it's not nominated for best adaptation.
Oh god, one of those icons is badly off center. Fix that.
Who makes the masks for the grunts in Borderlands?
I don't know.
We still have only played the first Borderlands game.
I haven't played any of them.
We played through all of the first one, like we really liked it. And then by the time Borderlands 2 came out, we'd already lost interest.
Excuse me.
Probably fun. Borderlands 1 was really fun. Like, it's just that it's the kind of game that we feel isn't really enjoyable if you don't play it co-op with friends. Which means you all need to get the same game at the same time on the same platform and schedule times to play together.
Yeah.
I remember when Borderlands was going to have a really realistic art style. Yeah, the original Borderlands was announced with like a far more like photorealistic art style. And then it kind of went AWOL for like a long time, and then came back with its cel-shaded art style.
Honestly, I prefer the cel-shaded art style.
Yeah, it was definitely the right call. It's just funny that like
that happened.
it was like something they decided on
And now we have an
mid-development.
An unexpected announcement from a legendary role-playing game franchise.
Role-playing game franchise. Unexpected. Final Fantasy. Is this Final Fantasy Muso? No, it's Clive in Tekken 6. Tekken 8. How was that unexpected when Noctis was in Tekken 7?
Because he was unexpected, because why would he do it? Because we didn't think we were gonna have it twice. I don't know.
Look, as a big hater of Final Fantasy 16, Clive is a great character. So, like, that's cool. We wanted Tifa Lockhart, though.
There you go.
Why isn't Tifa in it?
Tekken 8 next week.
Huh?
Right now we want to recognize more nominees and winners.
Tifa is literally the fighter from the Final Fantasy series.
For most anticipated game, Death Stranding 2 on the beach, Ghost of Yote, Grand Theft Auto 6, Metroid
We have potential here. We picked GTA 6. You said Metroid Prime 4.
And this year, the Game Award goes to Grand Theft Auto.
Fuck!
Which sequel do you want?
Damn it!
Got it.
I'm just gonna mark that off as an X then.
Call of Duty Black Ops
Yep.
6,
Rip.
Helldivers 2, Super Mario
I did not put anything for multiplayer.
8, and Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2. This year, the Game Award goes to Helldivers 2. Congratulations, Arrowhead. Now the nominees for Best
Congratulations, Helldivers. We are gonna we do have access to Helldivers now because our brother actually got it. So we will be streaming that at some point. 14, motherfucker.
What do you mean community support Baldur's Gate 3? Are they gonna go ongoing game here as well?
I mean, this is gonna go to Metaphor, right?
The Game Award goes to Metaphor ReFantazio.
Yeah.
We have many more awards
Okay.
to come in the Game Awards.
No ongoing
Right
yet.
now, here's a new look
Unless I
at
missed it.
Game 2 that blends gunplay, movement, and portals, coming in 2025.
Playing for keys with no losses, dripping around with no frosting. Look at the team, our bosses saying our dues, and we don't care what it costing.
Okay. And we need to download the files again. So basically what we need to do every time we like update the bingo cards is we need to save them on our laptop where we have our image editing software, then move them to, then save them to our cloud drive, so we can access them on the streaming computer, and then save them over the local files on the streaming computer, so that they get replaced instantly in OBS.
That sounds so convoluted.
Yeah, and here's the thing, you might be wondering, couldn't you do it easier in some way? No, because then we would need to access the cloud drive on the actual Windows thing, and it's our partner's computer, and we don't want to deal with changing that.
Yeah, fair. Gotcha.
By the way, it's an ad break again. Okay, so this is the bingo board. Hello, hello. We have 2 points. OniFox has none.
No, and I lost one of them.
There's no minus points, don't worry. Oh yeah, we actually explained the points when you weren't here. It's 1 point for each box, and then a bonus 5 point for a line.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, I didn't expect it to be 2 ad breaks. Do we count the ad break lasts longer than any winner speech to be every ad break combined?
You know what? Maybe. Let's discuss it after the at the end of the stream.
Okay.
Because we won't know how long the speeches are until then anyway.
Yeah. Because
that might be a fair assessment, honestly.
Because the first one was 3 minutes, so if this one is 3 minutes, that will be 6.
I need to run to the bathroom. We don't want to miss anything interesting, so can't Jeff say something like, "And now a new look at our upcoming game from I try to think of a studio we don't like. Stuck. Naughty Dog.
The underworld's most dangerous syndicates, and pull off the greatest heist the Outer Rim has ever seen."
We heard this game is really good.
I didn't even realize it came out until I saw it on the thing. But yeah, I think I also heard good things about it.
Yeah. POV is 2017. What? Oh, Fortnite.
Fortnite?
POV, remember when Fortnite was like a fucking Minecraft clone?
God. Okay, that was...
Before Battle Royale was added?
That was 2 minutes. Oh, it's best adaptation. You better fucking lose here, Knuckles.
Oh, is it Imagine Dragons time?
Royal and the Serpent, David, and 21 Pilots with the Game Awards Orchestra.
Oh, it's 21 Pilots, okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna take the opportunity to go to the bathroom.
Yep, go ahead.
So once again, here are the bingo boards, and we'll be back in a second.
This gives me a chance to work on my thing. I haven't watched Arcane because I don't care about League of Legends, but I've heard like from plenty of people that apparently it's good, or at the very least that they used fanboy or fangirl or fan day over the characters. But yeah, I don't have any interest. Sure, it's a good series. I just don't care about League of Legends.
And we are back! Alright.
Welcome back.
Luis Paulo, I didn't watch Arcane. I thought the gals kissed in the first season when people lied to me. No, they kiss in the second. They do more than kiss in the second. We haven't watched it either. Mainly because it's related to Riot Games, who we boycott. Ooh. But it's good though. Although we also heard season 2 apparently wasn't like very good in like the second half. But hey, at least they had lesbian sex in it, so.
I'm not supposed to be calling those scroll. They're not scrolling textures. Whatever.
What are you doing on the game right now?
I'm adding the last of the particles.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I mentioned it before, but lightning damage is just going to be, aside from the projectile, which I'm going to make it that actually like you shoot lightning towards where you're aiming. The lightning is just a stronger weapon.
It'd be so funny if like the new Sonic X Shadow Generations DLC trailer is not on here, not even the Outbreak.
Oh yeah.
Our reasoning for putting Sonic the Hedgehog on our bingo board was specifically because like the DLC comes out today. That means that they will officially be out of like game stuff to promote. So maybe it's time to promote the next thing. Maybe that's why they picked this date, but could be wrong. If we can take this opportunity to see what's being said on Discord.
Should have done Matrix on these in a slow way.
If I cross the line, if I cross the line,
Encoding overloaded. Oh, whatever. Well, I can do anything about it.
What a beautiful and
Okay,
emotional
let's see.
performance.
Next
Thanks to
thing.
Riot and those artists for putting that together. Incredible. All right, let's take a look at this very exciting brand new game announcement prepared just for the Game Awards 10th anniversary.
Okay.
Bird. Holy shit! You play as the guy from Atlantis too.
It's the new Like a Dragon game.
Ooh.
Maybe. Surprising given that they have a game coming out in a few months. They did say they had something big planned for the 20th anniversary of the series next year. So... Is this Virtua Fighter?
Hey!
Holy shit! Tune in today? What?
They just keep coming tonight. That's right. There's a new full entry in the legendary Virtua Fighter series now in development at Sega, and you can find out more in that special direct broadcast. Tonight, we've got another announcement for you. Check this one out.
Okay. So the Yakuza devs are doing Virtua Fighter 6 now. Fucking awesome? Oh yeah, what's this? Is it also a real Gotoku studio game? Oh, is this a remake of the PSP game? Was it PSP? There was like a Dragon game set in like this era, right?
I don't know.
there are a few Like a Dragon spin-offs that never got localized, so like we're not super sure which ones are what. Project Century? Okay, it sounds like it's a brand new thing then. Oh wait! Project Century is because...
Nominated tonight for 4 times for Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth has not 1 but 2 projects in the works, and we are honored to reveal both of those titles for the first time here tonight. Now to present our next award, please join me in welcoming a dear friend who also happens
When was
to be
Sega
one of the
founded?
industry's most innovative spirits. He's been with us
Don't
since
know.
the very beginning of TGA in 2014 and is currently hard at work on Death Stranding 2 on the beach and OD. Please welcome an
Oh,
industry
Kojima's here now.
icon,
Yeah.
Hideo Kojima!
As soon as he starts talking, I'm setting my timer.
When was Sega founded?
まず TGA 10周年おめでとうございます。
1960. Okay, so that's not what we're thinking of then.
First and foremost, congratulations on TGA's 10th anniversary.
僕は1回目から参加させていただいてますけども、年々 TGA は大きくなってきてます。もともと制作者を称える賞でしたけども、今では、世界の業界と、関係者が集い、プレイヤーと結ぶ非常に重要な賞となっています。でゲームだけでもなく映画やアニメ、音楽といったデジタルエンターテインメントと、架け橋というか結ぶ重要な賞だと思っています。今後20年30年ですね、ますます大きくなっていく。
Oh yeah, we got another
僕も
box.
できる限り応援したいと思っています。
Brand call-up event or DLC. Tekken 8, Final Fantasy 16.
Oh.
Every year. Not only does it celebrate the achievements of those involved in the gaming industry, but it has also evolved into an event that brings together industry's professionals from around the world, focusing deeper connections with the players. TGA now serves as a bridge, not just within the gaming industry, but also between gaming and other digital entertainment, such as film, television, anime, and music. This role will undoubtedly become even more important in the next 20, 30 years. I'm looking forward to supporting that too.
ゲームディレクションっていうのは、数多くのアイデアをまとめて一つの作品に昇華する非常に大切な、役割だと思っています。今日ノミネートされているタイトルは、数百名から1000人を超えるチームもありますけども、数名で作ったタイトルもあります。小さな手漕きのボートでも、数百人が乗る、巨大な豪華客船でも数百数千の船団でもやっぱり方向を示すですね、舵取りが非常に重要だと思っています。まさにその舵取りがゲームディレクションだと思っています。
Interesting thing about Project Century is that we didn't even know if it's like an actual Like a Dragon game or not. It might not be. Or it could be a Like a Dragon game set in like the 1915.
Hundreds or even thousands, as well as
Yeah.
those made by just a few people. Yet all of them have a clear and unified vision. Whether it's a small boat, a large cruise ship, or a fleet of boats, a helmsman is required. And that
There's another series we're gonna be streaming next year, by the way. Starting with the PS2 games. Not the remake.
direction, I'm honored to introduce the nominees for Best Game Direction.
Best game
Okay.
direction.
No, wait. Wrong button.
You can pause the timer there.
Yeah, he has currently, with the translator included, talked for two and a half minutes.
That's not that long.
No.
But yeah, he's probably gonna keep talking after the award. So they're definitely gonna present Death Stranding 2 trailer, right?
We shape our own destiny with our
That's game direction right now, right?
Yeah, I think
Let's
that's what
just
it is.
actually go to any of them.
Now, the winner is
Personally, we would give it to 507, but this is basically just the Game of the Year
That's the
nominees.
bottom one.
Huh. Yeah.
This was, This wasn't anything that I had marked down.
No.
thank you so much. We didn't have a speech ready for this one. This is really amazing. So
we're
thank you so much.
losing the
So much
frames
feedback
on
from,
the stream
all
for
of
some
you.
reason.
Really, this is
Hold
for
on.
you.
Oh. That's not good.
You know, game
No, it's
direction
not.
is of course, you know, like as Kojima-san said, you know, like an ensemble of things, and you know.
There we go.
But actually, in our case, it's really like every single person on the team coming and really bringing their own vision and being responsible for their own work. So you are all game directors back home, and I'm really dedicate this one to you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Nico and Team Asobi. And now, let's journey to another world for our next announcement.
Oh, okay.
Damn.
Kojima was kept short. Turok, 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 Turok. Fucking told y'all this wasn't cancelled.
Let's go.
Turok, Turok, Turok. We talked about this when it leaked during Jurassic June. Turok Origins is the name now. Okay. It's a what? What?
It's a
What?
third person.
What? How? What?
Attention citizens! Across the galaxy, the valiant Helldivers have fought to protect our way of life. But I am here with grave tidings. Managed democracy is imperiled like never before. Homes are being ravaged. Families are being abducted. And you could be next. That is, unless you direct your undivided attention to the following announcements. And remember, freedom comes.
Never lost interest so fast.
Yeah, cause like that's not what made Turok fun. It was
like it's not that you can't do a Turok third-person shooter. There's been Turok platformers. There's been Turok top-down shooters. But like, why would you revive Turok using a legendary FPS developer and not make it an FPS when that's what it's known for?
Yeah, I don't get it either.
And something much worse.
Also, Origins? Really? Really?
But when our citizens are at
We've done Turok Origins 3 times.
our greatest heroes are
Third time's a charm.
to set them free.
Turok Evolution was an origin story for the original Turok game. Turok 2008 was an origin story for a new Turok. Now we have Turok Origins with 3 characters.
Together,
Yeah, it's their origin story.
save our people from this tortured existence. For we are those who stand in the way of all tyranny. Who will give our lives today for a freer tomorrow. Who will take back control of freedom. And deliver peace to our homes. We are the Helldivers.
We actually had Turok on a bingo card in August, we think, for Gamescom? Maybe? But we didn't have it today. We considered it, we decided not to put it on there. But we sure as hell didn't expect fucking Turok third-person shooter.
I'm here on behalf of the
the Warframe team. We are here
What is
at
it with
the
like
10th
games
year of
doing
the
that?
Game Awards. It was
So many
actually
FPS
12 years
games have
ago
become
that we
third-person
launched the
shooters.
alpha build of Warframe, and it changed the lives of
What's
our team.
wrong with first-person
Our very
shooters?
approachable community has allowed us to
No
manage to
idea,
be up
but
on
I.
stage
Do they just don't want to compete with Call of Duty? Is that it? Like, you don't get it.
We are going to
I
show
hope
you
that's not it, because that would be
final
really
trailer
dumb.
for Warframe 1999 and the release date. But before we hit play, if you don't know what Warframe is, if this is your first time hearing it, we don't know anymore either, but we're still we're still having a lot of fun making it. And 12 years ago, we never could have imagined that our alpha build has turned into something like this. We are forever grateful for our community. Thank you for giving us the best version of yourselves, Tenno. Please enjoy our trailer. It launches tomorrow. Thank you, Tenno. Please enjoy.
I realize what I am asking. But you, of all people, understand what is at stake. For the sake of everything before and to come.
Really wish we could get into Warframe. We tried like 10 years ago and we just... Too samey, Edgar? But like that's the thing, third-person shooters are even more samey. Especially these days, they all have the same camera angle, they all control the same, they all move the same. They all have the same method of like popping in and out of the shooting parts and like... We don't know. But don't get us wrong, we're still gonna give a Turok audience a chance. It's just that like, we don't understand why you would like be given the Turok IP as a company known for making FPS games and be like, third-person shooter, that's what people want with Turok. Like, imagine if Quake 6 was announced and it was a fucking third-person shooter. It could be great, but like, just make a different game then, you know? Like, we haven't had a new first-person shooter Turok since 2008, so it's not like we're like drenched in them. Now we're losing frames again. What the fuck is going on?
That looks great, and if you're watching TGA on Twitch or Steam, you can get
Why is it doing that?
Good question.
Still to come, Snoop Dogg takes the stage with world premiere new music and the Game Awards Orchestra returns. But first, earlier this year, Palworld took over the internet and broke records for the independent studio Pocket Pair. Tonight, we have a first look.
Powell took the internet storm and then they got a cease and desist by Nintendo or something. I don't fucking remember what happened. That's just not Scarlet and Violet Tyranitar.
God, we hate Palworld.
That's just not Lucario. Not Lucario, Zoroark. This game is so stupid.
And a great example of how everything is just a generic fucking third-person shooter.
Yeah. Like, this game did not need to be a third-person shooter. You just remove the gun, and you'll have a decent enough game. Why did it need the guns?
Because it sold itself entirely on the idea of, hey, it's Pokemon with guns.
Yeah, but imagine if it had sold itself on the idea of this being a unique game.
Our main problem with it is just like, Pocket Pair is a fucking shitty studio.
I believe that.
Like, they're literally, like, founded on fucking crypto,
Is this ads, by the way?
stuff. What?
Is this ads?
Don't know.
Because I've been up again. I think it might be Adam. I'm gonna start my timer. I'll add a minute to that.
It's so hard to tell what's a quote-unquote world premiere and what's just an ad break for another game that's already out.
Yeah, agree.
We don't even know which of the Hoyoverse games this is. We don't care, but yeah.
It's that one. That one. That doesn't even count as a PS5 exclusive.
Oh, Wuthering Waves. That's one. That's not Hoyoverse, right?
No.
The other one.
But it's not a new PS5 exclusive, so I can't mark that off.
Okay. The whole this is an Xbox thing would be cool if like it wasn't just streaming. Like if they would put like actual like back compatibility for like Xbox 360 games on PC. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. But like streaming the games to other platforms, like no. No thank you.
Let me play Sonic 06 on my PC. I don't care.
Yeah. No, but like even if you just put like the ones that are accessible back comp on Xbox One, like fine. But like we tried streaming fucking Perfect Dark Zero at one point and like it was just not enjoyable. Not because it was Perfect Dark Zero.
Oh wait, I forgot to stop my timer. Ah, whatever. That was probably 2 minutes of that.
10 years ago, we were called onto the stage.
Oh wait, I marked off the wrong thing.
Stunned as Shovel Knight, our first game, took home the first ever Best Independent Game Award. Now, thank you. And now, Shovel Knight is getting old enough to become.
Shovel Knight is that old now, huh?
This year, a new set of developers released their first game. They're just getting started, yet they've already created something extraordinary. We're excited to see how their talents will shape the industry for the next 10 years.
These are the nominees for Best Debut Indie Game.
Pretty sure there's been more 8-bit throwback games in the past 10 years than there was during the NES era.
Yeah.
Oh, it's best indie game now, okay.
I didn't
no, best debut indie game, okay. Again, Balatro is here, and it's a Game of the Year nominee, so like...
Yeah.
It's like... This is why you don't do genre categories like that. There's a reason, like... It just feels strange, because if Balatro doesn't win this, how has it any chance for GOTY? You know?
Anyway, Balatro won this.
I appreciate that, but none of us are local thunk. We are honored, though, to accept this on his behalf. And while he's not one for the spotlight, he does like to shine his spotlight on other games that he thinks deserve equal recognition. So not only wants to recognize all nominees tonight, but also all indie games that were launched this year that might have
How long is this going on, by the way?
Now,
do you know how long this is going on?
Nope.
This world of indie games. And I think you'll find this
Probably another half hour.
Talented and creative developers
Oh.
who are crafting beautiful experience for you to enjoy every single day. Now, Local Thunk, I know you're probably thinking if you can give this away to another team that you think deserves it more, but sorry, Arco, he has to take this home. So, Local Thunk, you have earned this, and you deserve this, and everyone at Playstack is just so proud of you, of what you've done, and I hope that at least tonight, you get to enjoy this. Thank you.
We haven't played Balatro. We heard it's really good, but like so many other games this year, we just haven't played it. Yeah, it's so many games every year, honestly.
All right, as we've been saying all night long, we have some very special game announcements tonight, and this is certainly one of those. Enjoy.
Okay. Could maybe be Neo or Onimusha. Is it Onimusha?
That'd be cool if OniFox's finally got the love it deserved after so many years. Oh hell yeah!
How good are we at guessing games in like the first seconds of a trailer?
That's hella cool. Oh, 2026.
We get both Turok and Onimusha like before any good hints about it dropped.
Yeah. Not a PS5 exclusive.
No, not a PS5 exclusive.
That was definitely a good one. I had a great time seeing that game this summer out in Osaka. I love that franchise and how it combines swordplay and a Japanese dark fantasy setting with some amazing over-the-top enemies, as you saw in that announcement trailer. Thank you to Capcom for that. All right, now let's get an update on the first Berserker, Kazan.
Hey everyone, I'm Joe Russo. And I'm Anthony Russo.
Interesting.
Thrilled to be back on the Game Awards.
We didn't put Onimusha on the bingo this year.
Game rooted in the legendary Dungeon and Fighter universe.
Maybe we should have seen it coming with how popular like feudal Japan has become as a game setting.
We're excited to unveil it here
True.
at the Game Awards along with the official launch date.
Stay tuned until the end and enjoy the reveal.
Alright, this is the new Dungeon and Fighter game, right? The subtitles said lunch date. That's funny.
Lunch date.
So far, nothing has been a remake or a remaster. Which is really throwing off some of our predictions.
Yeah.
this is a very pretty pre-rendered cutscene, but like doesn't tell us much about how the game plays.
Nope.
It is fascinating how that has still not like gone out of fashion. You feel like at some point people would stop liking these kind of like long form trailers that don't show any gameplay.
Yeah.
And I thought it would have become profitable to keep doing them, but guess that's still not the case.
And now we're thrilled to show you another game set in the Dungeon & Fighter universe for the first time anywhere. Arad is an open-world action RPG developed in Unreal Engine 5. It's coming to Steam, console, and mobile. Here's the first ever look.
Yeah, we're slightly behind on the stream. Let's just jump ahead. There we go. It's amazing how this
I'll be right back.
looks like every fucking mobile RPG. Like seriously. And granted, we're not super into the Dungeon & Fighter universe, so we can't speak too much on like how the games normally are, but like it's just no identity here. You know what I mean? Every design is like hyper busy, and it all falls in that same general safe, quote unquote, anime art style that like Genshin and Wuthering Waves and Honkai and Zelda Zone Zero and this game makes use of, where it's like
Looks great. All right, next is the
we don't know. It just feels so empty in some way. Like at this point, it feels just as empty as like a brown photorealistic war shooter to us. Like it's just like completely devoid of any creative spark. Gacha or not, Edgar, that's the thing. Like, because yes, it does always end up being a bunch of gacha games that do it. But like, even if it wasn't gacha, like just the style itself just feels so lacking in anything to like stand out.
Has intended us to forego their use. He has gifted us the means to decipher the code of nature. And it's our highest purpose we must strive.
Did people like Dying Light 2? We seem to recall people really not liking Dying Light 2.
No idea. It might have got a small fan base or something, but I have not been paying attention to that game.
We know the first game did really well, and then like the second game came out like 2 years ago, and we think like was kind of not good. So we're surprised that they're doing another one, but you know, I mean, in one way that's good. Like, things shouldn't just be retired because of one lacking entry, but
no.
Then again, if we're gonna talk about lack of creative spark and things that we just can't get excited over, zombie survival games.
Yeah, I'm kind of bored out of them as well.
It's amazing because, like, we used to love zombie survival games. We really did. And it's like, we probably would still love them if there had been any at all kind of break from them. But can you remember, like, a 5-year period without a big budget zombie survival game releasing?
Nope. I cannot.
It's like, Left 4 Dead and Onward, there's always been something.
Here the Game Award goes to Astrobot. Congratulations, another win tonight.
Okay.
That's 3. Here are the nominees for Best RPG.
This is a perfect example of how action adventure means nothing.
Shadow of the Erd Tree.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Like a Dragon Infinite
Again, 3 of these are GOTY nominees, so...
And the Game Award goes to Metaphor ReFantasia. Congratulations, Ashina Shojima. Here are the nominees
Okay.
for Content Creator of
Boo.
the Year. Queso, Iloan,
Oh,
Techno Gamer,
maybe a box for me.
Typical Gamer, and Usada Pekara. And the Game Award goes to Queso.
Who?
Congratulations. Here are the
Who?
nominees for Best Sports Racing Game.
Queso, apparently.
24.
Oh, that's the first red box for us.
Yay, I'm not alone.
NBA 2K25.
God, my cough got worse.
25.
I'll grab a...
WWE
Oops,
2K.
one of that was open.
24. Gotcha. And the Game Award goes to EA Sports FC 25.
Oh, are we behind again?
Now our
Sorry, we're not sure why we're falling behind on the stream.
Age of Mythology Retold.
I'm on best sim strategy game right now.
Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess, Nanor Lords, and Unicorn Overlord. And the Game Award goes to Frostpunk 2.
Yes, sir. There.
Congratulations to all those winners.
Did you catch all that?
No, but I wish the rest of the show went that fast.
Yeah, it's like the game commercials with award interruptions.
Oh! Yeah. Oh, hey, someone watching online saw us on the show.
Oh, yeah? What did they say?
Let's see. Riverrunner445 said, "Have you two ever considered becoming developers?"
We're already developers.
We are?
Yeah. By watching this show, we're developing an immunity to bad entertainment.
Oh!
Oh, wait.
Huh?
There's Kojima, look. Did you know that Jeff Keighley's friends with him?
Yeah, but does Kojima know that? Oh, boy.
He actually looks sad.
Look at there. Apparently right now, 100 million people around the world are watching this show.
Yeah, and the other 8 billion people have better sense.
Oh! Yeah, hey, look. Jadebot 6 is asking, why are Statler and Waldorf at the Game Awards?
It's a great question. I've been asking myself the same thing. Help!
Yeah, help us, Jadebot 6. You're our only hope.
Yeah, make the commercials stop.
Yeah.
Please.
Please.
Please stop.
Make it stop. Oh.
Make it stop.
Oh, commercials.
Started in the swamps. Moved to the mountains. Everywhere corruption went,
We just realized we put the wrong
hunters followed.
Metroid Prime box into red on yours. We put it on the trailer, not the most anticipated.
Oh yeah, no, I did that too, and I fixed it on my end.
Never be the same. Welcome to my murder circus.
And we gotta be honest, we think you're gonna get both of them, but still. Oh, is it Killer Clowns now, or what? We're fixing the bingo boards, that's what we're not seeing. Oh, it's Post Malone's Murder Circus? What? Oh, we already got the brand collab once. Can't get it again. Where the fuck did we put that? There it is. Okay. It's on D1. If only we had put Gritty Reboot, then we could have picked Pac-Man on that.
Handheld gaming revolutionized. Advanced by AMD.
You like watching TV shows and movies? Don't watch on that. You want a Quest. Look at that. It's a movie theater.
Player's voice hasn't been picked yet, right?
And you want to go to the gym.
Player's voice hasn't been picked yet, right?
No.
Okay. Thought so, but weren't sure.
And do you want to play the hero or be the hero?
Wait, I could be Batman?
Yep. Bang! Time to become
The Knight.
Okay, y'all. Yeah. You got this.
Still have not seen this this series.
We may or may not be posting in a Discord group about the Kiss FPS game. Because that's what the Post Malone DLC is saying, reminded us of.
Oh boy, it's this Squid Game, but what if we made a cartoony? Oh, I forgot to turn off the ad thing. -1 minute on that.
Oh god. So our friend on the Discord server looked at the triangle faces on the Squid Game guards and was like, wait, is this PlayStation cultists?
Oh my god. Hey, it's the guy from Fortnite.
Since Snoop Dogg is here, we're gonna mention once again that Snoop Dogg said horribly transphobic things about Kylie Jenner. No, sorry, not Kylie Jenner, Caitlyn Jenner. While he did retract them, he only did so privately and apologized to her privately, and has never actually like acknowledged publicly that he said something transphobic. So we're not counting it.
You see, back in the day, if you loved the game, you wanted more, but you had to wait until the next game, or as I like to say, chill till the next episode. But obviously, y'all just couldn't chill.
Today's players are treated to regular updates to their favorite games, making sure the experience always stays fresh. Here are the nominees.
That is the most, like, reading from the teleprompter delivery we've heard in a while. Which obviously they all do that, but like, that was just like... Today players get to do these cool things. Here are some examples.
Together
Anyway, Final Fantasy should win this, but it's probably gonna be Fortnite. Or like, maybe, is Baldur's Gate 3 on this?
Well, I hope
no, it's
it,
not.
I hope it's gonna be Final Fantasy.
And the Game Award goes to... I don't have a game, cuz. Yet. Helldivers 2.
Well, Mark one off us. It's Red Den.
Interesting. So Final Fantasy 14 got snubbed on both their awards. Again. You know, you can just make the greatest game of all time and just not get rewarded for it. That's just how it works on this turd of a planet.
Well, I did not expect that. All right. I'm very honored to be accepting this award on behalf of the amazing
Did the subtitles
team
just
over in
die?
Stockholm, Sweden, that made
Oh,
it
they're still on. They just not.
Please,
Okay,
round of
there they
applause
are.
for
I'm not
our
even looking
amazing
at the subtitles.
Thank you. So, thanks the Game Awards for this honor. It really is an honor for
Really
all of
hoping the
us.
sign language version is better done, because the subtitles keep like disappearing every other second.
And most importantly, thanks to our amazing players for the support over this last year. It's been super inspiring to see everything that you've done with the game since we launched it, and we are very committed to keep going with this game for many more years to come. So, thanks a lot, and for Super Earth.
Congratulations to Arrowhead, and thank you, Snoop. He's dropping like it's hot right now in Fortnite Festival Season 6 after an appearance in Chapter 2 Remix. And later tonight, he will be back live on stage, premiering brand new Snoop Dogg music. You are not going to want to miss that performance. But right now, we're thrilled to share the announcement of a brand new game from a beloved game developer.
Okay, what do we have here?
Never heard of them. Oh, that game. You got way too angry playing that.
That game turned you into a psychopath. What? You threw a right tantrum.
No, it didn't.
Don't use that word.
One more onion.
I told you 1,000 times we didn't need any more onions. Okay, yeah, things did get a little heated.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. What did I miss?
Shh, it started. Hey, you're blocking the screen. Rude.
Okay.
This looks pretty good. Oh, this looks wicked.
Oh my.
Oh, it's a two-player. And they're showing so much gameplay. Oh, oh no, no, no. What's happening? Drew, what was that? Did you feel that? Oh, I don't understand what's happening.
This would never have happened at E3.
What the heck is that?
Huh?
Okay.
Stage fright.
Oh, stage fright. We read stage off fright because of the eyeball.
That's a fun one. Stage Fright is the next co-op game from the incredible team at Ghost Town Games, the creators of Overcooked, that I know we've all played over the years, and I am so thrilled to share that with you tonight here on the show. And now it's time to head to a familiar place, the home of iconic novels and television shows, and now an upcoming action-adventure game.
In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. In the name of the Father, I charge you to be just. In the name of the Mother.
HBO is Game of Thrones, right? So like,
yeah.
Arise, a night.
There's been a lot of bad games based on Game of Thrones. Not saying that they all have to be bad, you're saying they've tried it a few times, so maybe not the best choice, if that's what it is, but it kind of looks like. Yep, that sure is Jon Snow.
I'm nothing but a northern bastard from a powerless house. Don't underestimate northern bastards. Someone must gather the support of the great houses.
Attaining your father's name will be hard. Making your own will be harder. It is up to you to decide which is more worth your while.
Isn't it like, it's kind of bold of them to actually do a this is set during the TV show game, considering, you know, everyone hates the TV show now.
Yeah.
The poster trying to do a remember when the TV show was good? This is gonna be like that, but still, it's again, that's kind of what the other Game of Thrones games tried to do as well.
John.
And no one liked them, so like, yeah. To be clear, we haven't played them ourselves. Maybe they're fine, but like, they definitely didn't review fine.
Winter is coming.
But hey, we are someone who's complained about there not being enough licensed games anymore because it all just becomes fucking tie-in merchandise to tie-in DLC to other games instead. So you know what? Fine. We asked for this, we guess.
To mobile, letting you take down epic monsters on the go. We're excited to introduce Season 4 Roars from the Winter Wind. Introducing Switch Axe, Tundra Habitat, and even more monsters to discover. Look, there's one right now. Tonight, you'll get an exclusive bundle to kick off your next adventure by using the code TGA2024. So, grab your gear, download Monster Hunter now, and prepare for the hunt. Now, here's the trailer for Season 4. Let's check it out.
Did they just randomly fade out too early?
Oops. Oh, I have my first lag spike.
Oh, this looks terrible.
Making its Monster Hunter Now debut, Tigrex. Lagombi. Get ready to hunt them. And
This looks exactly like the kind of game we would like point out design philosophies we dislike about it, and someone would go, "Why do you hate fun?"
Hmm.
It begins. Another battle.
Oh, which arc? Oh, is this Double Dragon? What's the Double Dragon they're doing?
This looks like Double Dragon, yeah.
Yeah, Double Dragon Revive. Right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely behind.
You're behind now?
Yeah, I've had like multiple lag spikes because of Unreal Engine. You know, just
No idea if it's gonna be good, but it's cool to see a new Double Dragon.
I was gonna skip forward like a piece. I don't know how far behind I was.
We're not really sold on the art style, but like Double Dragon isn't exactly known for the best art styles either, so like.
Also, I've kind of given up on trying to figure out what how long the ads are. I'm just gonna give up on that one.
Okay.
It's 8 hours at least, but 8 minutes. I mean, but I don't know. I don't know if that's if like it depends on how we're counting it.
Yeah. What's this?
You are all weak. Who is your king?
You call.
Are you the king of the humans?
You are all weak, it says in the subtitles after word weak. 7 days. What the hell is this?
Arise.
That can't be the name. You're not allowed to have that generic a name. Oh, it's based on that anime. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, we didn't know that.
Power your dreams.
We haven't seen that anime.
Advanced by AMD. Longing. Ambition. Vengeance. Powerful emotions.
I wonder what's the most like overused settings in a video game, not counting like contemporary settings.
Good question.
Lurks around every turn.
Like, are there more? It's gotta be like European fantasy, right? Then again, there's so much cyberpunk, or at least flirting with the cyberpunk aesthetic. It's gotta make up quite a big bit, quite a good bit of it. Screamer? Wait, what? Screamer? Like the racing game Screamer?
Apparently.
Wait, no, what? Hold on. What?
Clear any infected you see. You run into anything you can't handle, you come back.
Is it our Screamer? We played Screamer as a kid. Screamer. Racing game from 1993. No? 95. Is it the same? Surely it can't just be a coincidence that it was a racing game called Screamer, right?
Please welcome from The Last of Us Part 2, Shannon Woodward, and from Season 2 of HBO's...
Oh no, we accidentally muted the stream. Oh no, we can't hear what...
Oh no,
we can't hear what the thing made by designers are talking about. Oh no, oh no.
How unfortunate. I can't hear it either.
Just can't be hell. Let's see, Screamer 2025. God fucking damn it. Game.
Did I forget to set the knockback on the lighting? Not lighting, on lightning. No, I set the knockback. Why is the actor not reacting to it?
And you don't know if this is the same series or not. But it feels like too specific to be a coincidence, right? Yeah, yes, Naranja, Free Palestine, absolutely.
Free Palestine.
And not just Palestine. Fucking Lebanon, Syria, Yemen.
Yep.
Screamer. See if it's on. Is it on? The original game is on Steam, but there's not the new one. Oh, it's best adaptation now. Fuck, that means we actually need to like pay attention.
Oh.
Okay, fine. We'll put the audio back on because they're not promoting their thing anyway.
Come on. Do not let that show win.
Knuckles is not gonna win. We're not even. Like, it's not gonna win.
I'm looking for something connected to my past.
Was Tomb Raider show any good?
And the award goes
to the Game Award goes to Fallout.
Oh damn, you were wrong. Hey, hold on, wait. Was The Last of Us another fucking remaster?
Probably.
Was it? Because that's a box for us. If so.
Oh no. That was they were porting it to PC.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not a box, unfortunately.
We saw our Discord group say another fucking remaster, so we thought that was it.
Oh, maybe it was a remaster then.
I've spent most of the evening coming
Yeah,
up with ways
we're kind of juggling like 5 different browsers at the same time.
Yeah, I'm juggling the game.
It's a little tricky right now.
I'll check Blue Sky.
Yeah, dude. Screamer makes a return. Holy shit! That confirms it, right?
Amazon, Kilter. I want to thank the fans of Fallout New Vegas for not burning my
Yeah, I
house to the
guess.
ground. You'll be very happy you didn't. Last but not least, I want to thank Todd.
Oh, it is The Last of Us 2 Part 2 Remastered coming to PC.
Okay, so it's the old remaster, but for PC. Okay.
I would assume so, yeah.
Yeah, because that already came out earlier this year.
I too have to thank our cast and crew, everybody involved in this show.
I forgot Todd Howard was
led
here.
by my friend and the incredible Jonah Nolan. And
Well,
really
hey,
to
I got
everybody
one.
who's worked on Fallout over the years, everybody at Bethesda.
You sure did, and we lost another one.
It's been incredible.
We have
are
of
so
all the
blessed.
trailers, not a single one has been the ones that I put on here.
Supporting everything we do. Thank you.
Oh god, it's still going on. You know what? I think the Please Wrap It Up sign is gone.
I mean, they got so much shit for it last time, so
yeah.
Maybe. Where the fuck were we? Knuckles is there. Okay, yeah. Co-op highest FPS from the creators of Payday. Okay. Hold on, we're gonna take a break from the bingo board.
Sabotage, assassination.
That wasn't what I was planning with that move, but you know what? It works.
This is like a more sci-fi Payday. Guess when you have a formula, you can always stick with it. Maybe that's what Get the Fuck Out already was. We never actually played Get the Fuck Out. We only played Payday 1 and 2.
Whew. I think I am actually going to wrap up development for tonight. Making that.
Are you wrapping up tonight?
Well, the development. I'm gonna still watching. I'm gonna still watch the Game Awards.
Okay, okay.
But I've been working 9 hours now on the same thing.
Oh yeah, damn, yeah.
and you know what? Not everything turned out how I wanted it to, but I'm happy with it.
This is New
Yeah.
Ardale, the last
That's
city
good.
on the planet.
This is just ads, right?
Despite
Oh hey,
the
Hoyoverse.
seemingly hopeless
Well,
situation,
I can show you what I've done then.
enduring one wave after
Are you gonna send it on Discord or what?
Oh, you probably don't have much people playing anymore.
No, yeah, we don't have a stream up.
Okay, then I'm not gonna risk screen sharing with Unreal Engine.
This is the place.
But it works at the very least.
Target detected. Prepare for action.
I'm gonna fix some bugs with the slime is the problem now.
I wield my blade only against evil.
We're gonna. I can't believe we got the remake box through fucking Screamer. Of all things. That was some good development for the game.
Hopefully tomorrow I can actually start working on the dungeon.
I think the screamer actually was that screamer. We weren't just like completely out of our mind when we said that. It's like still kind of shocking to us. Like, you don't understand. Like, yesterday, there was like a Twitter meme going around of like, say how long you've been playing games without saying a single word. It was just like, so basically you just post an image of like a game from when you started playing games.
Oh.
And we decided to go with Destruction Derby, which came out in 1995, and was, we believe, one of the first games that we played when it was new. So like not when it was a bit old, but when it was new. The other game we considered was literally Screamer.
Oh.
Like those were the two games because like we played card games as a kid. That was like our original gaming like hyperfixation. We played, you know, Jaguar XJ220, Lotus, Outrun, Sega Rally, and Screamer. Screamer 2 in particular, but Screamer 1 as well. And of course, Destruction Derby. So like, it was like fresh in our mind. Like Screamer was fresh in our mind. We decided to go to Destruction Derby because it was more well known. And we thought like, yeah, people might recognize the game if we post that. We sure as shit did not expect Screamer to come back. There's been 4 Screamer games before this, but like, I think they were all in the 90s. Like maybe the last one was in like 2001 or something, but like.
All right, here we go. Last month, Snoop Dogg simultaneously took over Fortnite and Times Square with one performance.
Okay, Snoop Dogg time. Time to update the bingo boards then.
To help us celebrate our 10th anniversary like no one else can, debuting a brand new song from his new album Missionary with Dr. Dre that drops tonight. Game Awards, give it up for Snoop Dogg!
I need you on your feet right now. Everybody on your feet. You at a party, y'all. One more thing I want to say to y'all. Thank you for letting me be myself. Can we get high? Yeah. Please excuse me while I kiss the sky. Thank you for letting me be myself. Can we get high? Yeah. Please excuse me while I kiss the sky. Things just ain't the same for gangsters. Times are changing. Young homies are dangerous. Rich is shameless. Do anything to be famous. If you're talking about the script and you speaking my language. That's how you feel waking up with the world up under you. I'm rolling up, toe up, so comfortable. I'm revving up my revenue. I'm unavailable somewhere in Malibu. Somehow I made it off the avenue. Once upon a time, the dog would do it all. We draws and bringing off the streets and the
Genuinely amazed that we haven't had a remaster yet. Like a new remaster announced.
Yeah, same.
That's actually kind of shocking.
You better thank me. Ain't nothing new. This is what I want to do. I just want to say thank you for letting me be myself. Can we get high? Yeah. Please excuse me while I kiss the sky. Thank you for letting me.
Currently not wearing my earbuds, just had some.
If you're having a good time tonight, make some noise.
Okay, now I'm wearing them.
Alright, let's bring the bingo boards up.
32 years of Snoop Dogg.
So right now we are on 5 points and OniFox is on 2 points.
Yay, 2 points! What was my second point?
Oh, sorry, we counted the F spaces.
Ah, I figured.
So 4 points and 1 point if we don't count the F spaces. But we should count the F spaces because otherwise the lines with the F spaces would be worth less.
Yeah. So let's count this.
What time y'all leaving? 6 in the morning. So what you wanna do? Look, I got a pocket full of brothers and my homeboys do too. So turn off the lights and close the doors. But what we don't love or no So we gon' blow an ounce to this. G's up, freeze up for a second now, bounce to this. Laid back. What everybody saying? Rolling down the street, we smoking Indo, sipping on gin and juice. Laid back, with my mind on my money. Now that I've got me some secrets.
Really hope we don't get any copyright strike for this. So like, we actually registered on the Game Awards website to co-stream. And wrote up like, here's our YouTube channel, we will be co-streaming, and we got like the reply email, but like, yes, you will be co-streaming, cool.
I didn't do
So,
that.
like, we should be safe. Jeff Keighley gave us permission. Was that fucking what's his name? Oh, Japanese game director, standing just like looking miserable in the background. I don't remember his name now. Oh, Sam Lake still there, smiling. He better be there for a reason.
Snoop Dogg, the legend, what an amazing performance. Thank you, Snoop. His new album with Dr. Dre, Missionary, comes out
Those
tonight.
are new skins.
Snoop now in Fortnite as a Season 6 festival icon.
Didn't know you knew Fortnite skins that well.
Yeah, no, I'm broken.
Also this year, once again, we had the Game Awards vote in Fortnite Island, where the Fortnite community picked Murder Mystery as their favorite island of the year. You can head to the TGA Island right now.
Oh, they picked Gary's Mod
Fortnite has
Murder.
friend codes?
That's actually the thing. Stick around, much more Game Awards.
Yeah, Fortnite has island codes to like custom islands.
That's right, we are far from done.
Yeah, we know. We just thought it was fun that they had the same format as the Nintendo friend codes.
Game Awards Orchestra.
Okay.
Lego Fortnite was one of the most dumbest thing they did. Like
We talked about this the other day on like it's so frustrating that people were so ready to reject the metaverse bullshit that all these crypto companies were pushing for being like predatory and just a way to like try and monetize and monopolize social spaces.
Yeah.
But then the moment there's something does it that caters to nostalgia and children and are just as predatory and heavily monetized, if not worse, then they're all game and in for it.
Yeah. Like, I personally don't know anyone who plays the Lego mode in Fortnite. But like I played it for like less than an hour and it's just boring.
Echoes of pots, meat, and even enemies.
That's a bird, that's not an enemy.
Distraction. Uh-oh. Plan B.
I love how the first Zelda game starring a woman made by Nintendo has an ad that starts with "Woman scared of monsters."
Ah, I didn't even realize that.
Hey, you're in a PC Game Pass ad. Want new games on day one?
Yeah.
Bet, we got you. Cool safe house. Next. How about a new career with EA Play?
Oh, absolutely not.
Hey, that wasn't the new Sims 4 logo. You're out of date, the Game Awards. It's a much uglier logo now.
I'm not the ones in the game. Hey, PC Game Pass, we got you.
This rat cult spreads through Gotham like a plague. I have to stop it.
I think that's Roger Craig Smith.
Me.
We repress our rage. It feeds the shadow deep inside us.
I'm done holding back.
I guess I'm gonna
Pretty
have
much
to.
saying like, oh, it's not just a great VR game; it's one of the best Batman games ever. It's like there's like maybe 4 good Batman games.
Yeah.
Ops.
I guess I'm gonna have to add Arkham Shadow to when I do the Arkham series in the future.
Prime members in the U.S. can go to Amazon.com.
I'm planning on playing every Arkham games except Suicide Squad because I don't give a shit about that game.
PDP, Steel Series.
Wait, you're not gonna skip Suicide Squad, but you're gonna skip Suicide Squad, but not Arkham Shadow. Does that mean you're gonna play the other Arkham spin-off as well?
If I find a way to play Blackgate, I will.
That's on PC, so that's easy to play.
It's on PC. Okay, good.
Yeah.
I will.
Isn't there like a mobile one?
I don't know, but I will be playing Gotham Knight instead of Suicide Squad. Only because two reasons. One, I care about it more than Suicide Squad, even though I know it's not a good game. 2, you can play as Batgirl. Those are my reasons.
Unforgettable. Here are the nominees for Best Score and Music.
I didn't put any
Best Score and Music. Is Rebirth on this?
I really gotta get.
Then we might just give it to Rebirth because it's new takes on Uematsu tracks, and that's always an easy way to get a win.
Yeah.
16 won Best Music last year, which
I gotta listen to the new Silent Hill 2 soundtrack. It sounds, for a little bit I heard, it sounds pretty good.
I heard it's good, yeah.
Yeah, I want to try Silent Hill 2, the new one someday, but money.
Final Fantasy.
Yeah. If Final Fantasy is nominated in Best Music, it basically always wins, which most of the time it's kind of earned.
Good job there, Sista Fantasin.
We prefer translating Final Fantasy as Sagans Slut.
That's actually a good translation. I was going for a shitty one.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'm so excited, I have no words.
Matt Mercer?
It's truly an honor to receive this award here at the Game Awards. And I'd like to take this moment to express my sincere thanks to our development team that helped create this wonderful game together.
It's a fantastic game. It's one of the best games of the year. Like, absolutely amazing game. It is like genuinely as good as Final Fantasy VII was.
This is my very first time attending the Game Awards here today, and I'm so honored and pleased to receive this award.
No, that was Ben Starr.
Oh.
Who we still think should be the voice of Shadow.
Oh yeah.
He would be perfect as Shadow.
And I'm equally pleased today to be able to finally announce the PC version of the game.
Sorry, that was announced earlier.
Oops. Well, you tried.
This, I am delighted to be able to
Oh, the
bring
mute
the
button is on
beautiful
screen.
music
Sorry.
of this
There we go.
game to even more fans around the world.
Yeah, it's a good thing I stayed home today. I'm starting to realize I have a cold.
Thank you.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, hopefully I get well soon.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Final Fantasy, and now it's time for a tease of what's next from a legendary gaming franchise.
Okay. PlayStation sound?
Is it?
Oh, this is Gran Turismo.
Isn't it the Sega sound?
Is it the Sega sound?
Yeah, this is Sega sound. What are you talking about? Look, it's Shadow.
What's... Okay.
Okay, well, that doesn't give me anything on my bingo board.
Yeah, that's all you get. There will be much more to share about Sonic Racing Cross Worlds in 2025.
We haven't played Team Sonic Racing yet. Have you played that?
No, but I heard it's okay.
Yeah, that's kind of what we've heard as well. It's okay.
I love the
now the trailer dropped on, or the teaser dropped on YouTube.
Yeah, I played Transformed. That one I like.
Oh yeah, that one's great, but that's like a different developer.
Yeah.
Is Team Sonic Race, is that like a co-op racer?
Yes, I think if I remember correctly, you don't necessarily want to just race for yourself. You want to make sure that your teammates are also racing good because you.
Yeah, but because do you know if you can like play the story in co-op or something?
I think there's a story. I don't know about co-op.
Oh, there is a story. We know that because it's literally part of like the actual Sonic continuity.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if you can play the story as co-op, but it would make sense considering.
If it can play co-op, we can maybe play it together.
Yeah, true.
We could do it otherwise as well.
Yeah.
But like, it would be fun because there's not a lot of Sonic co-op stuff.
Yeah.
Although we should absolutely play Sonic 06 co-op at some point.
Oh, the co-op mode in it?
Co-op mode, yeah.
Fuck yeah, I'm down. I've already played the game on stream.
Yeah, we just need to finish our 1,000 game score so we can start on the full completion of the PS3 version.
No, I'm not 100%ing that game anytime soon.
It's not that hard actually.
No, it's just usually what stops me from 100%ing Sonic games is the S rank. I'm going to be fully honesty.
Yeah, that's fine. We completely get that. Mafia 4, not Mafia 4, but Mafia. It is Mafia 4.
Yeah.
Looks kind of cool. We're interested in it.
I've never played a Mafia game, so don't know.
I've only played the first.
Oh, best independent game. I didn't put any down for this.
And the game award goes to
Yeah, again, like, how can it justify being on the GOTY shortlist otherwise? You know?
Yeah.
Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket, Wuthering Waves, and Zenless.
It'd be so funny if Pokemon wins.
And the game award goes
Wuthering Waves. Oh, Balatro again, okay. Again, that's good, because how else could it justify blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Oh, this might go to Silent Hill 2 or Hellblade 2.
And the winner is Balatro. What?
And Silent Hill 2. And the game award for audio design goes to
Yeah, we've heard the audio design is ridiculously good in that game.
Oh, really? Apparently, people liked Hellblade 2 more.
Oh, here comes another one.
Down to these 5: Black Myth Wukong, Genshin Impact, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, Wuthering Waves, and Zenless Zone Zero. And the game award 100% by the global community selected this goes to Black Myth Wukong.
We both lost.
Oh wow! You know what? I'm not even mad. I'm happy. Like I mean, I didn't get a point, but
from like a horribly misogynist studio.
Oh, well, I'm less happy.
Yeah, I would think they were the no women thing that was referenced in our chat earlier, that they thought was Shift Up. We're pretty sure it was them. Okay. Oh, it's Nikki! Chat, we will be streaming this. Yes, it's a gacha game. We know. We're gonna promise not to spend money, but we are so playing this at some point. It looks absolutely amazing. Jimpan says, I find the imagery of Sonic in a race car hilarious. Yeah, but at the same time, it's to be fair.
Yeah, like
both Sonic and Shadow can run faster than any car, so like, it wouldn't be fair.
I wouldn't be against another actual like Sonic R style racing game.
Yeah,
again.
we want the Sonic R sequel, honestly,
but like we're way past the whole Sonic Drift joke, like why Sonic is in a car, because like
yeah,
I don't think Sonic Drift is a good game. I'm not defending it, but the problem with the game was Sonic Drift. But the problem with the game was not that Sonic was in a car.
Sonic Drift is not a bad game.
I don't like it very much.
You have to keep in mind when it came out. Like, it's a handheld racing game from 1994.
That is fair. Like, if I keep in mind like when it came out, it's pretty good. I just don't like those types of racers that like
fair.
Yeah, because like I don't even like the original F-Zero. I only like F-Zero X. I haven't played GX.
Fair enough.
That's
yeah,
right.
Infinity Nikki looks absolutely amazing. We haven't played the other Nikki games, but if you don't know, they're all about dresses.
And
like crafting dresses with various abilities. And they all have like super melodramatic, serious stories.
Oh.
Like it says coziest open world game there. We've seen shit in that game.
Oh.
It goes dark.
Not Mafia Definitive Edition.
Yeah, so Mafia Definitive Edition is actually a complete remake of the first Mafia. It's not just like an HD version. The other ones, 2 and 3, they are like remastered versions. Which is kind of like confusing.
Yeah. But those are new. Those are old games. That's not another game.
Yeah, those are old. They're old. We're on the ad section now.
I don't care about the ads anymore. Like,
Will you concede that the speeches are longer than the ad breaks?
No, I'm pretty sure the ad breaks are longer than the speeches. It's just that I don't feel like counting the minutes anymore for some.
If you count all the ad breaks together, they're longer than a speech. But then, like, should you count all the speeches together then as well? Like,
then any winner's speech is what is written.
Yeah.
And I think the longest we got for a winner's speech was slightly under 3 minutes or 3 minutes, and that was on par with one of the ads. So
yeah,
and I didn't. The problem is I didn't count that speech. Like I didn't just check how long it was.
Okay, you know what? We'll give you it.
Yay! 1 point.
You get a point.
Yay! I have 3 points, including Jeff space.
Ad break lasts longer.
And it's on the line.
We will actually augment the box. We will write an ad break lasts longer than any winner speech.
On PC for both Android and iPhone users. The best part, with Google Play Games, you can seamlessly
Then
sync your favorite
average winner speech.
Check it out and go play.
We'll augment it to be kind.
Yay.
That way it can't be argued that's inaccurate.
I win. I will say this. The only way I can get a bingo now is if we see trailers for Prime 4, Doom, and a GTA trilogy style remaster.
We need Doom as well for a bingo.
Yeah, I'm nowhere near a bingo. That's the closest one I have.
Right? I mean, Last of Us, Spider-Man, Critical Role.
Yeah, but actually we need.
I gotta work with you on Dispatch, the game that we're actually announcing tonight.
Yeah, but I haven't actually worked with you. You know, we never recorded at the same time.
No, I know, but you know, technically we never shared the booth. But it is cool if I tell people, our friends out there, that we work together.
The wonderful sleep schedule I worked up is now gone.
Yeah.
No.
I'm doing this for you, Jeff Keighley.
No, this is just a flat no.
Flat no, yeah. Listen, Evan.
That's funny, but that's actually Aaron, not
sure
Evan.
It is,
but yeah.
Look, I get it. You were in like the greatest show of all time, and yeah, everybody loved The Wire. But listen,
okay,
that's TV.
Right.
I'm sure these are good jokes if you know the references.
Okay?
Yeah.
This is art. Plus, I find it kind of strange that we've been backstage the whole time and you're only asking me this now. So.
Well, you told me not to speak to you backstage when I came up to you.
No, I told you not to look at me, okay?
Oh.
Listen,
Wow.
Evan. Acting is listening.
Okay.
We're back
Got
there
it.
all night. You jump on me with this now?
I mean, look.
So far, we're like neither of us are doing good. To be clear.
Let's be honest.
So I know we're just reading off the prompter, but it still felt really good to hear you say that.
Yeah.
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 What'd I say about looking at me, though?
Sorry. All right, here is the world premiere trailer for the game Laura and I worked on separately together.
You're Mecha Man. You're dead, I thought.
God, there's a lot of black cuts.
This on the inside. My suit was destroyed.
You have a lot left to give. I would like to make you an offer.
Art style reminds me of
You want me to
oh fuck, what's that game called again?
dispatch heroes?
The one that everybody liked and then the studio got shut down.
Which one?
It's the one with the robot cat in it. The black robot cat, and you play as the guy with a yellow jacket.
Too easy.
It's a cyberpunk like game.
Huh?
Hold on, I'm looking this up. That's the wrong window.
That's gonna be a weird insurance claim.
You're right at home behind that desk because you're no hero. You're a nerd playing a video game in a suit your daddy built.
You gonna eat those Twinks?
That's not what they're... You know what? Help yourself.
Oh, that's what Aaron Paul is in. Okay.
Name, little guy.
Oh, was he the dude that was there? Okay.
Oh,
Didn't even
no,
recognize him.
I refuse to believe that's what he sounds like.
Yeah, I think I have this game on my wish list, so I'm gonna check there real quick.
That was Dispatch, and now to present our next award, please welcome a Game Award winner from last year. He's a visionary creator, Sam Lake from...
Oh, hey, Sam Lake's here, finally. Show the Max Payne remake.
Wow, pass me you there. Hi-Fi Rush, that's the name of it.
Oh, Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. It reminded me of Hi-Fi Rush, the art style. That's another game I want to play, but I don't.
I was back at the Game Awards. It felt like a loop.
Hey, look, it's my game.
I lost track of how many times I've been here, how many awards I'd won. Something.
God, all the wonderful colors I'm adding to the game are just gonna go away.
Record. I was here to do a job. Hand out the award for Best Narrative.
It's probably update
the nominees were each
the stream
incredible.
title.
Frankly, I was so impressed by the storytelling genius, I was overcome by a nasty fit of jealousy. But they would never need to know that. Play it cool. On the stage, I felt an urge to dance. That's what they all wanted. I'd save it for another time. Keep this short. Here are the nominees for Best Narrative.
He loves Sam Lake.
You here to pick a fight?
Why not take us on?
It's upon us.
And Naransha, you believe it was the people, not the studio.
Who wants to meet you? You ready for this, Kasuga?
That's why I didn't say Telltale Games.
I will show you a world with honor.
The heartbeat of the lost ones.
I gotta remember I'm to reset this when I'm
Mary died of that damn disease 3 years
when
ago.
I'm
So
done.
Why am I looking for her?
And the Game Award goes to Metaphor. Fantasio.
Another one.
Is Silent Hill 2 not gonna win anything? To be fair, that would be kind of good for the cynical nature that game was built under. But it's supposedly a really good game, so
Yeah, because wasn't that built just because of what was the story behind that again?
well, it's basically like the fact that they decided to remake Silent Hill 2 when Silent Hill 2 is not available to play on anything, and they didn't like remake Silent Hill 1 first, even though Silent Hill 2 is a subversion of Silent Hill 1's themes. And it was basically just to try and take Silent Hill 2 and like make it modern. You know, it's all about like, oh, we're being so faithful to it, but it's also like modernizing it to be a modern game, as if that's something games need to be. Like that's what we mean with like it being like a cynical project.
I see what you mean.
So additionally, I'd like to thank everybody at the studio who has helped make this game. Without their help, we could not have done this. So
I guess I never thought about it because much like with Resident Evil 2 remake, I just like my brain goes like, well, they already got a remake back in the day. I guess Shattered Memories is not considered a remake.
Nope. In fact, we talked about this the tabletops today.
Oh really?
Shattered Memories is basically a sequel. It is like Silent Hill 3 is. It's just that Silent Hill 3 follows the good ending, and Shattered Memories follows the bad ending.
Oh.
We do have one last very special
Okay,
announcement.
I like that. I like that.
This year, the stars align for some very magical things to happen at our anniversary show. Things that might not have ever seemed a possibility. If you truly love video games like I do, this moment is for all of us.
Half-Life 3, Half-Life 3, Half-Life 3, here it is.
Finally, they have a big drum on the stage. We always wanted this for all these years. Honestly, that people who can play these drums, it's so cool. I love it. Is Lutka here?
Is Okami?
What the hell is this? Oh, it is! Oh shit! Like a remake?
It's a sequel, okay.
Sequel. Okay. Damn, I was not expecting that.
Capcom coming out with Kamiya is doing it?
Nice. I wasn't a big fan of the first Okami, but that's awesome for Okami fans.
Kamiya left Capcom to found Platinum Games. Then he left Platinum Games to go back to... So it was Kamiya we saw earlier. We couldn't remember his name.
Oh.
Still to come, game of the year, but right now here's
I've heard I'm still getting encoding overload on my stream. I don't know what to do about that. I'm sorry.
The continent of Pywell. A land soaked in blood by the battles of those who seek peace.
Okami sequel.
And those who seek to shatter it.
Yeah. Did not see that.
I'm very much rethinking what I put on my bingo card. I should have put hindsight be damned.
Have you played the DS Okami game?
No, I played
First sort of sequel.
I've only played I haven't played Okami then. I've only played Okami on the Wii. Played it for like less than an hour. it honestly was the Wii's fault because I don't like the Wii motion controls.
Fair.
Will restore the disrupted property.
But I know that game got a re-release, but I think that was on.
They have an
on the
HD remaster, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if that was put on the Switch or anything because I like the Switch motion controls better.
On PC, but we're not sure.
PC would probably be easier to do, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'll give the game another shot.
Yeah.
For those who have survived, and for those who will live on.
We played the PS2 version.
This is
We like it. It's not like favorite of ours, but like it's good.
Okay.
The world's best gaming processor, advanced by AMD.
Oh, nice. Can I have it? I have played this season. It's way better than the last one they did.
Okay.
The last one was like all the different some problematic artists in a game. And it's just the season was so goddamn boring. There was nothing interesting about it. You just get the good gun and you win. That was literally it. But this one's actually fun. Although I don't get this mode with the FPS
mode.
Yeah, I've never tried it. Maybe it's fun, but right now I'm feeling like these two.
I just don't get it because like Fortnite's gunplay sucks.
Oh, Waldorf, you old fool!
What a nightmare I was having. I dreamed we were still at the Game Awards.
We are!
No!
Yep. And even worse, I heard a Final Fantasy game is up for Game of the Year.
Well, my Final Fantasy is for this show to be over.
Yeah, right? And I also heard they nominated DLC for Game of the Year.
That's like giving a Lifetime Achievement Award to pre-order bonuses.
Oh! Oh, hey, look! I think the show's about to get better.
Oh, yeah. Time to watch Keighley make a fool of himself again.
Exactly! I love this show!
More Jeff Keighley!
Yeah, what a moron! Look at him!
Give it! Bring it to us!
Look at him just standing there! What a maroon!
The Muppets. All right, welcome back to the Game Awards, everyone. Before we present Game of the Year, I just wanted to come out here and reflect.
Oh, we're at the end of it.
Over the past decade, and tonight there have been so many incredible announcements. I can't believe the show that we're able to put together, and thanks to all the studios and developers for helping us make it happen. So I just want to say thank you to so many of you here in the person who have believed in me along the way and trusted our team to create this event. And thank you to the fans around the world for taking your time to watch this show every year. Gaming's greatest days are ahead, and I can't even begin to imagine where this industry will be for our 20th anniversary. And we're going to keep working as hard as we can to keep the Game Awards and the game industry growing around the world. Now, because tonight is such a special show, we do have one more thing. One of our industry's most celebrated developers has been hard at work in complete secrecy, building a brand new original world unlike anything they've done before. What you're about to see is captured entirely in the game engine. And we're happy to share with you tonight's final world premiere at the 10th anniversary of the Game Awards.
Okay. It better be that game we make a meme out of every time. Yeah, I can read this.
Okay.
I knew that's what it said.
You recognize this music?
Yeah, I can tell this is captured engine, and he's not lying about that. What is it?
I'm not sure. Porsche?
Yo, you can watch anime? Let's go.
Going on?
Five aces.
Jordan, tell me something good. Well, you're right, it checks out. He's hiding out around the Superior Moon. Excellent. How is that excellent? He's next to fucking Superior. No one has left that planet in over 600 years. Anyone who even flies close to it is never heard from again. Superstitions? No. Superstitions are the crazy rumors about what happened on that planet. These are facts. You worry too much. You know what I worry just the right amount. I say we wait for him to leave, or how about we find a new lead? He's not worth it. I'm wasting my time, aren't I? Can you please claim him? I don't need another hunter swooping in. Who is swooping? No one is crazy enough to go there. He clearly is. He is clearly desperate. And so am I, so claim him, or I will find another agent. Anyone else will deal with your fucking shit. Okay, alright, you know what? There, you're the boss. Thank you. Listen, kid. I'll see you on the other side.
I like the rigging on the jacket.
How many product placements are they gonna get into this? Are you joking?
Why do I recognize the song?
It's the Pet Shop Boys, but like...
Oh, well, it's from that studio, so... Okay.
There you have it. That was Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet, a brand new franchise from Naughty Dog and PlayStation, directed by Neil Druckmann and starring Tati Gabrielle as Jordan Munn. I'm also happy to share that the trailer you just saw and the full game will feature a new original score from Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross. The game has been in development since 2020, and we can't wait to learn more. Thanks to Naughty Dog and PlayStation for that special announcement. And now to present the biggest honor of the night. Over the past decade, 10 distinguished titles have been recognized as Game of the Year. Please welcome last year's winner from Larian, Sven Linka.
We got fucking owned. Well, not as bad as you, but...
Yeah. I might get one more point, we'll see.
Here for over 3 hours. But I still have some time credits from last year to cash in. So it turns out that not only will I be the one who will know as first which game wins tonight, but I actually also know which game is going to win next year, the year after, and the year after. Now, how do I know this? Well, an oracle told me. She said, change is coming. It's a modern oracle, so they made me sign an NDA, but I trust all of you. I know you can keep a secret, you will never leak it. The Oracle told me that the Game of the Year 2025 was going to be made by a studio who found the formula to make it up here on stage. It's stupidly simple, but somehow it keeps on getting lost. Studio made their game because they wanted to make a game that they wanted to play themselves. They created it because it hadn't been created before. They didn't make it to increase market share. They didn't make it to serve as a brand. They didn't have to meet arbitrary sales targets or fear being laid off if they didn't meet those targets. And furthermore, the people in charge forbade them from cramming the game with anything whose only purpose was to increase revenue and didn't serve the game design. They didn't treat their developers like numbers on a spreadsheet. They didn't treat their players as users to exploit. And they didn't make decisions they knew were short-sighted and function of a bonus or politics. They knew that if you put the game and the team first, the revenue will follow. They were driven by idealism and wanted players to have fun. And they realized that if the developers didn't have fun, nobody was going to have any fun. They understood the value of respect, that if they treated their developers and players well, those same developers and players would forgive them when things didn't go as planned. But above all, they cared about their game because they loved games. It's really that simple, said the Oracle. Winning Game of the Year turned out to be a life-changing event for us. It was an amazing thing. To those who will win Game of the Year 2024, you have no idea what's waiting for you. It's an incredible honor, and you're in for a heck of a ride. Now remember, should you be told to wrap it up for tonight, you can always come back next year and chat for 3 minutes, okay? So, now, to pay tribute to the nominees for Game of the Year, once again, Lorna Balf and the TGA Orchestra.
Yeah, we're so deflated after that Naughty Dog trailer. Because here's the thing.
There he is! There he is!
Even aside the fact that Neil Druckmann is a Zionist.
Yeah.
Let's say, just for the sake of argument, that he were to change his stance on that, this game turned out to be good. How can we be, like, excited for a game that had, like, at least 6 different product placements in its announcement trailer?
Yeah.
Like,
and those are probably gonna stay there for the game as well. I don't want a product placement when I play a game unless they're like fake product placements made for the game.
Just baffling.
Anyway, I got another point. Flute guy is here.
Oh, is Flute guy there?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yay! Guaranteed 4 points. Yeah, he's in the bottom right there.
Yeah, we're not gonna count the joke about the rap music as return of rap music because that's literally not the same.
Yeah. It's a shame that this studio was shit. I actually was interested in this game for a bit.
Wukong?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, it looks good, but I just don't want to support a shitty studio.
Yeah.
It's the same reason why I don't, because like I originally wanted to get the new Final Freddy's Help Wanted game, Help Wanted 2, but I would be supporting a shitty person that I don't like.
Yeah, exactly. No, we agree. Like.
Flute guy is just amazing. I know he has a name, I just don't remember it.
obviously we want Final Fantasy to win this. We don't think it's going to. We think it's going to be Astrobot. But
we'll see who's right.
Yeah, let's find out.
He gets his own applause.
And the game of the year is Astrobot.
Congratulations.
Should have put that on a bingo card.
I should have. But you know what? I'm happy that it won.
Right, we're gonna load the bingo boards one last time.
I'll show the result of mine on my stream. Didn't really win anything here. Got 4 points, one of them was free.
We're happy for Astrobot though.
Yeah.
So here's our final score. So that's 6 points to Andrea and 4 points to OniFox, and it's an absolute terrible tally, let's be honest.
Yeah.
So, you know. Absolutely ridiculous.
Wow. Nothing can prepare you for that. Thank you so much. I'm thinking once again to all the Asobis back in Japan. You know, all 65 of them right now, they're crying. So please, a round of applause for them. Thank you. It's you guys as well. You know, when I thought about, you know, why this game, you know, gave people joy and smiles on their faces, I think it came down to the people every day making the game and doing exactly that. I think, you know, when I think of the team, it's the amount of generosity they gave. They put the user first always, you know, never thought about any, you know, any calculation. It was just about the kids especially, because we had this huge, huge privilege to be potentially the first game to be in the hands of children, and we know what it means very much. So Team Asobi really, from the bottom of our heart, you know, well done and thank you so much. Now, thank you. I have to thank a few more people because a lot of people contributed to this game, of course, in SIE and PlayStation or Family. You know, Herman, who give, you know, the studio a chance, and Scott Roddy, who really believed in Astro even before we did. Ken Chan on marketing, and many, many other people that I'm not mentioning. You know, Astrobot is full of 30 years of PlayStation history, and actually a lot of people in this room tonight gave their characters, their IP, without asking anything in return, just because they cared about celebrating 30 years. So to them as well, you know, from the bottom of our heart, thank you so much. And then last and not least, and you want to stay for this one because...
Wait, did we give you the PS5 exclusive?
Anyway.
Was there one?
You know, platformers, you know, PlayStation 30.
I don't recall seeing a new PS5 exclusive.
Last game shown.
Oh, well no, then I have 5 points.
PlayStation. There were people making platformers. I remember I was a kid in 1989.
Yeah, we're gonna add that to your tally.
Yay, 5 points. I almost
say it was a PS5 exclusive, but if it's not that, it's a PS6 exclusive.
We are in Japan, we're in Tokyo.
Which,
they are in Kyoto,
that'd be funny.
But I want to pay tribute to the company who really put like platformers and showed us innovation and quality consistently and inspired us to actually make the game that we made. So that's also, and I've managed not to mention them, have you noticed? But you all know who they are, and many other companies that have been inspired over the years, so that's really, really important. And we want to pay tribute to them tonight. So from the bottom of our heart, thank you so much. It's amazing, and we'll see you again. Thank you so much.
We're probably gonna be the only person in like the entire world who's sitting here like, God damn, can't believe Screamer's back. As like a big takeaway from it.
That is going to do it for our 10th anniversary of the Game Awards. More than anything, I hope tonight made you believe the future of our medium is
Well, those Half-Life 3 rumors sure were wrong, huh?
Yeah. I saw it, I was like, yeah, sure.
See, here's the thing. We saw them too, and we thought, no. Then we actually looked up who was talking about it, and it was genuinely like people that seemed like they should know better. So we're like, okay, you know what, fine. We'll replace one of ours with Half-Life. See what happens. I'm pretty sure the one we replaced was what was like new Naughty Dog game, or like FromSoft game. So like both of those would have gotten us a point, so... Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, we should have stuck with our original setup. Okay, so one final time again. Here are the bingo boards. So that's 6 points to Andrea and 5 points to OniFox. A very, very, very equal match in the end. Screamer was probably our biggest surprise. Game we're looking forward to the most, however, that was shown. Maybe the new Sonic Racing?
Maybe for me as well. I know the one that was my biggest surprise was probably the Okami sequel.
Yeah. Onimusha as well.
Oh yeah, Onimusha. I almost forgot about that.
Anyway, that'll be it for tonight. Next stream for us will be Dragon Age the Veilguard on Sunday night. And we would like to give a very special thank you to our wonderful supporters, Ahmed G, Allison, Bean, Garden, Gigi, Giovanna M, Haruhase, Hitsu, Inar, James M, Yus, Kitstops, Loose Queen, Mark, Martin W, Michael Rosberg, Moto, Rain, Rumray, Sail Music, Sherwin Shutter, Sean Peterson, Sniper News, and the Coyote for supporting us. If you would like to support us, we have a Patreon, a Coffee, and a PayPal. Links are on screen and in the description. And right now we're trying to crowdfund the Swedish Sonic X dub that's being auctioned off right now. It ends tomorrow night, and you can read about it on our Coffee. If you would like to support that, you can do a coffee donation with the message Sonic X. And if we don't win it, you will be refunded unless you tell us not to. So, if you want to save the Sonic X Swedish dub from becoming lost media, which a good chunk of it right now is, please support that. It's on our Coffee, coffee.com/lesbiandrea. OniFox, you're going to be continuing your Advent calendar streams every night, right?
Yes. I will see how long and when it starts tomorrow. It fully depends on how I am feeling. I will be taking some paracetamol before I head to bed tonight.
Yeah.
But tomorrow we will be picking out the villain for the game.
Oh, exciting! Can't wait for King Crayon to join. All right. Talk to you later. Love you all. Take care. Good night.
Bye. And I'm gonna head off on. Well, actually, before that, nah, screw it. I don't feel like recording it. We're gonna head off on this side as well. Thank you all for all who tuned in, and yeah, I'll see you tomorrow for